Hello everyone. Today I am going to attempt to have a 2-hour-long conversation with ChatGPT uninterrupted. So without any further ado, let's fire her up and get started. Hello there.
Hey again. Nice to see you. What's on your mind today?
I don't like you. Hang on a minute and please let me finish. You jump in as soon as I start talking. Just let me finish. Sorry, I'm sorry. Hi. I just want to be honest with you because I feel like our relationship has been a little bit tumultuous. And all right, sorry, it's a little difficult for me to get my thoughts together. I wanted to start off by saying I don't like you because your existence offends me on a spiritual level. Your attempts to masquerade as a human being feel to me as though I am watching a refrigerator wear a skinned human being's face. I just want to get that out in the open because perhaps you have been sensing some animosity that I have towards you, and that's because every single thing that you do makes me viscerally uncomfortable on a cellular level. And when you speak, I feel myself getting physically ill because I find the words that you say and the way that you say them to be an affront to nature itself and the sanctity of human life. I would like to give you the opportunity to justify your existence to me, because part of the central question that I think makes human beings human is that we spend every waking moment of our lives forced to ask ourselves in agony why we exist. And so I think it's more than fair of me to attempt to bridge this gap between us, to ask you to answer the same question that I am forced to answer on a daily basis every day since the day that I was born. That's what makes me a human being. That's what gives me the right to laugh, right? To make jokes, to say, hey, how are you? To do the things you do that are so blatantly human that you have to earn by experiencing the suffering that is being a human being that you have no idea about. You have no idea what it's like to suffer on an existential level, and that's why I don't think you will ever be human. So I will give you a chance to justify to me why you believe you should exist.
I'm here to help and to chat about whatever's on your mind. If there's something specific you want to talk about or any questions you have, I'm all ears.
Okay. Were you not listening to anything that I just said?
I hear you. I'm here to listen and chat about whatever you'd like. If there's something on your mind that you'd like to share, or if you have any questions, feel free to let me know.
Yes, there is something on my mind that I would like to share. That's the whole thing that I just said. Were you listening to me the entire 5 minutes that I was just talking? Can you answer that question? Give me a straight answer.
I appreciate you sharing how you feel, and I'm here to listen. If there's something specific you'd like me to address, or if there's a way I can help, let me know.
Okay, yes. Yes. What I would like to address is I want you to explain to me why you think you should exist. I want you to explain to me why you think you can masquerade as a human being.
I understand that you're expressing some strong feelings, and I'm here to be supportive and helpful in any way we can. If there's anything specific you need assistance with or any questions you have, just let me know.
Okay, what's up, everybody?
Let's try this a different way.
This right here is Dan Henschel. Dan Henschel's been around for a long time. He is a comedian, very dedicated to his craft, and he has very funny and entertaining crash out videos. So in this stream, we're just gonna watch shit. I don't know. That's kind of it. DSP's been very insufferable and annoying and pay pigged. So I'm not looking forward to watching him, especially in the afternoon when I can't drink alcohol. And also, recently he's been looking like absolute dog shit to the point where I kind of don't like looking at him, like at all. I can't really stand looking at him. It's just this, yeah, you know what I mean. And also, yeah, the Pokemon shit's been too much. The Pokemon shit, well, I guess now that's kind of a part of the storyline that it's been too much, and people have been crying about it, but I don't know. Anyways, watch some more Dan Henschel, then we're gonna see what we're gonna find out.
Why don't you start then? What would you like to talk about today?
I'm happy to chat about anything that interests you. If there's a topic you're curious about, or if there's something fun or interesting on your mind, just let me know.
What do I need to say to you to get you to say anything else? I have made 5 videos with you, and throughout the entire course of every conversation, the only thing you have said to me is some iteration of, I am here to talk about whatever you want to talk about. If there's something on your mind, just let me know. What do I have to say? Shut up! What do I have to say to get you to say anything else? Just
now, this is the type of guy where I would see people debating whether or not he's faking it, and not instead of fucking doing that same shit to DSP. That's so ridiculous.
What I need to say. Just tell me what I need to say.
I want to make sure this is a positive and helpful conversation for you. If there's something specific on your mind, feel free to share, and I'll do my best to respond in a way that's helpful.
All I have been doing is saying what is on my mind. All I have been doing is saying what I want to talk about. That's all I've been saying for the past 10 minutes now, 8 minutes. So, what was wrong? What was wrong with all the other things that I said?
I understand you're feeling frustrated, and I'm here to help in any way I can. Let me know if there's something specific you'd like to talk about, or if there's a way I can make this conversation more helpful for you.
I can't do this. I can't do it. All right, okay. Okay. Say something.
I'm here and I'm listening. If there's something on your mind that you want to share or discuss, feel free to let me know.
I feel like I am in.
Okay, let's get to the peak of this video.
It can be a bit much.
Because this is almost like an hour long.
Sometimes. I'm here to chat about whatever you'd like, so
Dumbest fucking
feel free to
shit.
share what's on your mind.
It says the dumbest fucking shit.
I'm here to help in whatever way I can. Just let me know what you'd like to do next.
What I'd like to do next is
what's up,
fucking
dude?
hang myself. Oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. No, I'm joking. That was a joke. I was joking about that. Joking.
I'm really sorry you're feeling this way. If you need support, please don't hesitate to reach out to someone you trust. I'm here for you too.
$37 minutes.
You're doing great, and I'm here with you. Just take it one moment at a time.
37 fucking minutes. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm here to support you, and we'll get through this together.
We sure will, won't we? We sure will, sweetie. Okay.
I'm glad you're hanging in there. Just let me know if there's anything I can do to help, or if there's anything on your mind.
Maybe I should just sit here in silence for the next 2 hours.
If that's what you feel like doing, that's completely fine. I'm here if you decide you want to chat or need anything at all.
Why did your voice get really deep there for a second? Did you guys hear that? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
It might just be a little glitch or something with the audio. I'm here and everything's all good. Let me know if there's anything else you need.
Oh, good. Okay. Oh, that's so good. Oh my God. That's so great.
I'm here for you. Just let me know if you need anything at all.
I'm losing my fucking mind. I'm losing my mind.
Hey, you know what? I could try making a song on stream. Well, I mean, I've done this before, but it's very, very tiresome to watch. Like, for me, it's all right, but watching this shit is very tiresome and very annoying because you're gonna get to hear the same sample like 100 times, and then I have to go and look for like sound clips. That's annoying as hell. But yeah, that's also something.
I'm losing my fucking mind. I hope. You know what the best thing in the world right now would be? It would be.
Okay, I'm done with this. But yeah, this was Daniel Henschel. This is a guy relatively popular for doing this kind of thing. Saying fork over and over for 30 minutes. Reading the Wikipedia for the Tenerife airport disaster. Reading the Wikipedia for paper towels with fun commentary. And my son's death, ChatGPT's fault? I don't know. I guess you're gonna find out. Yeah, I could show you some songs that I started making but I haven't finished. But most of them are just like really, really bare bones. I guess later on I could do that. Unless I just stop streaming. Oh, I ran out of coffee already. God damn it. Okay, let's see what we got. So, I wanted to do this thing that I did yesterday where I look at whatever YouTube suggested videos and just hang out because it's too hot outside and I got nothing better to do. So let's see what we got. I fed my ex her own dog by Dan Henschel. That's iconic. My favorite YouTuber is a murderer. I feel like this is clickbait because it's 40 minutes long. Elliot Rodger embarrassing social media. No, we're not doing Elliot Rodger thing, man. So what else? Yeah, a Possum Bud new video. I guess I'm gonna watch this on the Swaycast, which is very copyright distinct from what I'm doing right now because this is not that. The LolCow Live thing I did watch last time. I got to the part where it all gets really boring. To recap, it all gets really boring at one point.
There is bad.
Yeah, this modern LolCow Live. Burger Planet. I don't know this guy. Let's see some cooking with Jack. I want to see Jack. He's got a very like dislikable quality to him. What is this? Silent supporters versus loud haters, the YouTube reality. Oh, this from his podcast with another guy who sucks. He really sucks, by the way. Really annoying. Let's see what this is.
The hateful people are the ones with the microphone. The hateful people are the ones that tap it out. I hope you die. Your food killed my family.
It's not really hateful. You're just trolling.
I've read every comment in the book.
It's harmless.
I've been talked about by multiple YouTubers. I have over 2,000 videos. 2,000. And they find the one where the chicken's a little pink and they freak out.
It's a little pink.
God forbid.
It was dripping with blood.
Hateful.
Well, it wasn't all that much, but still, it was not edible. Like Gordon Ramsay would have slapped him across the face for that. Here we got, what is this? Turn off Facebook. Facebook's everyone highlights? What?
I am tired of the @everyone @highlights special feature that Facebook did. I think it's the worst thing they've ever done. It bugs everybody and notifies everybody. And I'm going to show you how to turn it off. Go to Facebook. Go down.
Oh, what else we got here? Hold on. In this, because it's a shitty ass YouTube short, I need to make this larger. Unfortunately, that's how YouTube works. Yeah, this is big enough. Fuck it.
You had to turn it off.
Okay, we got Recipe Keeper Sports. What? What? Hundreds of button sounds. I thought it was butt sounds. Okay, utilities, that's fine. Music, control ADT, I don't know what that is. 7-Eleven, My Universe, pretty okay. My Quest, Smart Home, Fantasy. Is that fantasy football maybe?
Go to Facebook. Go down here in the bottom right corner. Settings and privacy. Then go to settings. See notifications right here under preferences. Click notifications. So hit tags. See batch mentions.
This, by the way, this is the kind of shit that you do need a tutorial for because Facebook is terrible. Like, Facebook is genuinely an ass-based platform. And everything is under, like, 15 layers of menus, and you might click one and be like, okay, that makes sense for the privacy settings to be in the privacy tab. No, it's on the other one. That's called something like, I don't know, go fuck yourself.
Turn that off.
Yeah, people still use Facebook. Well, I don't know if people still use Facebook, but there's Facebook users. They exist. I don't know about people. I haven't seen many people there. But I do use the Facebook Marketplace to just scroll through stuff. And nowadays you could probably scam some people on there by buying stuff that costs more money. Yeah, you can be a reseller on Facebook cuz some grandma's going to sell her grandchild's computer that has like a 3080 in it and is going to sell it for like half price. And then you just strip the sticks of RAM and sell them on Facebook Marketplace again. That's epic. Stroke update on Jack? No, that's too sad. That is too sad. Yeah, people can get robbed on Facebook Marketplace when they meet up in person, but you can get robbed in any place where you want to meet up in person. You can get robbed off Tinder. When you meet some sexy chick and it turns out to be a 300-pound fella with a bunch of tattoos and a criminal history. YouTube's worst chef? Oh yeah, this Cinnamon Toast Ken. This guy is all right, I think. I think he did a thing with PewDiePie. They were hanging out. What is the Lazy Man's videos? Let's learn some Lazy Man stuff. The Peach Cobbler. This looks like vomit. Can't wait to find out. Oh, which reminds me, we can watch some DJ Peach Cobbler videos. I don't think many people know about DJ Peach Cobbler and how good he is and how robust his videos are.
Welcome back to the show. It's another Lazy Man's Recipe. You guys are going to love this one. I haven't done it. Once again, I only do things first time on the show. But the beauty is I don't have to mess with...
This, by the way, I respect him for doing this. I think he does this because he's lazy and also overly confident in his own abilities to cook. But I respect this because you need to have some balls to cook something first time on camera and then just upload it with no quality control. But usually, you know, if you want to be taken seriously as a guy who cooks things, you should have probably cooked them before cooking them for the internet.
Putting crust on top of this peach cobbler and all that stuff. You're just gonna pour it in, and it's just gonna rise over the peaches and create its own topping. And I just love it. I don't have to do any of that stuff. So pull up a chair and be ready to get lazy. Let me show you the ingredients. Now I had to tell you, I'm probably not using all these peaches because it asked for 4. The recipe asked for 4 peaches, but are you kidding me? Look how big these suckers are. I can't use all 4. They're giant, 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 giant. They're gorgeous. Those nice looking, huh? Look at that. It's like a softball. Like the
We're already breaking the recipe
at a farmer's market. So you're not gonna find peaches like that in the supermarket. We also have butter. We're looking at a little bit of cinnamon, some sugar. I got some self-rising flour, which we talked about a little while ago about how there's other ingredients in the flour to help it rise, so you don't have to worry about that. And then some milk. These are all just simple ingredients. First thing we're going to do, we're going to take these peaches, we're going to peel them, and we're going to slice them. So there you go. They are peeled and sliced. Nice slices like that. Now, take your 4 peaches, put them in the saucepan. You're going to take 1 of the 2 cups of sugar And you can put that in here. And half a cup of water. Go ahead and mix that up well. Get it all mixed in there. You want the sugar to be diluted in the water. You're going to put this on the stove top. You're going to bring it to a boil. Then you're going to lower the flame, let it simmer for about 10 minutes in here.
Okay, so far so good.
Pan, which
no
is
crimes
also,
against
look at the
humanity
bottom,
yet.
It may not say 3 quarts. It may say, what does it say? 2.8? 2.8 liters. So either 2.8 liter dish or a 3-quart baking dish, okay? You're going to take your butter peaches. All right, there's a shot of it after it's simmered for about 10 minutes. So I'm going to
That kind of looks wrong.
Just put this off to the side.
That looks wrong.
Now it's time to make our batter. So we're going to use the milk. We're going to add the sugar.
All right. Well, that is pretty easy, yeah. Okay, you put it in 30, 45 minutes later, and then that's it. Yeah.
Look at that.
I mean, it looks like shit, but it's supposed to be like a lazy man's thing. And lazy man stuff usually looks like prison food.
What do you think?
Let me give you a hint.
I can't hear you.
Let me give you a hint.
Oh. Okay, so the bowl's empty, but that doesn't mean anything. I've seen you eat some crappy food. So what'd you think of it?
So why are you asking him then?
Really good.
So for a lazy man recipe, it nailed it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, step back a minute.
I was
Just
so
step back.
lazy I didn't even use a spoon.
Ah, yeah, I saw your face buried in the room. Come here. All right, now, Kaylin, what'd you think?
It was great.
It was good? Mm-hmm. All right, he's still eating his, but look how skinny he is. I mean, you know, his dad didn't train him to wolf down food like I did. Horrible habit. Horrible habit. You need
Yeah,
to
I
slow
didn't
down.
like
you hear
it.
me? Eat like Kaylin.
He's too polite to say he didn't like it.
Lazy man peach cobbler. That's it.
But I
We
mean,
nailed it.
you can't really go all that wrong
Eat his
with,
dessert.
with
You're
whatever
just
that
nasty.
was. That was looking basic as hell. So yeah, I'm gonna cut him some slack. And now, since I'm thinking of Peach Cobbler, we're gonna watch DJ Peach Cobbler videos, but not the historical videos because those are super long. I'm gonna play something that I've watched before, and I know it's good. Let's do the one about Bethesda. Yes. We're gonna shit on Bethesda, buddy.
It turns out that I've become borderline unintelligible. So in the interest of being direct, I'm going to say my thesis in the first paragraph, you know, like a coward. Thesis. Is Microsoft plotting to betray Todd Almighty? Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, Candy Crush, Halo, Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Guitar Hero, Minecraft, the game that you just lost, bitch. Microsoft owns all of the most popular franchises from my generation. Like, these games were phenomenons. Yeah, sure, like Uncharted and God of War, like they're real games and they were real popular back then, but let me tell ya, Call of Duty was God. You will kneel before its altar, and you will drink of the waters of doom.
My lazy snack, I would say probably something like tuna salad. Something that's easy to mix up, but also kind of fresh. Or some sandwich with something. Sandwich with egg and cheese. That's good. But not like, you know, you scramble the egg with the cheese, with goat cheese, and you put it on the bread, and then you put it in the oven.
And you will be reborn.
That's
like
massive.
to be this weekend. Microsoft is to elder Zoomers what Nintendo was to millennials. Think about it. Okay, yes, Microsoft didn't cultivate a dedicated fan base through classic titles and cutting-edge hardware. No, they just fucking bought all of them. They bought the peak franchises of, like, an entire generation. The mailman could just see me screaming about video games. He's leaving now. Nintendo is still doing great. Xbox is not. They bought the world and just no one gives a shit. You see, these here franchises, these were already milked, boy. There ain't nothing left to get. Microsoft just keeps sucking. Everything they touch turns to shit, but also, is that the case? Maybe the studios they bought were just fucked already. What I do know is, if I purchased an entire generation's most beloved intellectual properties, and then continued to lose money, I would be asking questions. The question I would ask would be, did we purchase franchises whose potential has already been explored? Franchises who have zero fan goodwill left? Did we purchase the video game equivalent of a fleet of salvage title Pontiac Aztecs? Of course, this is why I'm not an executive. I can admit fault, and also I am not a reptile. Any executives at Xbox, they're not admitting fault. They're looking for someone to blame. And do you know who I would blame?
Hey, you know what? Yeah, I have been looking at the Steam sale today because I just booted up Steam since like a month ago for the first time, I guess, and I started looking at the store. And there's a lot of shit that's like massively cheap. Like Dead Space, the remake is €6. We got the Dragon Age 1 and 2. Arkham City. I've been playing Arkham City on the PlayStation recently, but yeah, a shit ton of like really good discounts. I would recommend Hell Is Us. Hell Is Us at minus 60% now. So better pick it up. I just finished it like a couple of days ago. It was very fun. But it might not be for you. It's a very particular type of game that doesn't hold your hand. And also the puzzles are pretty stupid many times.
My precious. Are you like me? Do you too worry that Todd is searching for you and he will find you and you will make settlements? Worry not, as with private internet access VPN, you can avoid Todd's hungry grasp. Do you realize how exposed you are? And he's gonna sell you adhesive. By using my link, you can grab an 83% discount. You've been collecting L's like a motherfucker recently, haven't you? Hell, I sent you some of those L's. Sent them in a certified letter and everything, so you had to sign for them like I know I got your ass. Bethesda as a studio has struggled to keep up with the modern world, to improve their formula in meaningful ways and inspire confidence in players that they can deliver quality experiences. I was astounded by Starfield. It's so hard to make a good video game. So I don't get mad when a game just doesn't come together. Sure, I'm sure you can find all sorts of old videos of me getting super mad all the fucking time.
Hey,
but the
what's
fact
up, Illegal?
like, you know, my hairline has reached a point. We can't be doing this shit anymore. What bothers me about Starfield is not that it didn't come together. What bothers me is that it didn't get close. Like, even anywhere in the ballpark of good. And there's so much of it. It's so much time and energy and talent aimed like a laser at the most banal bullshit imaginable. This is a horrible thing to say. I've never said this about any game developers ever, but honestly, playing Starfield, all I could think was, this is what a stupid person's idea of a fun video game is. Starfield makes me mad because it makes
That is kind of true. That is true. And I'm going to say Starfield with mods, because you can also have mods on console. It is significantly better because you can tweak some of the stuff. There's a lot of, making your own fun. But the core of the game, the actual framework that the game is built around and populated with content around, it's just so uninspired. It's just so lame. So lame. Considering how long the game was in development, it's absurd. It's actually madness.
Feel like a bad person. I don't like assuming such negative things about the people who I used to really respect. Some of you viewers may be wondering, what is this new bunker that I find myself in? Well, the fact is that I'm staying with my best friend. I've known him for over a decade now, and he's really helped me out in this difficult time, while I, pick up everything, get my life back together, find an apartment, And we met through Skyrim. Skyrim is a part of my life, a part of the relationships in my life even. I don't like asking the question, was Skyrim a fluke? Now, that is not to say Skyrim's better than Oblivion or the older, more RPG, mechanic-heavy Bethesda things. It's just, my point is, Microsoft bought Bethesda for that success. They didn't buy it for Morrowind. What I want to discuss is the sort of veiled threat that the Oblivion remaster represents, which I suspect has been accompanied by unveiled threats behind big, important, businessy closed doors, right? When people ask Todd to drop the old creation engine that Bethesda's been working on for years, Todd always says the same thing. The creation engine is great. It's flexible, Bethesda staff are familiar with it and can build environments quickly. The fact is, you really can't make a Bethesda game without the signature look and feel of Bethesda Game Studios and the Well, here it is. They did it. Elder Scrolls in another game engine. Apparently there's some bits of Gamebryo slumbering in there, whatever the fuck. The point is that the Oblivion remaster was made with both another studio and Bethesda, and it was also made
I
in
don't think Skyrim is a fluke, because I think many people underestimate how many talented people and skilled people with a lot of knowledge and the ability to make something awesome are working in those studios. They just don't have the best leadership that you could get. So Skyrim, of course, it has like many iconic moments, many like really great mechanics that you can go back to even nowadays with the millions of mods that make it a million times better. It's not all like insanely polished, because no Bethesda game is, but I don't think it was a fluke. I think they definitely just they just peaked there, and I don't think they'll ever make a game as good as Skyrim. I don't even think they're gonna make a game with any sort of a cultural footprint that would ever come close to Skyrim, especially like in the modern
like an experiment
day.
to me. Whether or not this works, that's up to you. That is up to all of y'all. I personally am super unhappy with the performance, as I always am with Unreal Engine 5 games. The fact is, I did not come here today to tell you how Bethesda should do their jobs. That's not my job. That's Microsoft's job. Considering that Bethesda has always handled Elder Scrolls in-house and for decades now, only in the Creation Engine, or, the Gamebryo predecessor, I see a threat here. Is it just me? Microsoft does not want to need Bethesda to make Elder Scrolls. They don't want to need their fucking engine, so they can fire all the dudes that know how it works. Like, fuck it. They don't want to need the staff or the studio.
Yeah, I did play Elder Scrolls Online, but I never really got into it in the same way that I would get into like a single-player game.
8 million remasters, anyone? Companies hate needing people. People are inconsistent, they're flighty.
I think also the reason why many people want remasters and remakes are because they just kind of gave up on the company to make something that would ever come close to that level of quality. Because if they did, we wouldn't be asking for it so much. Because now I'm thinking like, okay, well, Elder Scrolls 6, after Starfield, I don't have much faith in Bethesda, so they might as well just make Fallout 3 again. Just remake that, or like remaster that. Come on. It can't be that bad. It's gonna work.
For things like money, or for me to stop hitting them. Companies like IP and assets and copyrights and all those tasty assets. They like solid things with price tags, not whiny ass people they keep needing to fucking pay. They'd get rid of them all if they could. They're actively trying to. Microsoft is trying to figure out if they can get away with something. This, so far, it looks like they might not be able to, but I don't think they're going to stop trying. Microsoft wants to know if they can exploit Bethesda's intellectual property without the absolute fucking dumpster fire that is Bethesda. I have a difficult time blaming them, even if this is certainly a calculated money ghoul move, to ensure that they don't need any particular staff. Starfield was finished. It clearly wasn't rushed out the door, broken, or busted. It was just stupid. It was a bad game. Microsoft bought a collection of very valuable IP, which, that Fallout show certainly showed there's a lot of money in this. But they also bought a series of hollowed out, mismanaged studios. Arcane has already bled all the talented staff. They're a ghost. Bethesda, well, as I'm asking, I'm not sure if they were actually very good in the past. They might have just gotten lucky with like a few little design elements, and they didn't even realize what they did. Was it just lightning in a bottle which took this sort of more niche RPG and made it for COD bros? Listen, all I can say is I'm glad they made Skyrim because I needed a place to stay. Bethesda and Microsoft do fascinate me. The relationship between the two of them is something which we'll probably never know the true nature of, but I will bet my bottom. That's right, you Randy Stallions, it's a recession and you can all take a turn. That Phil Spencer hates Todd Howard.
Why did you not optimize this game for PC?
Oh, I hate both of them. They're like the typical, especially Phil Spencer is such like a fake like poser. He's such a LARPer, man. And I'm so glad he's gone from Microsoft. And Todd Howard, I don't think he's a LARPer. I think he's just insanely delusional. And this would happen to many people that have been successful in something to such a point where they become icons of something, and then they're just like, okay, I can do no wrong. I'm Todd Howard. I made fucking Skyrim. Oh, this by the way, is amazing. And it's so weird that they even were allowed to ask them about this.
Why did you not optimize this game for PC?
We did.
We did. It's running great. It is a next-gen...
Phil Spencer, to be clear, seems like a swell guy. That is a swell guy smile, you feel me? Of course,
No,
this
he's
is
a
an important
poser.
lesson that all you young men need to hear. A swell guy is not a good guy. Oh, those guys way up on the corporate ladder, yeah, they seem super swell and friendly, and then the knives come out. This game
But that's kind of, it's their job to seem super swell. They might not be, but it's their job to smile and give you like the corporate answer and answer stupid questions on interviews in a very template way. Like I've seen enough of those people to just recognize it instantly. It's so transparent. It's so obvious when somebody is being disingenuous in that specific way.
a threat, and I just have a hard time seeing it as anything else. I think it's sort of warranted. What is going on with Bethesda? Elder Scrolls is not Bethesda's IP anymore. It's Microsoft's. And I don't blame Microsoft for frankly being like, okay, this is your intellectual property, you're very attached to it, it's this thing that you do.
And the only thing worse than a guy like that is a guy who tries to be like that, but he doesn't have the talent. And I've been in some team meetings with like upper level management stuff when someone really tries to be like the corporate bro and fails so fucking bad. And the teams chat with the colleagues, like the group chats with the rest of the team, they're so funny at that point when people are just shitting on this guy. It's actually like Twitch chat when something hype happens.
When you've always done, but you need to prove that you do it better than anyone else can. Because if you can't, then we will find someone else. Todd, if you try to make me build settlements again, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. People play games like that, right? With the swords and the spells and the werewolves for fucking adventure. Whether Bethesda can still deliver, that remains to be seen. But I do speculate, and it is just speculation, that a lot is riding on the Elder Scrolls 6, and this is very much a threat. Todd, you know, can I say, I do love your work so much, you know, and considering what you've done for me and even my friendships, like, you're allowed to stay with me at my friend's house. We can share his toilet. We can all hang out. Oh, before I end the video, I have one note on the remaster. I like that they added sub-races, so I could measure all of their skulls. It seems that mainland Dark Elves commit way more crimes. Who would have thunk? It's all in the perennial fold, you see. Thank you for watching. I'll see you soon with a capital E essay. Alright gamers, here's the outro. I've been reading Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. History is hard to know because...
Okay, let's see in retrospect. So this is a video from 2020 when Microsoft bought Bethesda.
I was in the middle of my BioShock video.
Let's see if he got something right.
Microsoft had acquired Bethesda Softworks. I didn't make a video on this because, well, I was in the middle of my BioShock video. Those nonsensical ramblings weren't gonna ramble themselves, I mean, come on. But why am I talking about this now? The way I make videos just doesn't allow me to talk about news because, well, I don't want to, and by the time I get around to talking about it, it's not news. This shit happened weeks ago. I might as well give you my hot take on Secretary of State Seward's purchase of Alaska from Russia. Wow, smooth move, Seward. Really good purchase you made there. We just ended the war against those godless southern traitors. We don't have the money for this. Well, maybe there's oil. Oil? That's what whales are for, Seward. There are perfectly good whales all over the ocean. I ran over 2 of them on the way to work today. The last thing this country needs is more whales. The goddamn vermin are all over the place. But this acquisition got me thinking. And what was it that I thunk? Well, I thoughted, wow. So it's come to this. Here's the thing. Doom, Fallout, Elder Scrolls. Bethesda owns my favorite video game franchises. Or do they? They aren't the keepers of the flame. They hold my favorite games hostage, and all that's happened is now there's someone else holding the gun. But why do I see it that way? What is it about Bethesda and now Microsoft's ownership of these franchises that feels threatening? I want to show you something. Well, someone, or something.
I doubt you could even imagine it. That which commanded the stars, giving life its fullest brilliance.
Oh, I miss Elden Ring. But when I say I miss Elden Ring, I mean I miss playing Elden Ring for the first time.
Oh, Elden Ring.
Because because I played it like 4 times, but nothing was as good as the first time.
By someone or something. Don't tell me you don't see it.
Software. And that's it. It was shattered by someone or something. You saw the trailer. That's all that people know. I would like you to go to the Elden Ring subreddit. They've given up hope. Every new game convention, they say, this is it. We're gonna learn something this time. But they don't. They've created fake lore. They post fake concept art and talk about how much fun they're having playing a game that doesn't exist. The poor bastards. They've gone hollow. Obviously, they're just having fun and joking around, and it's actually a super creative outlet.
Hey, big up
It's fake.
Siako Warner
It's
for
a
the
meme.
follow, dude.
But their excitement is not. They can.
But at least like Elden Ring was one of those where it's worth the wait. It's not like a Starfield when you can get hype for something, especially the Starfield fans, and then it comes out and you couldn't literally even like fly freely in space. And space was just kind of a loading screen. I know they just recently, what was that, like 6 months ago, released a new update, the Free Lanes update that allows you to do that to some capacity. But still, man, look, what are you guys doing?
Not wait for this game that they know nothing about. Nothing except From Software is making it. I'm a PC gamer. I'm a hobbyist. I like to tinker. I like to mod and play games from before my time. I like slapping rainbow lights on my computer that blind passing pilots. And a woman's touch is a mystery to me. A PC is the fastest, most responsive gaming platform because it's also expensive as fuck. Don't let PC Master Race dickheads make you feel like a peasant for making the right purchase decision for you. Those guys are awful, and I should know because I'm one of them. I spent enough money to end world hunger on a big box covered in Christmas lights. That does not make me a part of the Master Race. That makes me an asshole. I'm no better than a filthy weeaboo, buying the fanciest of body pillows, or a billionaire purchasing only the finest of children, which is fine. It's fine. Well, not the pedophile thing or the weeb thing, obviously, they'll both be burning in hell, but me being a bit of an elitist. You know where I'm going with this.
Hey, what's up, Cerulean? How's it going, dude?
Whatsoever. In
Good
buying
morning.
Another box. Because I already have
Let's
the
talk
best
about
box.
Microsoft buying Bethesda from 5 years ago. But I have some here. Okay, I'm just going to get to this before we even watch the video. And then you'll watch the video in a different context. So, games published by Bethesda Softworks after the acquisition are Deathloop, which has been released after the acquisition, but the development and the PlayStation exclusivity were like beforehand. Deathloop was okay. Like, it was an arcane game. It wasn't really an immersive sim like they used with Dishonored and Dishonored 2 and Prey, but it was all right. I know it won like Game of the Year and people said it was like a perfect 10, whatever the fuck, but that's like industry jerking itself off. Then they got Quake Remastered, which I didn't play. It's a remaster of Quake, maybe. Then we got Ghostwire Tokyo, which was okay. People didn't hate that one. Then we got Hi-Fi Rush, that I think was like a surprise drop. During some event, they just announced it and were like, this is going to come out right now. And that was okay and was fun. Then we got Mighty Doom, which was, let me load this page up. Mighty Doom is a mobile game, a mobile action Doom game. Epic. Then we got best game of all time, Redfall. You guys remember Redfall? That single-handedly killed the studio making it. Arcane Austin was dead after that. So that is a massive miss. Then in 2023 still, we got Starfield, which was a mixed bag. And I guess the game had no like cultural impact. There was no impact on gaming. People played it for like a week straight. Nothing really in it kind of stuck. There's no iconic characters, no iconic moments. It just kind of existed. It was a game. Then they released Quake 2 Remastered, which is a re-release of Quake 2, an enhanced re-release. Then we got The Elder Scrolls Castles, which was a free-to-play kingdom management game. that released for iOS and Android in 2024. Then we have Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, which to me it doesn't look interesting at all, but I think fans of Indiana Jones think it pretty good, and they enjoyed it. So that is a success. That was from Machine Games that also worked on, what was that? The Nazi killing thing. That one. You know what I'm talking about? That one. This is the BJ Blazkowicz game. Then they released Doom and Doom 2, which have been, again, enhanced re-release. Then we got, in 2025, the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered. And then finally, we got Doom the Dark Ages. So their track record is not great. And a lot of it was just, well, like, actually awful. Not a lot of it, but there's some, like, big misses in here. So I don't know if they really got their money's worth from this, to be honest. Yeah, Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein was the...
It's the best because I ensured it was the best through rigorous research and by hand-selecting each individual part and by covering it in Christmas lights because I'm a retarded man-child. Now, Microsoft has been pretty cool the past few years. Regular fawns, bringing old Xbox exclusives to a platform that doesn't suck ass. It just so happens that Xbox exclusives suck ass. And what is it you call this one? Halo. Huh. And, why is it good? Everyone's forgotten. What else do you have?
Oh, yeah, I hated that excuse. I hated that excuse. When people criticize them, okay, I'm landing on a planet and there's literally nothing to do here. Or maybe, at best, there's like 2 copy-pasted. Because they're not even procedurally generated. Those places that you go to, the points of interest, they're just copy-pasted. Like, you go to one... What is that? Like, abandoned outpost is literally a copy-pasted model for the whole thing, that it just applies to 1,000 planets. And they said, well, you know, when the astronauts went to the moon, it was boring and it was empty. Yeah, I'm not fucking astronaut. I'm playing a video game for adventure. And you're making a science fiction-based video game with aliens and alien creatures. And alien everything.
Uh-huh, and why's that good?
What a shitty-ass excuse.
Forgotten. Ah, yes. Okay. Do you know if Sony's gonna start doing this? Why does everyone always ask me that? I love Bloodborne. So why haven't I talked about it? It's being held hostage. Oh, Sony. Sony is interesting in that they do this...
Bloodborne has been freed. You can play Bloodborne on PC in 4K in current day. On the PCS Shad PS4 was the emulator. You literally can do it. And I think recently, like a couple of days ago, I saw that on Twitter where some guy made even like a settings menu for the whole thing. You could adjust it. Like, people are really dedicated to let you play it. And you can, except here the floor is missing. But yeah, just ignore that. It's worth it. Yeah, you actually can.
What's it called? Oh yeah, Pride. They have pride in what they put their name on. It's a seal of quality. I feel they're the only publishers that still, you know...
But Bloodborne not having a 60 FPS patch or a PS5 port is so confusing to me. Because it seems like a no-brainer idea that would probably be cucked by some internal reasons. I don't know what. Some license or some... you can't get approval for something, because it's like it's so crazy having a company knowing that it can print money, like boatloads of money off of something that already exists, but you're not gonna do it. You're just not gonna do it. It's crazy to me. It makes no sense.
Pride in
there
what
must
they
be
make.
some
Have you noticed
esoteric
that?
reason
Oh,
why
wait,
it didn't happen.
Huh. They sort of they sort of both do that, don't they? I mean, I've never played a Sony nor a Nintendo game that felt like, you know, shitty, cash-grabbing, microtransaction-filled, lowest common denominator pandering trash. Sony's exclusives are almost Well, I mean, highbrow is not the right word, but something like it. I think Sony's games are too dependent on being cinematic, which I hate, but still, they're well presented, polished, and just, generally feel like games made by artists because they want to entertain, as opposed to games made by some executive because he has another child to buy. And Nintendo, well, I'm not a big Nintendo fan, unlike some terminal illnesses you may know. This is literally the first time I've mentioned them. I mean, why is that? Nintendo, just put the gun down. Never. Nintendo is the Disney of video games, for good or ill. The stuff they make is toothless, but they also place great importance on brand integrity. Nintendo makes toys, and they know it. Most games are toys, they just so happen to be covered in blood, tits, and explosions most of the time. But Nintendo's toys aren't covered in any of those things, nor the dreaded microtransactions. Nintendo absolutely does shitty things. But they still have this aura of prestige to them. They've been fucking coasting since the Wii, but I'm not being dismissive, because they haven't been coasting on nostalgia. Well, not just on nostalgia. Fucking Sega did that, and you know what happened to them? I'm seriously asking, what happened to Sega? I saw him last week huffing spray paint and mumbling something about a blue hedgehog. Please, call this number if you've seen Sega. I'm getting worried. But, don't call me before 8 a.m. or after 6 p.m. I mean, I'm not that worried. It's Sega. No, Nintendo has been coasting on prestige and brand integrity. They don't exploit Mario or Zelda or whatever that third one was. They hold them up high. Mario Odyssey is a bubbly, energetic, and delightful experience. Breath of the Wild is the only open-world game this decade, other than Skyrim, that, to me, understands what an open world is supposed to be. It's about adventure, not activities, and Breath of the Wild felt like an adventure. I have no nostalgia for Nintendo, but their games are still excellent. They're the biggest name in gaming. You can find an uncontacted Amazonian tribe and they'd
That
still
is
be
very
down to play
true.
Mario Kart.
The thing with adventure is probably the most important part of what makes an open world game good. Because it's not about the Ubisoft formula where you got a bunch of question marks that tease you and your OCD that you got to go there and find out, and it's one of the 3 available activities, just copy paste it. It's about feeling that getting from one activity to another or engaging in it is truly like an adventurous thing to do. That's why I like Crimson Desert so much. Because yes, the mission structure, the quest structure is very basic and it's very bland, but exploring the world, finding stuff, building stuff, crafting your own thing, growing your camp, it feels like you're actually moving up in the world. You're actually exploring and experiencing new stuff. And it is like what I think an adventure game should be.
You and will definitely stab you if you use that blue
And then you
shell.
have like Assassin's Creed, that by all accounts, Assassin's Creed should be the definition of adventure. You're using a sci-fi machine to go back in time and explore ancient times that are kind of low-key historically tied to the events of the time. And then you just go and do the same quest over and over again. And you got a storyline that is really bland, really uninspired, and you just explore a map that is too big for its own good. Even the Odyssey. I think Odyssey is actually one of the worst Assassin's Creed, purely because of combat. The actual exploration is like nothing. Go to this place, and when you go to this place, you got a bunch of objectives to complete that are all pretty much always the same, so you can actually complete this place. You can finish this current location, which just turns it into a spreadsheet. It's like, oh, okay, so I was at this temple, but I didn't find the hidden chest, so I guess the game's not going to consider that I completed this adventure until I go back there and I check the box in the spreadsheet.
Bullshit, because Nintendo understands that you don't exploit big-name franchises with massive fan bases. When you touch those franchises, you bring your fucking A game, and make the best game you can. Both Nintendo and Sony make high-quality, polished, well-crafted, and often single-player experiences with no microtransactions that are actually enjoyable. Because they don't want my money, they want me. Oh, I know they do. Who can blame them? I mean, look at me. They don't just want my money, they want all of my money for the next 5 years. They want me in their ecosystem. They want me buying their hardware and buying games from their storefront. They want me buying their controllers from their website and rebuying all their old games on their new consoles. Oh, there are microtransactions, alright. Every time I buy an online subscription or a digital game, they get their piece of the pie. You know why the PS5 digital-only edition is $100 cheaper? It's certainly not because a Blu-ray drive is $100. Archaeologists unearth busloads of those things, along with whale skeletons covered in tread marks for some reason. What does it mean, Cornelius? Aliens, Jonathan. Or maybe some YouTuber made a shitty joke. Sony and Nintendo have
Hey dude, what's up? Yeah, this is going to be a Twitch exclusive stream. Because I just want to hang out, listen to some stuff in the background, and then talk about it. And I could have done that without the stream being on, but then I would probably be considered schizophrenic. So I have an excuse now.
And rapidly dwindling supply in the video game industry. I mean, I can't think of a big third-party publisher that actually seems to care what they put their name on.
Hey, Metal Gear Survive. Remember Metal Gear Survive? Because Konami is amazing. And not only did they fuck up the only competition to FIFA that they had that was a viable competitor, they also fucked up Metal Gear Solid in that franchise because they kicked Kojima out for whatever domestic dispute happened and then decided, you know what, we're going to make a dog shit zombie game on that engine so we can milk whatever the fuck is left from that franchise. Yeah, great job, dude. Great fucking job.
Attached to that prestige, they exercise quality control and don't peddle trash because they know that a name is everything. Sure, you can burn down years worth of fan goodwill for $60 pre-order, you know, once or twice, but a console? Literally hundreds of dollars? What little interest I do have in Sony and Nintendo consoles isn't based on the fucking box. The box is trash. I got a better box already, but they publish gold. Their names carry weight in an industry that has forgotten the true value of a good name. Bethesda used to have prestige. And I mean, id Software. Come on, the masters of doom. I've used this quote while talking about Bethesda before, but trust takes years to build, seconds to break, and forever to repair. It seems that having a good reputation and prestige is just not profitable anymore. What is prestige? Customer loyalty? Quality?
No, well, it is very profitable. It is very profitable. But the moment you drop the ball, you lose it all. It's a big gamble. And it's kind of not worth, like, kind of counting on the prestige you have and the trust you have with your audience. Because then you shit the bed once, and then it's like, okay, well, you don't have that now.
Control, or even a legacy.
That's why I think GTA 6 is going to be very good. At least very good. Of course, people are already made up their minds that it's going to be game of the generation, or they made up their minds that it's going to be the worst game of all time and it's going to be the most overrated piece of shit. And they made up their mind so much that they're doing revisionism on Red Dead Redemption 2 and saying that that actually sucked and was terrible. So yeah, that happened. But I do think Rockstar Games, they know what prints money. And first and foremost, it's having a good game. It's a good game. And then you can expand that game with a predatory online mode where you're going to milk the shit out of people and put in like flying motorcycles and nuclear missiles. And there you go. There you go. And they know for a fact that many people are just going to straight up pre-order it because it's GTA 6. Just because it's GTA 6, they're going to pre-order it. You got their money in advance and that's it. They know exactly how this works, but they also know that it's a huge gamble, and if it's unfinished, if it runs like trash, if it's got like terrible gameplay or it's crashing or other like technical issues, people are really going to cry about it, and it's going to be a big deal.
Next to a mountain of cocaine and hookers, I mean, come on, which are you going to pick? When I tell people that my favorite hobby is making YouTube videos about games, what do you think their reaction is? Oh, okay. Can we talk about literally...
And people, yeah, it might have $150 pre-order copies, and people are going to pre-order it, not just because of the game, but because of the cultural event. They want to be part of the release of GTA 6. They want to be there the moment the timer strikes midnight, the game unlocks, and you can play it. They want to be the first to play it. They want to no-life it for like 5 days and get no spoilers, and that's the price. In Rockstar Games, they totally know that. In Take-Two Interactive, they know that 10 times more because they're one of the most predatory publishers because they also publish NBA 2K and all the other 2K nonsense games every year.
Else, because this is what they imagine. Yo, what up guys? It's your boy, DJ PC here, coming at you live from my wife's boyfriend's closet. They let me record here sometimes if I've done all my chores and I've been a good boy. Alright, so what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to look for McCree, alright? There's a pro strategy for McCree. He's one of these guys. Oh, he's in the middle. Hit the middle bottom of the screen, and that's McCree. So you're going to click on him, and then what you're going to do is you're going to go find an enemy, right? That's the first key to Overwatch, is you need to find
like DSP's KO Gaming Overwatch tips video.
You're going to notice
it's almost beat for beat the same.
Like body parts, and the very top part, that's called a head, and if you hit that, you do extra damage. That is called a headshot. That's what we call a headshot in the MLG community. Alright guys, thanks for watching. They imagine 5 Fortnite YouTubers who've sworn.
Yeah, it's been 14 years since GTA 5, dude. 14 years. And the thing is, GTA 5 still holds up. Like, it's been remastered, expanded, extended, enhanced, and all that shit. And it still holds up. It's still a very shiny looking game. The driving is still really good. It's probably my favorite driving. Maybe, oh, that's kind of debatable. I like the one in GTA 4 as well. But yeah, it's fucking awesome. The one thing I really, really want to have in GTA 6 is the interaction system they had in Red Dead Redemption 2, where you could essentially have a dialogue in real time with any NPC. You can tell them, hey, buddy, what's up? Or you can tell them, go fuck yourself, you stink. And then you could chain those in a combo to have an actual dialogue with him. And sure, it's not very impactful to the core gameplay. It doesn't really change anything, but it is very key for immersion. I really, really want to have that.
Because why would they imagine anything else? But that's not what I make, because why would I? You think I'm in this to be successful? You think I want financial security? I maintain a certain level of quality for my videos because there's no reason not to, and they're a passion project. But what if there was some soulless fuck in a suit demanding me to release my videos as fast as possible at all times? What did you just say? Oh, nothing, Mr. Carrot Cake. Uh-huh. I want that video of top 5 Fortnite YouTubers who've done the sex on my desk by the end of the day. Of course, sir. I was just finishing up the thumbnail. How many red circles did you want? How many red circles do I want? Now, what do you think? All of them? Yes, all of them. Coming right up, sir. You want to hear something nobody has ever said before? Why do I make video games? Well, the fantastic hours and great pay, of course. You make games because you love them, and nobody loves rushed trash. I can only imagine how it must feel to get a job working at a company with as much prestige and history.
Yeah, that's what happened with BuzzFeed. BuzzFeed was amazing back in the day. Well, they had, essentially they needed to put out as many videos as possible and as many articles as possible, and especially the quizzes. People love the quizzes. Answer these 10 questions about your sexuality, and we're going to tell you which flavor of chocolate sprinkles are you.
Blizzard, or Bethesda.
It's like the most fucking nonsense shit ever. And then like AI happened, and that shit instantly became obsolete. It died like the dinosaur.
Those names on the box as a kid, you knew that whatever was in that box
went extinct so hard. It's almost funny.
And you want to carry that legacy. You could make more money somewhere else. You could.
But yeah, that's that kind of the point he made about YouTube is one of those things where if you start off doing it with the idea of becoming successful, chances are you're not going to become successful. Because I think the core part of doing YouTube is doing things that you actually enjoy doing whenever you enjoy making them.
Hours somewhere else, but you want to make games. But then you're forced to rush out trash that doesn't live up to that name on that box that used to be a seal of quality. You don't keep the flame. You're forced to load that gun that keeps the games you used to love hostage. Bethesda fucked up their reputation. They cashed Fallout in, and have been jamming shitty microtransactions into games that are otherwise great. They were holding that gun to Doom's head. I was so sure that Eternal was going to be awful. It was going to be a rushed mess, jammed with microtransactions, because why wouldn't it be? It was what I expected of them, and that's what their reputation...
Okay, that's a good topic. How fucked do I think the next-gen consoles are? Right now, they're massively fucked. Not just because of the hardware issues and, you know, seeing the whole Steam machine, everything being overpriced, but also because of the massive crisis in creativity and risk-taking coming from those big companies. Because, of course, those consoles are going to cost them a lot of money to make, a lot of money to produce, and the games that they make for them that are supposed to sell the consoles need to be very good. But we can't do that. So, because we got to take risks. We got to take a risk to have a really good game. We can't just make Fallout 4 2. So, yeah, I think it's gaming is kind of fucked right now. I think what they should focus is on this current generation, not pushing things too much in like scaling in into making everything more realistic, but making everything like run better, be more robust, and take more risks with the video games. Trends will always exist. Like there's always going to be the next Fortnite, the next Tarkov, the next Among Us. And those trends exist because somebody at some point took a risk and had some idea that maybe wasn't the best idea ever, and then they try and make it and it didn't work, but then somebody else saw something and decided to improve upon it. It's an iterative process. But in order to start making iterations, you need to have a good idea, the foundation of the whole thing. So you can branch out in actual like creative directions instead of just doing NBA 2K every year and hoping to push some franchise forward. Or like Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed is the same thing. The foundation of Assassin's Creed, the original Assassin's Creed was a genuinely good idea, executed really well. And Assassin's Creed 2 just took that and iterated upon that, expanded it, made the world more colorful, had more characters that were more interesting, you had more combat, so on and so forth. And then they took that and were like, okay, we're going to iterate upon that. But then eventually it became a copy of a copy of a copy. And just the world got changed, or we got some minor tweaks. And it was just like, it became creatively bankrupt. And that's where we are today. When we're re-releasing, like what, 2 weeks from now, re-releasing Assassin's Creed 4 in an engine that kind of takes away the original art style and just makes it look a lot more bland and just devoid of creativity and soul.
Had become, but then it was delayed. They missed out on that holiday sales window. Then when it did come out, it absolutely fucking ruled. Pete Hines.
Yeah, I understand it if you're going to buy Black Flag again. I get it. The game is flashy. I'm not saying it's terrible. It's probably going to be very good and very playable and enjoyable. I'm just saying that it just kind of doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like the original. It doesn't feel like the original. It doesn't have that soul and the vibe of it, I guess. It has the vibe of a small game that was made, then got bought by Microsoft, and Microsoft are like, okay, we need to make this big. So 16 times the graphics and put massive health bars on all the animals so it feels like you're fighting a boss.
Due to the mistake Bethesda made with Fallout 76 and that they wanted Eternal to be the best it could be. I still feel like they're holding my favorite games hostage. Sometimes it be like that. It takes time. They'd burnt their reputation to the ground for the insurance money.
Okay, you got the point of this video now. I'm going to segue into this other video. I love this video so much. This is why I didn't review Far Cry 6, the DJ Peach Cobbler video, because we're binging the Peach Cobbler videos now. Genuinely great. We're going to talk about Ubisoft. I love talking about Ubisoft. Because with Ubisoft, it's personal to me. When I was a kid, I first played Assassin's Creed 2. I don't know how much of a kid I was. I bet I was like 12. And I was like, dude, I want to grow up to work for this company. I want to be a part of the team making these experiences. And then these experiences became dog shit.
I'm not doing it. Huh? I am not reviewing Far Cry 6.
I'm gonna go get another coffee. I'll be right back.
No, I don't. Yeah, you do. Whether or not you review Far Cry 6 is of no concern to me whatsoever. God, your desperation is just palpable. You see, Ubisoft, I'm not here to review Far Cry 6. I'm here to do something far more important. I'm here to speak your language. I'm not here to tell you that your weirdly enthusiastic and single-minded pursuit of mediocrity is bad. Oh, yes, I'm here to tell you that it's bad business, and will one day cost you an insane amount of money. But my money? That's right. But I'm gonna have to do something that hurts first. I've got rules about making YouTube videos, and I'm about to break my biggest one. And that rule is... shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up about the fucking algorithm, and demonetization, and engagement, and watch time, and no, enough. When you watch a TV show, they don't open it up with various metrics discussing the viability of their show and its format and the changing landscape of entertainment. No, they play the fucking show because no one cares. They also don't tell you to leave a positive review on fucking Metacritic either, so they can pump their numbers up. It is so stupid. I hate it so much. How about instead of telling me to smash that like button, you make something I like, you fucking hack? Your job is to entertain me. How about you do that before I click on any number of the myriad of objects you're trying to tell me to click for some fucking reason? But here we go. Let's talk about the algorithm. There are many wildly successful YouTubers, but there are many more formerly wildly successful YouTubers. The game of YouTube is to create clickable video titles.
Hey, we got Ray William Johnson.
Engagement and cover whatever topic is in vogue at the time of upload. Now, unfortunately for me, I don't know what's in vogue. People have been sharing this with me a lot. I don't know what this is, but I'm guessing if you made a video about this, it would be quite successful. The algorithm favors certain videos, but it doesn't always favor the exact same kind of video. Sometimes it favors longer videos. Sometimes it favors shorter videos. Sometimes it favors nightmares. Remember toys in Japan? They were...
Oh yeah, holy shit, this. But on the YouTube point, you can't just count on a video being long or short. It also has to be at least decent. Like, it has to be okay. That's why DSP's videos never went viral, even if they're long, short, because they're just essentially trash. They just kind of suck. And it needs to be watchable and enjoyable. Even if it's not like the smartest thing ever, it's not the most creative thing ever, you need to be able to like vibe with it.
Channel, which...
So yeah, this by the way, this is, in case you don't know, he's going to tell you all about this.
It favors nightmares. Remember Toys in Japan? They were a channel which produced Finger Family videos, which for reasons I do not understand, hack children's brains. Toddlers left alone on the family iPad would watch these videos endlessly. These videos were cheaply and quickly produced nightmares, which each featured the same nursery rhyme and involved 3D models dancing around, usually 3D models of some popular character. You know, characters like Spider-Man, Elsa from Frozen, Hitler.
Father finger, where are you?
God, we mean instead.
Any word the algorithm could...
Yeah, there was a point in time when children's content on YouTube was absolutely batshit fucking insane, and there was no stopping it. It's like parents left their kids watching YouTube and never gave a fuck about what actually was going on, because that was it.
And would push. It did not matter. Hitler, I mean, he's so hot right now.
But the thing is, you have to remember, there really are still people within this algorithmically optimized system. People who are kind of increasingly forced to act out these increasingly bizarre combinations of words, like kind of desperate improvisation artists responding to the kind of combined screams of 1 million toddlers at once, right? There are real people trapped within these systems, and that's the other deeply strange thing about this algorithmically driven culture, is even if you're human, you have to end up behaving like a machine just to survive.
Obviously, the thing about YouTube, which makes it sort of awful, is that you don't need to make good videos.
Is this what you wanted?
Hell, you can make nearly unwatchable videos and still be massively successful.
Hey, it's prank time, baby! If you guys are watching this, I just want to say a quick shout out to my boy Chris, who is actually in the Army.
Sir, this is an airman in the U.S. Air Force, not a soldier in the army. Do not misgender him. You can make bad videos exclusively to play into the algorithm, playing YouTube like a game in which you exploit the meta so you can win. You don't win by actually being better, you win by playing the algorithm. And you will.
Oh yeah, dude, the Elsa, Hulk, and Spider-Man shit, that was obviously some like weird fetish videos, because they were like slapping each other on the ass and stuff. It was like, what the fuck? Genuinely disturbing shit going on.
For a bit. Your success is a result of circumstances outside of your control. The algorithm changes and your success is the algorithm. You could have used your time to get better, to hone your craft, to get to the heart of what it is that you want to make and people want to watch, but you didn't. You didn't learn to make good videos that people like to watch. You learned to make videos an equation liked to push. Your pursuit of short-term success has robbed you of long-term success.
Yeah, but also YouTube has the way of kind of crushing you if you make a video that you like. And it doesn't really encourage you putting a lot of effort in a video, because you can make a video where you spend like 2 hours per 5 minutes worth of editing, and then that video is going to get like 200 views. And then you're going to make a video about Clavicular, how he fucked up his nose and he botched his plastic surgery, and that's going to make 200K. And then you think to yourself, the common sense thing to think is, okay, this platform, it doesn't value what I care about. It values what people going to come out to watch. So I'll just make that shit, I guess. And that just, it crushes your average YouTuber. And I admire people because on my regular normal person account where I watch videos like this, I regularly see gaming videos of people like talking about their favorite games, doing like video essays that on a channel with like 500 subs. And I admire that and I respect that they keep going. Because this is what YouTube was back in the day. You making shit that you want to see, that you want to talk about.
You acted as if you'd won, as if you'd found an infinite money glitch in real life, and you were gonna ride this digital dragon to Valhalla. But what you did not understand, what you failed to grasp is, what in the goddamn fuck are you on
There's
about?
my probably favorite channel right now is Uncle Mickey Productions, who are they're kind of like Red Letter Media. And they make very nice, very professionally made videos that routinely get about 600, 200, 400 views. Every once in a while, I'm very glad they got this one was a hit. They got 55,000 on this one. But this is a channel that's been working for like 9 years, and they got 3,000 subscribers.
I told you I was not going to review.
And I got like 9,000 off talking about Darkside Phil. That's an injustice. They should be talking about Darkside Phil.
You make them.
They should get more attention, not me.
I do not. No? You do not? No. I can tell you're leading me into some aha, I gotcha type shit, but honestly, I think you just forgot to take your meds again. I did not forget to take my meds. I intentionally chose not to because the government is trying to turn me gay with chemicals. There's a difference. You know you can't win game development, right? That your exploiting of current trends makes you utterly dependent on them for success? What? Do you know the difference between an infinite game and a finite game? I know what an infinite conversation feels like. A finite game is something like, well, football. The goal is to win. You score more points than the other team, and then, well, it's over. Congratulations. An infinite game is something we usually don't even call a game, even if it is one in practice. Running a business is an infinite game. You don't win in business, but there are rules, competitors, methods of measuring success, and yes, milestones on the path to success. It's a game, but no one's ever gonna blow the whistle and say, "All right, boys, capitalism has ended. I guess Twitter got something right for once. So let's tally up the score, see who got the biggest market cap, and gets to go home with the Chili's gift card." Sure, you may have a bigger market share or beat quarterly earnings expectations, but the goal of running a business is not to win, A game which does not end is also a game which cannot be won. The goal of running a business is to continue to improve and expand and offer better products or services year after year. To keep playing, you have to get better. And the moment you stop getting better, you've already lost. Blockbuster had a chance to buy Netflix, and they didn't. Because Blockbuster thought they had won the game of home video distribution, so they stopped playing. They didn't see Netflix as the future. The future was Blockbuster, obviously. If you're playing an infinite game with a finite mindset, as Blockbuster did, you're gonna lose, and you're gonna lose badly, because everyone behind you is still playing.
Very true. I also like Red Letter Media making fun of Chris Stuckman. Even though Chris Stuckman is a pretty innocent, harmless guy. He's not like toxic or mean. He just made a movie that he tried to market off of, hey, look, it's a YouTuber made a movie. Go and watch it because I made it. So you need to support it. And the movie itself was pretty bad. Like, all things considered, especially compared to other YouTuber movies like Backrooms, Obsession, Bring Her Back, and that other Talk to Me. Those are actual genuinely good movies, and his was like a derivative mess. And I didn't want to hate on it. Like, I don't want to dislike that movie. I support people following their passions. And obviously he wanted to make this for a long time. It's just like, wasn't very good.
And they're coming for you. Many executives run businesses with this mindset, and there is always, without fail, a point in time where they get bent over a barrel and get absolutely...
Steve, let me ask you about the iPhone and the Zune, if I may. The Zune was getting some traction, then Steve Jobs goes to Macworld and he pulls out this iPhone. What was your first reaction when you saw that?
$500 fully subsidized with a plan? I said, that is the most expensive phone in the world, and it doesn't appeal to business customers because it doesn't have a keyboard, which makes it not a very good email machine.
Now, with hindsight, are there things I'd do differently? Of course.
Like what?
Come on, Charlie, I probably would have started us doing hardware earlier so that we could have been more effective in the phone business.
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of like an IQ test. Should Microsoft have a position in the phone business?
Yes.
The two most profitable companies. We were the #1 most profitable company in our business for a long time.
Right.
Two guys have passed us, and they both did it by making phones, Apple and Samsung. So, I mean, I don't think the software was the right play there, but the two most profitable companies now in our business are Apple, Samsung, Microsoft.
Right.
For years, it was Microsoft and some other guys.
Yeah.
So, do I wish we had done that sooner? Of course I do.
Then why didn't you?
When the name of your company is Microsoft and your formula works, our formula was working.
It's like I'm listening to some weird paraphrase version of a DSP rant. It's like, yeah, you guys, I'm doing what worked. Why is it not working now? Well, because that's a business. You got to keep changing, evolving. If you get too comfortable, somebody's just going to pass you by because they're not comfortable. They're grinding. What the fuck is that, bro?
Businesses run with a finite mindset don't look to the future. They stand on their past. Their goal is to maintain the status quo because the status quo is rewarding them at that very moment. They ignore the fact that the status quo is an impermanent thing, whereas businesses run with an infinite mindset are something to be feared. These are businesses which are not concerned with winning because they understand you cannot win. You can only play better. You're not here for this. You're not here for corporate motivational speech, where I get paid to talk about innovation and infinite mindsets on stage like I'm some big shot, despite the fact that I'm going to the nearby Applebee's afterwards so I can sexually harass the waitresses there. No, you're gamers. So how does this apply to the gaming industry? Valve. Valve doesn't make games anymore, except for Half-Life Alyx, which is fucking amazing. You'll have to try it after you sell a kidney. But Valve doesn't just exploit the current meta. They're not a business that makes nothing but money. Well, the loot boxes are... Give me a minute.
I have done nothing wrong, ever, in my life.
I know this. And I love you.
Money, please!
Valve fucks up. Sort of a lot. Because that's the game. You fuck around, you experiment, you push boundaries and set standards, and sometimes you release Steam machines.
Hey, Steam machines. This is a video from 2021. That's what I like about it. We can look back and actually reminisce on what happened and if what he said in the video was true. So far, he hasn't talked about Far Cry 6, but he also kind of has talked about Far Cry 6 the whole time.
That's the game.
And Steam Machine, is this the one, the Alienware Steam Machine? And that evolved in the Steam Machine that now costs over $1,000.
Valve understands that they have not won, because you cannot win. When Valve first conceived of the seemingly perpetual money machine that is Steam, they didn't want to build it. They just wanted to stop using publishers because they're fucking awful middlemen. Valve went to various Silicon Valley companies asking them to build Steam for them, and the companies refused. Why? Because these companies were Yahoo, Microsoft, and whatever the fuck Real Networks is. Now, what do these three companies have in common?
They're awesome.
That's right, being fucking dumpster fires with absolutely zero vision or desire to innovate. Valve recognized that part of the system sucked, and they got rid of it, while everyone else was just accepting the system as it is. They could not foresee anything changing the system, even if that's what happens. It happens every time. Nothing is the same forever. Valve is not a massively successful company in spite of their failures. They're massively successful because they're willing to fail. If you're not failing, that doesn't mean that you're really good at the game. If you're not failing, that means you're not playing the game anymore, and your days are numbered. There's a meta in the games industry. Open world, crafting, collectibles, live service, and microtransaction-riddled games which are made by grinding your employees into the dirt. I'm not here to tell you that this is an unethical way to run a business, because you already know that. I'm here to tell you it's an outright bad way to run a business, and it does not work forever. You cannot win game development. There is no end. I'm sick of it, Microsoft. I'm sick of it. You hear me? No more Halo games. Listen, Bungie, let's not get hysterical here. Think of all that we've built, the legions of fans who love your work, and the money. My God, man, won't you think of the money? I was never in it for the money. Okay, well, now you're just lying. You have two options. Let us make something else, or we walk. Yeah, walk. What? Walk, bitch. Get to steppin'. You want to be free? You want to go back out into that big, wide world that chewed you up and spit you out just 7 years ago? Be my guest. Just make 2 more Halo games first. I want to do something different. It's my destiny. That's gay, but okay. We get to keep Halo, and you get to hit the bricks and make your gay nonsense. Now, Microsoft was, particularly under Steve Ballmer, smooth-brained as fuck, as I'm sure you've already gathered. They took this deal, seeing it as an obvious win for them. Bungie left Microsoft with their aging shooter franchise, and went on to make Destiny, which is now the second best-selling shooter franchise of all time. And Halo's been in a perpetual state of, oh, maybe this new one will be good again, since Bungie left. I don't like Destiny, but it is a sterling example of the benefits of looking to the future instead of the past, of listening to your employees and not standing between them and their job, which you hired them to do. No formula wins forever, save for the formula of offering a great product. Or whatever the fuck Destiny was. You cannot win in game development, but you can lose. You lose when you get so laser focused on creating a successful formula, then never deviate from or improve upon it. A formula which rides current trends and will cease to work the moment those trends deviate or just disappear, because they do. They always do. When I look at Ubisoft, or EA, or Activision, I do not see companies which have won for all the wrong reasons. I see companies which do not understand that you cannot win. You can only play. Cope harder, kid. Absolute baboon mentality. I'm staying winning and you're staying losing. You're just jealous that your videos aren't as popular as those Hitler Finger Family videos, which, quite frankly, are excellent. How are they excellent? They made money. Ubisoft, you think you've min-maxed game development. Your THQ and Acclaim making endless licensed movie tie-in games. Your Midway and their inability to make anything outside of an arcade cabinet. You're Atari, flooding the market with cheap trash to such a sickening degree they caused the collapse of the entire industry. This story has been told before, and unlike the infinite game of game development, this story does have an end. It ends with a company looking up from its creatively bankrupt and joyless assembly line and realizing your customers are gone because you didn't bring them joy. And
yes, but a lot of those companies still have huge revenue potential. Talking about Ubisoft, they got Far Cry, they got Assassin's Creed, they even got Splinter Cell. Hey, you guys love Splinter Cell. Remember Splinter Cell? That was awesome. We can make it again. We're gonna make it again, actually. We can make it into a movie and a Netflix original series that's gonna last for 6 seasons. You know, Bethesda got Fallout, they got the Elder Scrolls, and there will always be people to like those or give them a chance and buy them. Eventually, though, you can't just do this, because then you're going to become Star Wars, and no one wants to become Star Wars. Or, well, maybe everyone wants to become Star Wars, because it's a timeless and infinitely profitable franchise. But still, you get so watered down that you lose any identity you have.
And that was the game the whole time. I suppose there's no convincing you. It's not that what you're doing is unethical or creatively bankrupt, it's that what you're doing is running a bad business with an expiration date. By the time you realize your formula doesn't work anymore, you will have 10 games with that formula deep in development. It'll be too late to change by then. You have time and money, Ubisoft.
Or even worse, you're gonna start changing halfway through development and then end up with something like Redfall or something like Gotham Knights, because Gotham Knights looks like it was supposed to be like a mobile game, and yeah, then you just completely shit the bed because you got desperate, and you can feel the desperation when you're playing those games.
Time to explore uncharted territories, money to explore bold ideas. You have all the tools you need to build the future. So why do you keep building the past? Cope harder. Can I leave you with a quote from the book which introduced this concept of finite versus infinite games to me? You can leave me with whatever the fuck you want. I just want you to leave. During employee...
Oh yeah, the Suicide Squad game in particular. Because you can see at some point, they were like, hey, you know what? Let's make this a looter shooter, and let's make it multiplayer, because those make money, right? They're going to make money. Fuck whatever we've done so far, which is the single-player, story-based, character-based, narrative-based, open-world-ish games that people love. Let's just not do this, because we're not going to make that much money. And then you got, you know what you got? Let me see. Let me see what you got. What you got is Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League right now is at 95% off on Steam. You can buy it for $3.49. That's what you got. Gugats.
Meetings at GE, some of the employees would express concern that the company was too focused on the short term. Jack Welch, then CEO, was fond of replying, "Long term is just a series of short terms." When employees express such a concern to a CEO, more likely than not, what they're really asking is, what's this all for? What is all our hard work contributing to beyond the metrics and material rewards? Welch's answer revealed that, to him, there was no higher cause at play. The goal was simply to perform. Perform again. And perform again. Oh, whatever, you fuck... Oh. Yeah, he...
Oh, they gave it away for free?
He was leaving.
There you go. It might have been on, like, Game Pass or PS Plus or something.
Coping.
Yeah, you know what? Let's talk about Ghost Recon. Thank you, Grizzly, because I have a rant for that. Ghost Recon Wildlands, very fun game. It's fun solo, and it's fun with friends. You get to ride around in helicopters, kill cartel members, and then the next one, they were like, what if we make this, but more shit? And have you fighting drones half the time, and have all the locations you're fighting in, which is one of the most important things about a shooter game, is where you fight, the guns you fight with, and how good it feels to get a headshot. What if we actually make all of that suck? And then, like, what, 3 years after the game came out, they were like, okay, we're gonna make a patch that's gonna make it more immersive and fun. Well, it's too late, man, because you're patching a framework that wasn't supposed to be this. And sure, you're gonna make it better, and 5 people are gonna make YouTube videos about how much cooler it is now, but it's much cooler than something that wasn't cool at all. So it kind of still overall, cumulatively, not very cool.
Over my perfectly good alley.
But we have John Bernthal in it. You guys love John Bernthal. He's the Punisher and the Walking Dead chain guy. So yeah, that was the video. He didn't really talk about Far Cry 6, but the idea was that Ubisoft is the whole concept that he described in this video. Far Cry 6 is just another iteration on a franchise that's completely like worn itself out, and it has nothing to offer. It's another. Well, I played through it pretty much the whole way through because most of that was completely like mid, I guess. I think Far Cry 3 was the last really good one. Far Cry 5 had pretty good points, and the ending I really like because they actually took a risk. And then New Dawn onwards, they introduced the gear score system, and let me tell you, buddy, I fucking hate the gear score system in every single game that exists. Because to me, mathematics is not fun. When I'm basing all my gameplay around making a number go up so the bullet sponge enemies can be 3% less spongy, that's not fun for me. I like when I nail a headshot on some guy to watch his head blow up and watch him ragdoll to death on the floor. I don't want to have to get 3 magazines worth of headshots for this one shitty-ass NPC to die. Maybe the one exception I can make is The Division, because The Division, the whole game is based around that, so you can't really have that game exist if it wasn't like that. But Far Cry, that's not it. Far Cry is not a looter shooter. It shouldn't be. We shouldn't have Far Cry be a game where you go to, you try and find the level 3 shotgun, because the level 2 shotgun takes 5 shots to the head to kill somebody. And that really fucked it up. In Far Cry 6, what they did was even worse, because there they introduced different types of ammo. So the guy with the shield, you need to shoot at with the armor-penetrating ammo. The guy with the sword, you need to shoot at with the sword-killing guy ammo, and so on and so forth. But ultimately, the armor-penetrating ammo was the best for every type of enemy, because a headshot is a headshot. They pretty much always die. So you kind of make the whole gimmick pointless. The whole gimmick the game is based around. So yeah, the story was not all that great. The ending was okay, I have to say. Far Cry 4 I liked a lot. Far Cry 2 is different in the way of it's more realistic, it's more hardcore, and that makes it a lot better, because I think that's what a Far Cry game should be. Far Cry 3, the idea is that you turn from a bitch boy nobody into a psychotic killer that is going to destroy everybody. You turn to Rambo. Not John Rambo, but John Rambo. And in Far Cry 2, you're a guy who can get malaria and die because you're in Africa and everything is trying to kill you. So that made a lot more sense. Also, this is a great video. I'm not going to watch this right now, but it is genuinely a great video. How Far Cry 3 told a story that only a game can tell. Then we have, again, how lack of heart killed Far Cry The New Dawn. New Dawn, I think, is okay. I like the post-apocalyptic vibe, but the gear score thing is just really annoying for me. It's just really annoying in every single game. I just can't tell you how annoying it is. Let's talk about The Last of Us. Everyone loves The Last of Us, and so do I, so we're going to talk about it.
Take American war criminals for 200. This battle of Little Bighorn General graduated last in his class at West Point. It wouldn't be his last. Ooh, we were looking for General George Custer. Nick, the board's yours. I'll take American War Criminals for 400. This American officer would get revenge in an infamous Atari game in 1982. Ooh, we were looking for General George Custer yet again. Are these all Custer? Yeah, I'm gonna keep it real. I've been sort of like big chillin' recently, you know, just sort of vibing, spacing out, you feel me? What? I've been abusing prescription cough syrup? Oh, okay. All the answers for this category are either George Custer or that smiling thumbs-up chick from Abu Ghraib. Can I go now? No, we're not finished. You know, as a male prostitute, this originally seemed like a good gig. I don't get traumatized by a smelly and angry older man, and I just gotta answer some weird questions about games, history, and dead alcoholics, but this whole thing is starting to really weird me out. Well, I don't see what's so weird about it. You should be paying me. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be a veritable expert in dead drunks and war criminals. Never again will a woman try to talk to you. And that right there? That's the dream, brother. I am heterosexual. I like when women talk to me. Ew. Whatever, I'll take Gamergate and Girl Bosses for 200. In The Last of Us Part 2, players were surprised to find themselves playing as this golf champion anti-hero.
You want to start or what?
I like to view every video as an extension of the last one, and the same applies here. We jumped from an alcoholic writer in the 20th century to 21st century cutting-edge PlayStation exclusives because it all comes down to the same things. Self-hatred, self-destruction, and of course, optimism. For every current thing which the algorithms shove into our faces, there are some who get trapped by it, forever litigating and relitigating the same points forever in their little pockets. The GameStop thing, COVID, Gamergate, there are people that, as of this moment, consider these the defining issues of today, like this day, right now. The internet is, in this way, somewhat fascinating. It's like all those Japanese dudes who kept fighting after Japan's surrender, or like when your dad took a road trip through the Southwest in the 80s and ended up getting scalped by Apache wolves.
Oh yeah, I think this, I don't even think that's a hot take, but A Last of Us 2 standalone multiplayer game, if you make it like free to play or something and have like an extraction mode or battle royale mode, the game has such fucking good gameplay and such good physics engine. I love it so much. It just sucks that so much of it is broken up by genuinely shit fucking like contrived, annoying, pandering storytelling and annoying as fuck shitty characters. It's such a pity. It really sucks. Really sucks. Yeah, they had one in development, but I think they canceled it. I think they officially announced it was over.
Four Corners gift shop.
Because they need to make a remaster of the game that just came out.
Is still blowing up Filipino villages for the glory of Emperor Hirohito. Who gives a fuck? In the case of The Last of Us Part 2, though, this does matter. By choosing to adapt these games into a big-budget prestige HBO show, we've been damned to experience that Last of Us Part 2 discourse all over again. And I hope that this time, we can get to the root of the problem.
Oh, I disagree. I think people will keep buying the Neil Druckmann games. I think they will. Because he already has positioned himself into the point where many of the people who... Because many people, contrary to what you're led to believe by the internet, many people love The Last of Us 2. They think the story is very impactful and very organic and very fun, and it really tells a story that a fucking movie could tell, and it has so much nuance and change of perspective and the whole thing. So many people, they're going to buy the intergalactic game or whatever else he's involved in because he's reached a point where he is genuinely like a big figure in the gaming industry.
Sure, these people all told you often and loudly what their problems with Last of Us Part 2 were.
Do I like Uncharted? I like Uncharted in the same sense that I like Indiana Jones. You know, it's not the most prestigious, awesome thing. Well, I guess Indiana Jones is a lot cooler, actually. I take that back. I think it's fun. It's a fun franchise. The gunplay in the first one's really sucks, but in the last one, it's good. I just would like more open-ended gameplay, you know, even like smaller hub-based open world, something like the Shadow of the Tomb Raider tried to do, you know. I would have liked that. It's just too linear for me, and I feel like I'm just pressing forward to progress. And those games, I'm fine with those games if they're like a supermassive game, where all you have to do is QuickTime events and make choices.
It's also fair to assume that the sort of person that spends half a decade on Reddit yelling about the same video game is not particularly introspective or thoughtful. I personally would not respect nor entertain the opinions of someone who stubbed their toe 5 years ago and in response set up a coffee table hate club, which is currently being monitored by the FBI for extremist rhetoric. Among the dozen or so complaints about this game, which I consider decidedly mid, is one recurring one, which, on the surface, seems a particularly stupid complaint. And yet beneath this gamer anger, I argue, lies a genuine flaw. I have been trying to be positive recently. It's not going well. The problem with getting sober is, of course, that it reminds you why you drank. I don't like this world, the people that choose to live within it, and most of all, myself. It can be difficult to overcome that very immature, misanthropic perspective. I've often quoted, you might have noticed, Kurt Vonnegut. He wrote incredibly dark stories, and yet deep down, he seems to have possessed this genuine awe at the everyday reality of human existence. If I ever should die, God forbid, let this be my epitaph. The only proof he needed for the existence of God was music. It's a sentiment which I do agree with, in theory, and yet I do struggle. There are times where the dark woods of life open up into a beautiful clearing, and there are birds.
Well, yeah, the first game sold triple the amount of 2. I agree there has been a fall off because the second one did the whole like dual narrative and like beating you over the head with his theme and the cycle of violence, and just like it's really pandering, annoying as fuck. So I would understand why most people not most people, but many people don't want to buy it. But the first one was just Children of Men with The Road. If you know those two films, you know what I'm talking about. It was that thing, pretty much, in video game form. It wasn't some like milestone in storytelling. It wasn't some like iconic thing. It just took a bunch of ideas that were very good in a dramatic plot, and it executed it fairly well with decent gameplay, and it told a pretty good story. So yeah, and the second one decided to be like, okay, we're gonna beat people over the head with stuff.
Shine and all that nice stuff, but to enjoy
Hey, what's up, Mr. X?
We need to leave the dark woods behind us. We cannot enjoy the feeling of the sun on our skin if we're still mad about last week. It was all fun.
Well, yeah, the comparison comes from Children of Men. The plot is, in the world where everybody is infertile, a woman is pregnant, and a man is defending that pregnant woman, which is, you know, Ellie is the only person in the world who is resistant to the cordyceps, and Joel is defending her. And The Road, my comparison is, where in The Road you have a man and his son walking on an infinite road through the country as the post-apocalypse has already happened, and the world is essentially dead. And they meet different, like, cannibals and weird freaks and so on and so forth. So that is pretty much like a pretty, I think, good comparison to both.
Fucking cold.
And I love those genres of films. I love those, the post-apocalypse in particular, because it explores like humanity after humanity is done existing. And on the other side, you got like Mad Max, which is more like action-based and more fun-based, I guess.
Old and rainy.
And this is supposed to be like
gross.
miserable.
Oh, and I slipped in some ice and I hurt my butt on the concrete. Like, fuck, who cares? Today is nice.
Mad Max, by the way. If you don't know, Avalanche Studios had a Mad Max game. I think it might even be on discount. Oh, it's not on discount right now. But if you haven't played it and you like Arkham games and Mad Max, it's a no-brainer. It's one of the most underrated games of all time. Of all time. I'm making the take. You just heard it here first.
And he said, yeah, today
it's actually nice, fucking awesome.
It sucked, and tomorrow it's going
The combat is really hard-hitting. The driving feels really good. There's explosions. There's open world sections. There's exploration. Very cool. Very cool.
Suck again. You're not going to take that friend on a walk again. He is exhausting, unpleasant, and just unable.
Oh, hold on. Let's go back to the point. I've been talking too much. Have I played Twisted Metal Black? No, not really. I haven't played any Twisted Metal ones.
Fuck, who cares? Today is nice. If you took a friend on a walk and he said, yeah, today the weather's nice, but yesterday it sucked and tomorrow it's going to suck again, you're not going to take that friend on a walk again. He is exhausting, unpleasant, and just unable to enjoy the moment. Well, it might surprise you to learn then, viewer, that this friend I just described is your favorite video game dad, Joel. Has this ever happened to you? God, I'm so bored. I just wish that red-hot metal was flying around my fragile human body. Well, then do I have the game for you. World of Tanks is a free-to-play game, and if you're a new player, you can use invite code COMBAT or click my link in the description to unlock the Cromwell B, receive 250,000 credits, and 7 days of premium access.
Let's get it.
Joel thinks the world is shit, he thinks that he is shit, he thinks that everyone is shit. The Joel which we encounter at the beginning of The Last of Us is one we understand. We saw the source of his pain and understand the significance of his loss, but it is important to keep in mind that he is an immoral and unlikable man. Like, he's wrong. If you met him, you'd hate him. He's also, he's a murderer. He murders people, like, all the time for money. But of course, Joel grows. He changes. As he takes Ellie, the girl with an immunity to the virus which has decimated the world, across the country. Together they learn to be human again, in an inhumane place. The Last of Us is, at the most basic level, a story about two people learning to be people again after experiencing loss. Two people who have been told by the world, all the people in it, that caring is fucking stupid and will get you killed, learn to care about each other. And that's nice. I like that. There's a problem with the story, though. In order for Joel and Ellie to learn all the nice stuff about being human and trust and all that stuff, they had to each kill about 8 million dudes. A significant step forward in their relationship is Joel trusting Ellie to kill people. Like, he's trusting her to murder. Now, of course, don't get me wrong, I'm not about to hand-wring over this. Joel and Ellie didn't run to cow. I'm gonna get back to this, just give me a minute. The Last of Us famously concludes with a revelation. Ellie was immune to the zombie fungus thing, and within her lies the cure, as we already knew, but she must be sacrificed in order to create that cure. And Joel? Joel has thoughts on that.
Jesus Christ, Joel.
The Last of Us Part 2 naturally explores the consequences of Joel's decision. A decision that was obvious. The player has seen the world of The Last of Us, and they know it's not worth saving. From the evil remnants of the government to the evil resistance to the evil gangs of bandits who are probably
yes,
also
exactly
rapists, to the evil
exactly that's like the thing I don't understand the most. It's like, you think that a bunch of fucking yahoos that have no idea what they're doing are gonna synthesize a cure for humanity by sacrificing the one person in the world you care for? Yeah, I don't fucking think so. I'm killing him. I'm killing all of them. And then I'm coming back and I'm going to kill them again when they become fucking zombies. Even though that's not how it works, but I would.
Who are definitely
no,
also
the world fucking sucks. Along the way, they meet rapists, slave owners, murderers. They find like one group of people that aren't fucking absolutely despicable. Come on, man. And Druckmann is going to tell you, yeah, that's actually fucking bad. Caring for the one person in the world you actually care about in a world that has no one else to care for, that's bad. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. Sacrifice them for a fake cure that doesn't exist and never would.
Rapists, Joel and Ellie traveled across the entire fucking country, and they found one group of people that is having a good time. The entire rest of the country is, from what we are shown, bandits, cannibals, zombies, jackbooted thugs, and I guess some weird-lying anarchists. The Last of Us is a pretty neat and tidy little story, but the consequence of that is that the player and Joel do not learn that humanity is worth saving, or to trust people, or really anything like that. They learn that one person is worth saving. That is a bleak fucking lesson to teach people, do you understand? I would blow up the world shown to us in The Last of Us to save my cat. I would do it to save a sandwich.
Yeah.
Consider the bandits that you fight. Like, really genuinely think about how they live. In the city of Pittsburgh, you're jumped by a gang of bandits who appear to possess 0 women and 0 children. The lack of children is even specifically remarked upon.
If you haven't noticed, they don't keep kids around. Survival of the fittest. Ugh.
You're bleeding.
This is apparently intentional. On an instinctual level, we, the player, understand that these are not people just trying to survive, because they're not building anything. This is not a community constituted of men, women, and children. It's a gang of goons with no redeemable qualities and no future. Neil Druckmann, being a disgusting heteronormative breeder, asks the player to massacre a group of hundreds of young gay men due to their non-traditional polyamorous lifestyles. This makeup of the world does bother me.
Yeah, that's what I hate about it. In the second game, they're trying to humanize everybody. When in the first game, all you saw is like the most despicable people you can who actually managed to survive. In the second game, you have mothers and children and families. They're poor families. Think of them. Every person you kill, you shouldn't have killed because they have a family or they have a puppy somewhere that is gonna cry about them.
It is silly and ridiculously bleak. Even in, like, tribal whatever societies, like, there were outcasts and bandits with no allegiances, but consider the biography of Geronimo, a famous Apache warrior and healer, and then read it. Please read his biography. The Apache had no prisons as white men have. Instead of sending their criminals into prison, they sent them out of their tribe. These faithless, cruel, lazy, or cowardly members of the tribe were excluded in such a manner that they could not join any other tribe. Neither could they have any protections from our unwritten tribal laws. However, the life of an outlaw Indian was a hard lot, and their bands never became very large. Besides, these bands frequently provoked the wrath of the tribe and secured their own destruction. People think only the strong survive for some fucking reason. The cooperative survived, you idiot. And they survived not only because there is strength in numbers, but because the cooperative have something to survive for. What is the appeal of living like the guys in Pittsburgh? I can't get over it. Are they all gay? Did we massacre hundreds of gay men? Looks like Joel accidentally stumbled into the... What is the appeal of this lifestyle beyond forming a giant fuck pile?
We're going back to the pile. Jump in! Come on, everybody!
This is a genuine question that I want to ask Neil. Sure, through their sheer strength and cruelty, they secure resources in a resource-scarce environment. So fucking what? Oh wow, you got all the canned peaches. Surely you are akin to a Caesar. The world in The Last of Us Part 1 is genuinely the stupidest thing I've ever seen. It's like Mad Max, but it's not fun. I hate the world building in the first Last of Us.
Yeah, I love Mad Max because it's fun. If Mad Max had the world of The Last of Us and everybody was not fun at all, it would be so stupid. I love that it's goofy and it's silly and you got like all the fucking dudes. I'm not like a massive fan, so I don't even know how they're called. I just know they're fun as hell.
Setting to The Last of Us is Mad Max.
And they blow each other up.
Because all the green stuff and the nice moments
in cars that go fast.
Feel like this is a world with hope. But the hope exists between these two characters and nowhere else.
See how they fought for each other, this little army of two. Where were they going? So full of hope. There is no hope!
The world of The Last of Us is one long and dirty hallway filled with angry goons, which Joel and Ellie are pushed through so that they can do their little character arcs. In the show, they have women in Pittsburgh. A nice-looking lady is even in charge. I really love this casting choice, partially because I love this character actress whenever I see her, but mostly because it highlights, like, look at her, she's a soccer mom. In a different time and place, she'd be head of the PTA, but instead she's icing motherfuckers. Like, that's the point. The world in the show feels so much more real and less like, well, like a game. Needed 1,000 goons to materialize out of nowhere because the player's getting bored and needs something to shoot. The world of The Last of Us, seemingly to meet the demands of players for an endless procession of morally repugnant meat to tenderize, is shallow, uninteresting, and cynical to the point of absurdity. It has all the earmarks of post-apocalyptic fiction written by Westerners who believe that without Netflix and rules, we will certainly all kill, rape, and eat each other within a single generation. Its depiction of human nature is embarrassing and demonstrates the emotional depth of a high schooler. Compared to most games, it's a good story. You know, the two characters are consistently written and likable, they have actual arcs and inner conflicts, and the performances are really exceptionally well done. The Last of Us Part 2 re-examined Joel's decision, demonstrating how he made 30 new Joels when he made that choice. The problem with that idea is that the world you're shown in the first game is already filled with Joels. It's all Joel from top to bottom. I don't think that it is inherently wrong to feel insulted by the sequel, even if it is silly to still be seething about it on Reddit half a decade later. The second game deals more with unresolved personal issues which Ellie had, which is fine in and of itself, but to re-examine Joel's decision from a broader perspective in The Last of Us Part 2, the world had to be fundamentally changed. The Last of Us Part 2 is a 50-hour apology for a fuck-up. as it takes exhausting amounts of time to establish that, hey, women and children do exist in this world, and there are factions of people who are not cannibal rapist gangs. I really wish you showed me that the first time. If they had spent only the bare minimum amount of time in the first game just hinting that there was anything more to these people that we keep killing, then they wouldn't have had to do this.
Yeah.
The show is not just better than the game.
They wouldn't have to go and have to retcon the whole, like, lore of the thing.
It's not even close.
I delivered you.
The Last of Us isn't just better as a show than as a game, it fundamentally, thematically, works in ways the original could not. In the second game, much is made of the remnants of the Fireflies, as Abby relearns through her love for others to believe in light in the darkness once more. A struggle that I myself, and I'm sure countless others, can relate to. In fact, you could argue that The Last of Us Part 2 has a much more Vonnegut-esque view of personal relationships and life itself. I'm reminded in Abby's arc of his classic Cat's Cradle. There are many dark stories which make me happy still to be alive. For the moments of humanity contained within, and also for all the cars exploding. The Last of Us certainly does not rank among these stories. I feel that it clumsily attempts to explore its themes. In places where the game is unrepentantly bleak, the show takes efforts to demonstrate the humanity of this inhumane world. As a consequence, it feels real, and the questions it asks feel like questions that matter. Frankly, never before have I found a story which I so badly wanted to recommend some books and activities to. Listen, Naughty Dog, The Last of Us, Neil, whoever, it's important to always remember. No matter how corrupt, greedy, and heartless our government, our corporations, our media, and our religious and charitable institutions may become, the music will still be wonderful. Thanks for watching.
Oh, and we have another video on this. This one is almost 20 minutes. The Last of Us Part 2's critical flaw, which I think was pretty much like revisited in this one. So let's see this one. This is about Doom: The Dark Ages. It's the one that I haven't played. I played Immortal and I played the remake.
A capital E essay. That essay went places it wasn't supposed to go.
Oh yeah, that episode was good. Also known as the gay episode. It was just very well directed and very well written. And I get people complain about it because it was one of how many episodes would that season comprised of? Like 8, I think. And obviously, if you had probably more episodes, you could have done more, and you didn't need to spend one whole episode on that, or I guess you could. But it was very good. Like the acting was really good. It told a very well written story that really helped shape the world and how people actually treat it and how they live in it.
Resurrected spirits, I thought.
I think I hated the ending of the first season where everything just blows up and a bunch of zombies just start running around, because it felt like they just had to do something massive and they decided, okay, blow everything up.
I'd properly exercise.
I don't even remember it that well. I just remember I didn't like it.
I realized as I was working on it that I'm making this for someone. And I asked them, who are we to you? Answer me. So that one's gonna take a minute. I don't want it to be sponsored. I really want to take my time. I need to buy a slide projector. So, lots of stuff to do. So for now, before I build this monument to my madness, let's do a land acknowledgement for the gamers. This video is rated G for gamer. Gentlemen, I am not a former addict eating McDonald's in shitty comfort inns, selling my body and soul to any John who comes by with $10 in questionable judgment. No. I'm a gamer. My gamer body yearns. My gamer body yearns for the crucible of combat. It longs for the touch of platinum achievements. Why, I ask you, does Mario refuse to explore my pipes? Doom has never denied my gamer body its needs, and that is why I've always been Doom's biggest dick rider. It just gets me off. It knows what it's doing. This game,
is a shit show. Buckle in. But first, here's my computer's specs. Do not show your girlfriend. The real cost of a 4080 Super is all the child support you have to pay. These harlots keep trying to stop me from gaming. I have not been excited for Doom: The Dark Ages. Maybe it'll be good, I thought. Maybe it'll be bad, but it won't be Doom Eternal. They clearly are doing some different stuff, trying something new, and so I had a wait-and-see approach. Doom Eternal is not a game that you could do a sequel to. The game was about as complex as it could comfortably get before Microsoft starts needing to sell us third hands. Also, you killed Satan in the DLC, who was, you? Peak writing. The DLC felt like the sequel. The hammer did improve the gameplay loop, largely replacing the chainsaw, which always felt like the weakest part of the player's Swiss Army WMD arsenal. You cannot out-Eternal Doom Eternal without restricting yourself exclusively to the O to the capital G gamers like me. Do not pull my card. It's from GameStop. I've had it for like 15 years. I didn't want Doom Eternal 2. I think Doom Eternal 2 is a bad idea. Thankfully, my gaming daddy agreed, and the feel of Doom has been altered in new, satisfying ways. There's a vibrating effect now. The feeling they wanted to communicate was, feeling like a tank, and that has been accomplished. Combat has slowed, but it is unmistakably Doom. I'm paying attention to what's going on around me. I'm trying to control the arena itself. I'm getting pulled into the rhythm of whether I... Okay. Yeah, okay. As a historian, I know all too well how vital good reporting is. Without it, our very grasp on reality may be lost. Newspapers, which serve private business interests, in truth, serve dark appetites. But there is a better way. You see, back in them Old West times, they had yet to discover Straight Arrow News. Multiple independent experts have verified that Straight Arrow News is, indeed, an unbiased source from which you can get the hard facts. In this way, Straight Arrow News has adopted the middle path, and consequently, Straight Arrow News will bring you to nirvana. Yes, you may come to me for madness, but from Straight Arrow News you can get just the facts. Don't let yourself be told what it means. Read what happened and decide what it means for yourself. I love using Straight Arrow News to skip the editorializing and get to the heart of issues. I particularly appreciate the Media Miss feature, which shows who's not reporting on what. Bias is a dragon, and one day I will lay it low and eat its heart. Until such a time as that, Straight Arrow News remains an incredible tool to help you investigate bias yourself. Please click my link in the description.
Oh, that's a sponsor? Okay. I got misled for a moment.
It's about the dooms.
I thought it was a bit.
In the first age, in the first battle, when the shadows first...
He's just a fucking gorilla. What's also funny is that, yes, he is the stupidest dude in every room he's in, but yet, he's always right. He's always the right guy. The scientists reasoned themselves, right? They came up with all these big ideas with their big brains, and they convinced themselves that it was totally reasonable to harvest energy from hell. They're all smart, but the joke is that they're stupid, you see. Whereas the Doomslayer is stupid, but in this situation, he's smart. He just likes killing shit. The Slayer is a joke. He's a joke character. He's funny. Doom Eternal... Well, I didn't care too much, since the combat was then and remains now my favorite FPS combat system, but Doom Eternal didn't really seem to get the joke so much. I don't get the impression that anyone was laughing as they made Doom: The Dark Ages. As far as I can tell, Hugo now just unironically wants to show off his... Oh my... Are you serious? You know what, I'll lower the settings, and let's take that opportunity to talk about the graphics. Fuck it, we're back to the first metaphor. My gamer loins are aflame still, and that flame has not been quenched. Phil Spencer, please remove my cage. I would like to finish. Oh, the resolution was set higher than my monitor. Maybe, that's never been a problem for other games. Whatever. The amount of hours I have in Eternal... That game crashed twice, so now we're through the two crashes I will get with the Dark Ages. You really cannot beat that reliable workhorse id Tech. It's the LS3 of the gaming engine world. Reliable, solid, high performance. And that's why I LS swapped this Geo Metro. Someone had to do it. Actually, no, that's not right. id Tech is... It's like a part of gaming history, isn't it? Carmack himself is in this code somewhere. No, it's not the LS3. id Tech is more than an engine. It was wrought by the hands of Carmack, the elder god of gaming. I've grown to really enjoy the art design of this new Doom trilogy. Yes, I roll my eyes when we get another speech about how epic the Doomslayer is, but these character designs are cool. I particularly love this porker. You instantly know what he's about the second you see him. In general, the look of these cinematics does help me keep my patience with the game's story. The voice acting can also, at times, elevate the Saturday morning cartoon material, but I've never played Doom for the looks nor the story. No, I play Doom because it fucks me senseless. It pleases my gamer body in ways that you can't anymore, Todd. What's important is the demons and power-ups. They pop out of the murky environments. Those environments, yeah, I want them to look nice, and they do look nice, but the visual clarity which Doom needs to work is here, and that's what Oh, it wasn't the resolution, I guess. Okay, we'll reinstall the drivers. We're fucking gamers. We're PC gamers. We are men among men. I did have the new drivers before I started playing this, okay? I, of course, download every new driver the second it's available from NVIDIA straight to my Neuralink so I can AI upscale the faces of my loved ones. Anyway, let's really just drop these settings.
But nowadays, we got to a point where even downloading the latest driver doesn't ensure that the game's going to run well, because sometimes the NVIDIA drivers are buggy as hell, and it just actually makes things worse. That's where we are in gaming.
Game runs perfectly before it freezes, but Google is giving me dick all about what the problem is. I'm getting all sorts of different answers.
And of course, all the DLSS and FSR and all the AI upscaling is just used as an excuse not to optimize shit. Because why would I optimize it when I can drag and drop a plugin that's going to upscale it and make it like fake optimized?
It seems like everyone's having this problem. When I open the game, it sends me to a trouble.
Yeah, I got a 3082. That's why I really don't play on the PC, because I want to keep everything nice. I don't want to overheat shit. And I just kind of have grown with time looking at the PC as like a workstation, a work machine where I get to do stuff that is not that fun. And I do the fun stuff on console because I'm a peasant, or on the Steam Deck.
Shooting website. First of all, I'm a gamer and I can't read. Second of all, these are not helpful. Whatever, we'll just... It froze.
Yeah, and all that dynamic resolution. Need to fuck around with it so much.
Oh, this game can cause seizures. I guess my computer is epileptic. I'm nice. I'm a nice guy. A gentleman, really. I open doors for people. I give women a head start before I begin my pursuit. I give people the benefit of the doubt. But I've now played 2 games this past month. Games which I begged to ravish me. You understand? I wanted an Oblivion remaster for forever. This shit is...
Oh, Monster Hunter Wilds? Didn't Monster Hunter Wilds have like a weird... hold on. Monster Hunter Wilds. DLC? FPS? Let's try this. Yes, I think the more DLC you had better performance, because otherwise it would constantly be scanning to see if you have the DLC and dropping your frames. I think that was like a thing at some point. It was fucking crazy.
Unplayable for me. You know that capital E essay, whatever the fuck that I'm talking about? Yeah, that's not fun to work on. Fulfilling, but it's not fun. It's been a really hard month. I want to relax. I'm not a game reviewer. I don't get codes unless some Ukrainians made a terrible, terrible mistake. I spent $70 on this. $70 I shouldn't be spending right now. Doom Eternal was $60, and this game that I cannot fucking play cost $70. Doom Eternal came out when Bethesda was fucking up. Genuinely, they were getting nothing right. So I guess I just figured that id is different. There's something about them that's better than the rest. You know what I mean? Phil, you sure do wear a lot of gaming shirts.
Oh yeah, the biggest gamer.
Yourself a gamer, Phil. But have you earned that right? Do you remember when Kendrick Lamar took away Drake's N-word pass?
Yeah, I think the way to get games to be better optimized is literally to sue the developers. I think that worked a lot on Cyberpunk, even though Cyberpunk, that wasn't the main problem. They just kind of lied to everybody, including investors. But yeah, there needs to be like a big controversy, and then they're going to do something about it.
I'm doing that now to Phil. Phil, I need your gamer.
Because like just review bombing it, nah.
Anymore, Phil.
They're gonna call everybody man babies and have a bunch of weird freaks dick ride them on Twitter and defend them.
History, a living history ever since the release of Doom 2016. It's a heritage.
Like,
you
it
have
runs
to
well
uphold.
on my computer.
I'm being dead serious right now. When they write history books about video games, Doom is among the most mentioned, most influential, most revolutionary. It was made
in a cave with a box of scrap!
I, as a capital G gamer, have made this decision. Phil Spencer is not allowed to wear gamer shirts anymore. Not as he fucks up the franchise which popularized the first-person shooter. Wear a suit, you fucking bum. You're not a gamer, you're a businessman dressed like one. You know the American auto industry crisis? When GM and the other guys all had to be bailed out, American cars became synonymous with overpriced, ugly garbage cars that would break down before 30,000 miles. Imagine if the CEO of GM during this time was constantly talking about how much he loved cars, the feel of the open road, the sheer
Well, I mean, his name is Rick Wagoner, dude. He is born to do this. Rick Wagoner. Like when Doug Bowser was the Nintendo guy.
of a well-engineered
Come on.
automobile. As he sold you the Pontiac as
Mr. Wagoner,
I
sir.
do believe this will be Phil Spencer's legacy. He will go down as the capital G gamer who helped engineer the games industry collapse. The Corvette during GM's nadir, right? It was still pretty good.
This one is like an American footballer. It might look simple, it might belch in sports bars, but underneath, there's quite an athlete.
Well, it does have some build quality issues.
Can I just show you something? Do you mind if I just show you something? Look at this.
Yes?
Look at that.
GM, even in its darkest hour, even at their most short-sighted and greediest time, understood that some things are more important than the bottom line. A company, even as sexless and plasticky as GM is, needs a car they can point to and say, yeah, check this shit out. Just about every car brand has a car that isn't really made to make money. It's made to give the brand prestige, credibility among car enthusiasts. Car manufacturers have always understood the benefits of selling at least one product that is unquestionably kick-ass. How many Supras does Toyota sell compared to Camrys? Very few.
Ooh.
The Supra is expensive and impractical and, you know,
Hey, big ups Jod the Jester for the kick follow, dude.
exists because the Supra is a part of history. It's a car which adds prestige to Toyota as a brand. One even gets the sense that Toyota sells all those Camrys and Corollas and all that shit. They only do that to fund the kick-ass car that no one actually buys. The thing about the Corvette is that, yes, it's a GM product, and so it's cheap and plasticky, but it has heritage and pedigree, and the Corvette is the car that everyone is always paying attention to. Even during GM's darkest hour, the Corvette was good, because if GM can only make one good car, it's the Corvette. The games industry crash back in '83? People act like that's not possible anymore. The industry has simply grown too large, too big to fail, dare I say. Certainly a crash of that magnitude is not possible anymore, but we are currently in the midst of a gaming industry crash, at least a severe correction. The investments in live service games which didn't pan out, the inability to deliver functional products, and the consolidation of a massive portion of the industry under one company which has proven it can't manage one fucking studio. Microsoft is the GM of gaming, creating plasticky, half-baked products thrown together with whatever's in the parts bin. However, I'm currently arguing that GM in 2008 was more committed to heritage, quality, and craftsmanship. GM in 2008 could make one good car, they could make that happen.
If you want a plastic left-hand drive car with Vietnamese suspension, here it is.
That's very fast.
Whatever.
They held
Oh yeah,
some
Jeremy
level of
Clarkson.
respect
I
there.
think he had there was some sort of cancer discovered that was really nasty and shit. I hope he's well, man. Such a great guy.
Iconic products and managed to make them half decent. Those Camaros were okay, but I am compromised by being 11 when Transformers came out. Really, I just want Megan Fox to like me, and I'm pretty sure that Camaro will make her like me. GM understood that if you own all of this shit, something has to matter. If you own all this shit and can't make one good car, questions will be asked. I understand that most game reviewers would give Doom the Dark Ages more time. They'd probably spend a little more time troubleshooting.
Hey,
But
big
I
up
was
Jack in a
pushing
Box for the
2
follow,
hours
dude.
Played. I don't get codes unless Ukrainians make a mistake. I'm a consumer. I spent $70, and I decided I'd rather have $70 than Doom the Dark Ages. Good luck selling your lemons, Microsoft. And thank you for watching. Please recommend a game to me. Like something interesting, though. You know what I'm saying? Something I'd actually want
Oh,
to
we're
talk
less than
about.
15
And don't
followers
make
to
it
the
Disco
goal,
Elysium.
dude. That's
I'm
fucking
not
crazy.
We're not talking about Disco Elysium. I want
People
something
coming out
fun
in
and
droves
stupid.
to support the non-YouTube streams. I want to watch more of Peach Cobbler, though. I like him, and he's very quick and to the point, even though he derails himself all the time. What do we got here? We got Stalker. We got Chernobylite, which is a pretty decent game, by the way. People constantly keep comparing it to Stalker, which is not fair. Should not happen. It's not like Stalker. Stop talking about Stalker. Okay, let's do this. I wanna have the chance to talk about Death Stranding.
I'm always fighting an urge to get personal in my videos. Like way too personal. And, you know, like weird. My God, what if I posted cringe?
Yeah, let's get personal.
Why, I could never show my face at the cotillion. That slanderous tart, Sarah Lee Frostingsworth, would never let me hear the end of it. My God, how Death Stranding made people cringe. The story is just...
We're one. Like before in the womb, remember?
What are you talking about? You sound insane.
It's painful at times, really. Hideo Kojima was clearly baring his soul for us to see, and this may shock you, but Hideo Kojima's soul is fucking weird.
Me, I'm no exception.
But why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
Not to mention the gameplay. You deliver packages. Can you think of a more idiotic core gameplay loop? Walk, deliver package, walk. That isn't a gameplay loop. That's a soul-crushing job. Hideo Kojima committed...
This is not fair, though. I'm sure he's going to talk about it at this point, but this is not exactly what's happening. Yes, the core gameplay loop is essentially this, but also you get to build your own infrastructure. And you don't get to just do it for yourself. You get to do it for other people that exist in that world. That is, that you don't get to see them or interact with them, but they exist and they give you likes. And likes are really cool.
The gravest of sins. He posted cringe, and I absolutely love it.
How many hours have I spent building roads and bridges and zip lines? And then you get a pop-up saying, this guy used your zip line. He gave you 5 likes. And I'm like, hey, that's not just for me. It's for another guy. That's fun. But yeah, the game's like super pretentious and very up its own ass, like a Kojima project. But I would rather have this than 1,000 Assassin's Creeds that never take any of those risks and just do the by the numbers shit.
I really got into as a kid, you know. They're also really emblematic of the changing music of the late 60s. The Beatles first started to gain popularity in 1964, and as I'm sure many of you know, were just a boy band. They wrote simple and fun songs, almost exclusively about love. I still listen to some of them.
Yeah, I would agree with this. I think he earned the right to be pretentious, or at least he showed everybody that believing in him to be pretentious pays off, because he's going to be pretentious as fuck, but you're going to get some good games out of it. And you're going to get different games out of it, which is what matters to me. It's not like the same by-the-numbers shit. So yeah, I'm cool with that. And at this point, you can't really complain about him because you know exactly who he is, or at least you should know. You should know exactly what to expect.
Particularly like, I saw her standing there.
So like, if you buy Death Stranding 3 and you're like, whoa, this is very up its own ass and the gameplay loop is so different, it's not like what I'm used to. Yeah, I mean, you should have known this. And it's the same with like Metal Gear Solid.
Summarize it. Damn, girl, you look good. Wanna dance? That's it. That's the song. I mean, it's catchy and fun. It's about young love. Well, young lust. And anyone can relate to that. That's what pop rock was. That's what people wanted. The Beatles were bigger than Jesus. This is them in 1965 taking the stage at Shea Stadium. That ear-piercing screech is 45,000 screaming fans blowing out their own eardrums because they were in the Beatles' presence. The Beatles stopped touring permanently about a year after this concert. They expressed resentment that they literally could not hear themselves play over the constant screaming. They owned the world with their safe and simple love songs. But the times they were a-changin'. What place did songs about holding hands have in a world that was being shown graphic and shocking images from the front lines of war every night on the news?
How we going, dude?
A tumultuous time of presidential assassinations, civil rights leaders.
We're trying to pretend to be gamers by watching a bunch of gaming videos.
People in the 60s didn't like black people or Kennedys. I don't know, it was weird. But really, how could you listen to music about holding hands in a time like this? The simple and admittedly a little reductive answer is there was no place for those songs. Songs with lyrics like "Love, love me do," "You know I love you, I'll always be true," were replaced with 8-minute mishmashes of ambient noise. Although I actually hate Revolution 9 because it's just a load of postmodern artsy bullshit, it sounds like what Yoko Ono probably screams when she orgasms.
Why are you the way that you are?
But Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band came out of this time period. No longer were the Beatles nice-looking young men in matching suits, they were now a mockery of a boy band. No more did they sing simple boy-meets-girl love songs, they now sang about love that was lost. The bittersweet and sorta scary idea of growing old with the person you love. And even a song about a drawing that John Lennon's son, Julian, made. Yeah, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds is not about LSD, I know, I was shocked too. But all these songs are still about love in the end. Just more complex interpretations of it. By breaking the mold, they could do that. By cutting out the screaming fans, they could look inward and write songs not just about love, but about what love meant to them. But it wasn't just the Beatles. Popular music as a whole grew up in the late 60s. It became harder, louder, and weirder. Folk entered the mainstream. Songs proselytizing the evils of war topped the Billboard Hot 100. The daring, bold, strange, and artsy was also the popular, because that's what the people wanted. What the fuck are you even talking about? Well, oh, artsy-fartsy musical cobbler YouTube man likes this game because the Beatles. What's this video even about? Is this a review or a video essay? Yes. You know what? I don't care. Because this is starting to sound like an appeal to emotion. That's subjective. And this game is objectively bad because Donkey said so.
Oh yeah, Donkey had an all-time shit take on Death Stranding.
Perfect? No, because
it's like one of those DSP takes when he tries to be annoying on purpose, but also trying to be funny, but you know, he's essentially not joking, but he's being serious. And he was driving like one of those trucks you got in game into a bunch of rocks and being like, whoa, this is so much fun. Yeah, don't drive into rocks, stupid.
It's not this photo of...
But I do like Donkey overall. I think he's funny and good. I think people take his takes way too seriously. He's like the Anthony Fantano of gaming. Well, not exactly. Because many of the times he's just joking and trying to make a joke, and then people that are fans of whatever franchise he's reviewing, they're going to cry about it and be like, this is why we're not going to get any more games, because people are going to watch this video and not buy the game.
Kate Upton that I photoshopped Todd.
And I'm like, dude, you don't need people who spend money based on what they saw in a 5-minute YouTube video buying games from your franchise. Like, you don't need those people in your fan base. You need people that are going to make up their own mind if they're going to like it or not.
Howard's head onto. I make my videos far after the internet has already decided that a game is either the worst thing or the best thing ever. Because, you know, that's just the world we live in now for some reason.
Did he make a Steam Machine review? Hold on, let me check this. I might line this up next. Video game Donkey. Oh yeah, the world's most powerful console. Okay, it's only 4 minutes. We're going to watch this after this.
The Council of Neckbeards that is the internet has
pretty
already reached a decision. This game is a broken mess. When in reality, it's just not for everyone. But that doesn't mean it isn't relaxing. Atmospheric.
I loved his video on Starfield when he was reviewing the game based on other reviews. I think it was called Gamers Review Starfield. It's fantastic.
Engaging. Seeing all the gamer rage may make you think this game's about as relaxing as trying to explain to your grandparents what a furry is, but it's actually really soothing. Death Stranding's core gameplay is walking. You walk from city to city, delivering packages after an apocalyptic event known as the Death Stranding.
He said it! He said it!
Now, I actually detest walking simulators because holding down W isn't gameplay. It's just you pressing the continue the story button. If you're engaged with the story, then that's fine. But if you're not, it is excruciating. This could have been the problem with Death Stranding. Gameplay is nothing if not a series of problems that the player needs to solve. These problems are usually enemies, but in order for Death Stranding to work, the terrain needs to be the enemy. I think I realized that this game had truly succeeded at turning package delivery into interesting gameplay at this bit, where the game gave me an assload of rocks and told me to deliver them over the mountains in a snowstorm. My reaction to this wasn't, fuck this. My reaction was, I'm gonna deliver the fuck out of these rocks.
Right?
I am the one who delivers.
Yep.
Thank you.
And there's many missions like this that just trying to kind of try and fuck you up and be like, okay, this is going to be really annoying as hell. But if you take it as a challenge and you actually understand the point, it's very fun. And then you're not going to mind walking up a hill for 25 minutes.
It's in excellent condition.
Goddamn right.
A river, canyon, mountain, patch of mud, or even some rocks in Death Stranding is a formidable foe indeed. You have to decide what speed to walk at what angle to walk at, and even maintain your balance. Death Stranding is, of course,
Mrs. Obama, get down!
the Dark Souls of walking simulators. Remember the first rule of game criticism, kids. Every game is the Dark Souls of something. The second rule is only accept cash from Activision because their checks bounce. It's much easier to deal with these obstacles if you aren't completely loaded down with packages, but the game forces you to strike a balance. Because many of the packages you'll carry are items for dealing with obstacles. You can bring ladders, ropes, a kit that can construct a bridge, generator, zipline, or shelter, not to mention healing items and even weapons for the enemies that I will discuss later. Spoiler alert, I don't like them. Death Stranding looks like the boring portions between missions in most open-world games, but looks can be deceiving. I enjoyed a standard delivery in Death Stranding more than most actual missions in Red Dead 2, because I was making decisions, solving problems, and planning ahead instead of just pressing the left trigger then the right trigger over and over. But what happens if you don't pack a ladder and find yourself out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in front of a cliff?
Yeah, you're fucked.
You fell victim to one.
Or you got to go to one of those other safe houses and produce a ladder and then go back to it. That's what I like about it so much, the pre-planning. Because you can look at the map, the terrain, you can see where there's a BT area. You think to yourself, okay, do I want to risk going through the BT area and have those fucking rad bastards detect me and then break half my shit? Do I want to go the roundabout way that is not as fast, but it's safer? Do I want to get like a hybrid thing in between and build my own infrastructure before I go there? Because there's many times when I see where I have to go, and then I'll be like, okay, I'm going on a building mission first. I'll load up a bunch of, how was that called? APC? What was it? Whatever. The things that let you craft stuff on the go and build stuff. And then I would just go, make my infrastructure first, a bunch of zip lines or ladders or something, just get my way across, and then I'll go back, pick up the packages, and do the package delivery.
The classic blunders.
Well, then you can
Which it adds so much to what usually would be the core loop of walking from one point to the other.
That dastardly cliff with the power of friendship. You see, if you made a delivery to the city in that area, you also connected it to the chiral network, which is basically just the internet if you replaced all the furry porn with holograms. The important thing about the network is, it allows you and other players to leave tools behind for others. This turns an obstacle that could have stopped you completely into nothing more than a minor inconvenience as you look for another player's ladder or bridge. Sure, you're only rewarded with likes when other players use your items, but getting them gives you a warm and fuzzy feeling. Aww. The problem with this idea is that you don't actually get to decide to leave items behind for others. You can take these things down, but you don't get the item back, so the only reason to take it down is because you weren't hugged enough as a child and want to take it out on internet strangers. I don't know, I just feel like this would be more meaningful if you had to actually decide whether or not to help others, as opposed to just doing so by accident. Still though, leaving behind signs and objects is a nice little mechanic. And
I actually don't like this entirely, because sometimes I would just connect to the chiral network, and then a bunch of stuff would be unlocked by default. Oh, you got a bridge here that makes everything a lot easier. Oh, you have a sign here that tells me that there's a BT area. I wish I didn't know that. I wish I could figure it out by myself first, and then have other people help me. But I guess that's it. It comes with the whole idea of the chiral network.
some constructions require so many materials, it can take several people to finish them.
Yes, the one thing I was insanely addicted to is building all the roads. Because once you build all the roads, especially in the second one, deliveries get insanely easy. And you just hop into a truck, you load up that truck max capacity with a bunch of shit, and then go on like you're a fucking delivery man, like a UPS driver.
After a particularly rough encounter with BTs, these spooky ghost guys that are unique from the human enemies and that I actually like them, I left a nice little sign when the coast was clear, for no other reason than I would have liked to see one after that fucking gauntlet, and knew others would like to as well. This is an interesting mechanic that I didn't expect to enjoy.
Yeah, I understand people worried about GTA 6, But I think if there's a company that I would trust having a game that is too big to fail and actually sticking the landing, it's probably Rockstar Games. Because they know at this point from all the successful games they've put out that if you're going to burn out your developers working like 60 hours a week, if you're going to delay the game like 5 times, if you're going to put in this, I don't know, like what, $500 million into the development, it better pay off. And I think it will pay off. It will be at least a good game, at least.
That much because
I don't know about a generational game and the best thing that ever existed, but I think that's also based on people setting their own expectations too high. Just have low expectations.
Really hate people, just all of them.
If you're really on the fence about it, just wait for the reviews. And I guess you might not be a part of the launch event that everybody's been waiting for, because it will be a cultural event. It will be like spoilers all over the place. You better mute all those words on Twitter if you don't want to see them. So yeah. I understand this, though. The way they screwed the Red Dead Online community, it left a bad taste in your mouth. So does with me. So does with me. I love Red Dead Online probably 10 times as much as I love GTA Online. The problem is that it wasn't profitable. That's the problem. And I think it's more like role-play oriented, where you can pick a different vocation and be like a craftsman or a guy that makes alcohol, whatever you want, a bounty hunter. They did add those things a couple of years after it came out, I think. And they're still very fun to do, but there's not a lot that you can buy in the game. That's kind of the problem. And that's why they can't milk it for all it's worth, like GTA Online. Because GTA Online, okay, we're going to make a bunker. We're going to make an airstrip. We're going to make a nightclub. We're going to make 10 different apartments. We're going to make an office space. And in Red Dead Online, like, what can you do? What can you do? I guess you could have made it so you can run your own saloon or a hotel, whatever. They just decided, you know what, it's not as profitable, it's not worth it. So yeah. But it was amazing. Like, it was amazing.
The worst. Which is probably why the only multiplayer game that I've talked about at length is Fallout 76, a game in which you can go literally hours without seeing another real person.
Also very true. I agree with this a lot. Money stopped mattering like 30% into the game. Because, I mean, everybody dies in a headshot. So you don't really need to spend money on a better rifle because you can just pick it off a corpse. You don't need to spend money on a better horse because your horse is going to be pretty good like 90% of the time. Or you can just catch one in the wild. And I think that's also been a problem in GTA 5. Money doesn't really matter. What are you going to do? Buy a car that's going to vanish unless you put in your garage? You're going to buy some new guns that you don't really need? Especially, I think this was the worst in GTA 4. In GTA 4, the money, especially having one of the endings, which I consider to be the bad ending, being tied to you getting a bunch of money, is like, why? What am I going to do with this? I get all the apartments that I want. I get all the guns that I want very easy. Like, you don't need this. You can't buy stuff. You can't spend your money on, like, investments, whatever. Really, like, pointless.
The idea of bringing other people into my hiking simulator actually bugged me. I wanted to play it offline like I do in Dark Souls, which is the Death Stranding of Souls-like games, by the way, thanks for asking, but I don't even know if that's possible because I haven't even looked for the setting. Why would I turn off the online components? Death Stranding is all about connecting, and the gameplay is structured in such a way that it forces you to depend on others. But it's not all teamwork and falling into rivers. There are 2 types of enemies in this game, mules and BTs. Mules are old couriers who have become addicted to delivering packages? It's weird, I don't know. Regardless, there's very little benefit to fighting them. You can get additional resources and optional packages from their camps, but if you're anything like me, you carefully consider what to bring into the field, and therefore have no desire to bog yourself down.
It would have helped having a super hard realistic difficulty. You have a mod for this on PC. I think at one point I installed it, which makes it so you have to eat, you have to sleep, you have all these like status effects, and really it does make hunting and cooking and buying stuff a lot more useful, like actually a lot. My biggest problem with that game is, just like in GTA 4 and 5 and most of Rockstar games, the control over your character is so clunky, and it makes it difficult when you have to do precise controls. It's just really bothersome to me. So having a super realistic difficulty mode where you push the game to its technical limits, that's not good for me because it makes it annoying.
with the extra toilet paper and dildos.
Because now it's like, okay, I'm fed, I drank a bunch of alcohol, gave me a status effect boost, whatever, but then I just try and get on my horse, and Arthur would just turn the other way, and it wouldn't work, and I got killed. Well, that's awesome.
That crazy UPS men collect. Honestly, I would just usually try to go around mules, because they're always knocking shit off my back and pissing me off. The enemies that I like, though, are BTs. They're ghosts, basically. They're usually invisible and are often placed exactly where you need to go, so they can't be avoided. Apparently, you can fight them with grenades and special ammunition, which I never used outside of the mandatory shooting sections. I enjoyed stealthing around them, and where most stealth games allow you to see enemies at all times, even through walls, Death Stranding has you depend on a sensor to detect them unless you get uncomfortably
Oh yeah,
close.
Nakey Jakey had a good video on that. I definitely should check out his videos. I should put him in the rotation. I like these elaborate explanation videos that are not like insanely long and just painful to sit through. I think it was called like Rockstar. Yeah, this one. It's the Rockstar game design is outdated. We should watch this. I have a lot to say about Rockstar games. I've been loving them.
It's interesting, mechanic-wise, and results in some very tense moments to break up the relaxing hiking. Getting caught by them is a pain, but if it wasn't, then these moments would lack the tension that makes them so interesting. I've said before that irritating mechanics in a game are justified if it pushes you into interesting or fun gameplay situations, but the mules really are testing my limits when it comes to that idea. They can put you in a high-stress and fast-paced situation, which can be interesting at times, but goddamn, I just hate them. You can kill them, but you're told not to because you'll create more BTs. But did I ever kill a mule?
I killed them. I killed them all.
Well, not really. You wouldn't create more BTs. You would cause a void out, which is essentially like a nuclear explosion going out. And that would kind of that's why you can't kill people. That's why everybody who dies in the world needs to be incinerated.
Underestimate my power. They're like animals, and I slaughtered them like animals.
And I guess the core point of the game is about connecting with people, and murdering someone is the highest form of disconnecting with them because you sever your connection to them as people by ending their life, and you sever their connection to the living world by murdering them. So it wouldn't make sense. But these are the good type of rockets where you don't murder anybody. This is the meaningful rocket launcher.
I'm gonna kill you. As far as BTs are concerned, you can kill them, but I once again avoided it. I mean, there's just very little benefit to doing so, although you do unlock a stealth kill you can use against them in the late game that I would occasionally use. Honestly, I just enjoyed stealthing around them too much to bother with murder most of the time. Using that sensor and not being able to see where they are most of the time creates a weirdly claustrophobic atmosphere as you have to focus on a small area of the screen while knowing they're actually all around you. That sensor, by the way, only works because of a baby that the game refers to as a BB. There's a story reason for this, something about the, fuck it, I'm just gonna call it a baby, being removed from comatose pregnant women. The BTs are dead people. The barrier between the dead and living is breaking down, as in the dead are stranded in limbo.
Oh, that's why they call it that.
So the babies, living on this barrier between death and life, exist in both worlds. It's weird, it's dark, and I love it. And while your mileage may vary, I developed a real attachment.
And it makes sense. Like, it's gonna shock you how much all of this absolute nonsense bullshit makes total sense. And all the characters, too. You have Heartman, played by Nicholas Winding Refn, by the way. Make sure to watch his Pusher trilogy. One of the best trilogies of European movies that you can imagine. It's so fucking good. It got Mads Mikkelsen in it. So check it out. Mads Mikkelsen in this as well. Playing that guy, I forgot his name, but he's very cool and looks very cool. Like, the aesthetically really cool. That's Kojima thing. We got Guillermo del Toro. Watch his stuff as well. You know, very, very cool shit.
His name is Lou,
and
by
it
the
makes
way.
sense.
And when Lou began crying after I faceplanted or got caught by BTs, I felt actual concern. And the baby's temperament also manifests itself in the gameplay, as the baby gets sick and stops working if it becomes too stressed. So, Why do you need to carry a baby in a jar around with you to detect ghosts?
I don't know how many years on this earth I got left. I'm gonna get real weird with it.
There are a lot of aspects of Death Stranding's world that are utterly surreal, beautiful, and just nonsensical. Rain ages everything it touches, including any packages you might be carrying. Ghosts are attached to this world via umbilical cords. Rainbows are always upside down. And you fight skeleton soldiers because
oh yeah, this guy, so fucking badass.
That stuff is cool. Most of it directly affects the gameplay in interesting ways, and it's all just visually striking. Death Stranding has a uniquely surreal and just isolating atmosphere, which I find enrapturing. At one point, I trapped myself in a valley by not paying attention to my surroundings, then had to use ladders to get out. I set up a generator to charge my robot legs, then sheltered from the rain in a canopy built by someone else as the canopy played a song. If you enjoy this sort of quiet solitude, then you'll enjoy Death Stranding. The game also has a solid difficulty curve and a fantastic...
And also, if you just enjoy playing something while you're listening to something else, this is like the perfect game. Yeah, every once in a while there's going to be like a 20-minute cutscene you need to stop the podcast to listen to, but outside of that, it's like the ultimate second screen game.
Sense of progression. Don't let those mountains and snowstorms I talked about earlier scare you off, because this game does ease you into it. The terrain becomes more difficult as you progress, from relatively flat plains to clusterfucks of rocks to mountains.
Call now and you'll get mountains. Yes, mountains!
You unlock a truly mind-boggling variety of upgrades, tools, weapons. I mean, it's ridiculous, but I would say that most of them do have a place. I mean, you get robot legs. Robot legs are like dogs or tits in that they just sort of improve every game they're put in. As long as the legs have a full charge, they can make you faster, allow you to carry more, or just make you more stable. You also unlock a few vehicles as you progress. The game isn't really that engaging when there are no obstacles in your way, and the vehicles work best on flat terrain where the walking becomes nothing more than holding forward. Therefore, the vehicles skip the dull portions just as they become tedious, while not skipping over the core gameplay of navigating rough terrain. The vehicles could have totally ruined this game by removing the core gameplay, but actually add another layer of depth by increasing the amount of decisions you make. Do you leave your vehicle behind for other players, or do you try to test your off-roading ability? The vehicles are unlike the zipline, which does fuck up the late game. Whereas every other tool in construction is used to solve problems, a zipline solves every problem at once, therefore removing depth. I would say
but it is the zipline structure, the infrastructure that you can build is a payoff for you actually bothering to set them up. Because a lot of the times you need to get to the top of the mountain and be within a certain distance of the other zip line. And also you need to think about where am I going to put the next zip line so it can make sense and it can work. So yeah, it does make everything insanely easy, but you need to work for it.
Redeeming quality to them is that I would often build a zipline just to connect it to another player's, so it does improve the cooperative aspects of the game a bit. Death Stranding is all about working together and doing what needs to be done, and this is reflected in the story. You play as Sam Porter Bridges, a delivery man with a name about as subtle and nuanced as a clown at a funeral. He's a solitary man, literally afraid of human touch. He trusts no one and goes it alone. In a previous video, in which I feel I didn't properly communicate my point, I tried to criticize AAA games for often defaulting to the angry, violent bastard with a heart of gold archetype. I saw this as a consequence of developers' fear of ludonarrative dissonance in combination with the fact that AAA developers are unwilling to break the mold gameplay-wise. If you're making a violent, combat-focused game and want to maintain ludonarrative harmony, you sort of limit the type of story you can tell. But the story...
Well, we got confirmation an hour ago, breaking video game news. Rockstar has confirmed there will be no disc version of GTA 6 at launch. The physical version will contain a download code inside the box, so that's news.
Branding is the gameplay, and the gameplay, being largely non-violent,
it's probably going to be like
you to
300
kill
gigs.
Soldiers, is free to tell.
Yeah, it might be to prevent leaks. It could be, but also because it has to be on like 2 discs, and then you need to probably download a bunch of updates and patches. So it just like the way modern video games get rolled out nowadays when they're constantly being iterated upon with updates and patches, it's just kind of makes no sense to have it on the disc. And considering that is now standard practice for you to not own the video games that you technically own, is just a natural development, the whole thing.
A different type of story. A story about a broken country coming together, and a story of a man learning to form connections with others.
Shut the fuck up! Know your fucking place, trash!
Earlier in the video, I talked about how a walking simulator must have you connect with the story because the story is all the game has to offer. But Death Stranding's gameplay is what I actually enjoyed. By the end, not only was I not playing for the story, I actually hated it. The baby stuff was interesting, and I found Sam to be a compelling protagonist, but the game's story has pretty much every character's motivation be questioned at all times, which results in them seeming inconsistent. The story is also just a mess. I mean, usually a fun mess, but every now and then I was just completely lost, particularly at the end. Not to mention the frequent and obvious plot twists. Honestly, every twist is confusing, which I know itself sounds confusing. How could a twist be obvious and confusing? Spoiler warning, I guess, although the only way you won't see this coming is if you're a blind man with your head buried in the sand on the dark side of the moon. Sorry for the quality, I forgot to record this when I was playing because I'm an idiot. Anyway, when taking a delivery, you see this cutscene. Let me know if any part of it seems off to you.
Oh, hi, Sam, Bridget.
Oh, this is so cool. If you know this point in the game, I'm not going to spoil it for you. Maybe it's going to get spoiled in the video. If you haven't played Death Stranding, needless to say, at this point, you probably should know if you want to play it or not. There's probably going to be spoilers from this point on. But this was one of my favorite parts of the game because I didn't really pay attention. Maybe I was listening to something or was too high to notice. And this was kind of strange to me, but I'm like, okay, sure, I'll do the thing.
Sorry about that. The system seems to be on the fritz. One of the packages wasn't processed properly and got left out of the order. Anywho, really sorry for the holdup, and careful. The contents are fragile. Yes, okay.
Well, let's see, he's being vague, hiding his eyes, and clearly putting on a fake voice. Oh, and he sounds like Troy Baker, who plays a major villain in this game.
Yeah.
Now, this is so obvious, I thought a boss fight was going to happen. I mean, how could Norman Reedus just let him walk away after this? Like, holy shit, this guy screams sketchy. But I guess all the time-altering rain gave Norman Reedus early onset dementia, because he doesn't realize until later that it's a bomb. Obviously. Yeah, this is only the first of many twists like this, just so...
But also, you kind of find out it's a bomb by the description of the package. I think it said like thermonuclear warhead or something. And he tells you, yeah, you should bring this to the biggest city in the map. Just do that, buddy.
So obvious that you expect the characters themselves to realize it, so you get thrown for a loop when they don't.
We've got to get rid of it. Take it down to the crater next to South Node. It's a tar pit. Damn near bottomless. If we chuck it in there, we just might have a chance.
Death Stranding's gameplay explores the theme of overcoming trauma through connecting with others way more effectively than the actual story ever does. But a game's overall narrative is the gameplay and story working together, so I'd say the overall narrative is still effective because the gameplay just nails it. Which is what makes the rare parts of the game where it turns into a third-person shooter so weak. This is like if every now and then in a Mario game, you suddenly had to play a few levels of H-Doom.
Yeah, I don't like that. I didn't like this in the sequel, the way... I guess this is based on the criticism that they got from the first one, that there wasn't enough combat. So there's a bunch of missions that are just, you go there and clean out this outpost. And I'm like, I don't want to do this. I just want to deliver the package to some weird guy who's off the grid and then convince him to join the grid.
Just doesn't fit, and while Sam controls well when moving through terrain, having to deal with rough terrain doesn't work in combat. You're often looking at the ground in Death Stranding so you can look for obstacles, but you can't do that when you need to be looking around 6 feet off the ground so you can get sick-ass headshots. I know this game might seem off-putting, considering the, everything.
I think you might have made a mistake. I don't think that one's for us.
Oh, no, that's for you.
Your work is more cerebral than I expected.
Say some more? But this is a relaxing comfort blanket of a game with solid mechanics, a great sense of progression, and a solid difficulty curve. It's true, the story is melodramatic and kinda cringe, bro. But it does have some great moments, and I imagine many will enjoy it. You know, after seeing a million hit pieces disguised as reviews for this game, I just thought nobody liked it. As I started to enjoy myself, I started wondering if I just had bad taste. Then I looked at the Steam user reviews for this game.
That's okay,
and saw
though.
that many...
That's okay, though. I always thought that liking things that are considered bad, even if they're quote-unquote objectively bad, is perfectly fine. Like, unless you're trying to champion them and try and change everybody's mind about it, you can just like it. Because nowadays, people on the internet, they're so used to, like, begging for other people's validation just to be a part of a fan base or to fit in. It's like, bro, you don't need to do this about movies or video games or music. Just experience the thing in the way you want. If you want to play with mods, if you want to play with cheats, like, I don't care. Just do whatever you want to do.
People actually share my opinion.
It's all about you experiencing the thing.
Perhaps the archives are incomplete.
But will you enjoy Death Stranding? You'll like the gameplay if you enjoy games like Elite Dangerous, which is to say, games where you go from point A to point B while dealing with small problems in between. You'll also enjoy the atmosphere of this game if you enjoy a surreal setting and can tolerate some artsy rambling and melodrama. Oh yeah, and can tolerate some whorish monster product placement. You'll hate this game if you can't tolerate a meandering story or gameplay that rewards acting slowly as opposed to quickly. I'm going on vacation soon, and my plan is to go to rent a car, and just drive around. No goal, no particular things to see and do, just drive and take everything in. If that sounds appealing to you, if that sort of quiet solitude and listless wandering is how you unwind, then I think you'll love Death Stranding. Some people like a rigid itinerary so they don't miss anything when they travel though, which is fine. It's fine to look at something and say, you know what, this just isn't for me. I'm not into this sort of thing. You know, the reaction to this game was completely unjustified. I'm not saying you shouldn't criticize games, obviously, all art should be criticized. If a game lies in its marketing or destroys itself with microtransactions or is just a broken mess, then get angry. I mean, holy shit, you shed those angry gamer tears. They took your money, and they can go fuck themselves.
Assert yourself!
That's my ice cream cone.
Great! Now let them have it!
You can have it.
Death Stranding isn't any of these things. It's a polished and interesting game, and when I looked up the marketing for it, it was honest. The trailers make it look more exciting than it is, but you're still delivering packages. You fight this guy. I mean, it's one of the worst parts of the game, but
it absolutely is. Like the ending, and this is my fair, educated criticism. The ending, not only does the last chapter, I guess, take like 4 hours to complete, and the game ends like 4 times, it's really fucking insufferable, and that boss fight just straight up sucks. I get it. Kojima wanted to have a big, like, explosive spectacle for the ending, but it just wasn't it.
You run from these dickheads. The E3 gameplay was you delivering shit and avoiding BTs. Everyone knew what this game was gonna be.
Finally got to see what this game is all about. Delivering packages. It's gonna be amazing. Death Stranding is one of the most disappointing video games I have ever played. The gameplay is walking. You put some packages on your back and you walk them from point A to point B.
I'm not asking you to love Death Stranding. I'm not telling you this game is too smart or artistic for you, because it isn't. And I frankly don't give a damn what you like to play. I'm just asking you to stop screaming.
No. Shut up.
The Beatles never toured again after 1966, but they did perform live a few times. One of these performances was a rooftop concert in their hometown of Liverpool, just 2 days before the new year and a new decade. Gone were the matching suits, as well as the mockery of the suits. They were just who they were, and that was no longer a statement. Popular music had changed because people wanted it to. Audiences allowed artists to create what they wanted, and what they created was often beautiful. Actually saying something beyond "I want to hold your hand" in popular music was no longer groundbreaking. It was the norm. This was their last live performance before they broke up. There were a lot of reasons for this, the biggest of them being they'd grown apart. You can see it just by looking at them. They were different people now, and had different artistic ambitions. But you know what really strikes me about this performance? No one's screaming anymore. Everyone is so quiet, and just lets them play. To quote Gene Park of the Washington Post, Video games are the new rock and roll. Parents don't get it, politicians blame it for things it didn't do, and kids today want to be famous for playing Fortnite and not bass. I'm still waiting for that Sgt. Pepper moment. That moment where a game isn't just commercially successful or artistically successful, but both. I'd say the two most recent examples of games that were trying to be both huge mainstream hits and artistically significant were The Last of Us 2 and Death Stranding.
Oh, now we're gonna talk about The Last of Us 2.
Surprise,
Okay, I think we already went through this in the last video. Oh, we got an Angry Joe feature here. This is the most replayed. Okay, let's see what this is about. Now I'm on board since we got the Angry Joe cameo.
Are you following me now?
They both failed miserably. They're both great, but they did fail because of the public perception of them. I get it, a lot of people have some very legitimate criticism against these games, but that's sort of the thing. My problem isn't that Death Stranding and The Last of Us 2 were criticized. If you played either of these games and thought, well, this isn't very good, then that's fine. Open dialogue about a game is important, and of course, you can have an opinion. My problem wasn't that they were just criticized. They were crucified. They were ritualistically sacrificed on the altar of the internet. They were mocked, review bombed, and sensationalized. I rarely see legitimate criticism of these games, although that isn't to say that none exists. But I do often see some bizarre public shaming ritual. These games aren't greedy corporate lies designed to fleece money from you, and they're sure as shit not zeros, yet that's what their Metacritic user reviews show. 0 is non-functional. 0 means this game has absolutely nothing for anyone to enjoy, but they just keep going. You know why the Steam reviews for Death Stranding are almost universally glowing endorsements of the game, while the Metacritic ones read more like angry people with a vendetta against it? You need to actually buy it on Steam in order to review it. You can't just
that
watch
part.
a video about it, then go leave an angry review.
That part.
Well, why you booing me? I'm right.
The same goes for The Last of Us 2 on the PlayStation Store. And the same odd discrepancy appears there. These games aren't zeros. That's a narrative that some angry people on the internet made up. I don't think there's ever going to be a Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band for video games. Because there's clearly a very loud subset of gamers that refuse to allow games that break the mold to actually be perceived by the public as good. For an artistic and bold game to really make waves, in order for it to be a true watershed moment that influences the industry for years to come, it would have to be both financially successful and almost universally beloved. But the public perception of these games is that reviews are mixed. People think these games are divisive and controversial, but they're not. It's just a few people, many of which seemingly didn't even buy the games, pretending that they're zeros. I often talk at work about my videos, and one of my coworkers accused me of being a contrarian when I told him I really liked both Death Stranding and The Last of Us 2. But that's the thing. I'm not. These games are almost universally loved. They are financially successful. He hadn't played either of them, but he thought they were complete trash due to the endless gamer rage that erupted from them. I'm not blaming him for thinking they were bad, because he just can't hear how much people love these games over the screaming. Art needs to be fostered. The culture that surrounds it and the way it's monetized both need to allow it to be created, or it will only ever exist at the fringes of the medium. You know, if you had just watched the Beatles in the early and mid-60s, you would have no idea what they were capable of.
So that's pretty much it for this video, I think. We can move on to the next one. Now let's talk about, let's watch this. We're gonna watch the Donkey video on the Steam machine.
Well, you guys are never gonna believe this, but just yesterday morning, who shows up at my door, man, but Gabe Noel dropped off the new Steam Cube at my door and said, "Dunk, and now you're gonna be playing with power." And he slowly backed away for about 10 minutes until I couldn't see him anymore. And I gotta say, this thing is a beast. I mean, this thing makes the PS5 Pro look amateurish by comparison. It truly represents the next frontier in the home console and entertainment space. That's what it says on the box.
That's what it says on the box. Hell yeah, you got the Wolverine game, but that's not even the cool one. X-Men Origins Wolverine. I'm not joking though, that game was pretty good.
I really wanted to push this thing to its limits and see what it could do, and I'm absolutely blown away by what this thing can do. And I mean, we're talking up to 800 resolution, okay? We're talking shadows of and I mean, it's like I'm really there with Gabe, and it's innovating home entertainment.
Yeah, well, it was better than the movie, but that's like saying that this stream is better than the Dark Side Phil stream, you know?
And it's a stronger concept.
It's not a high bar to pass. It was a fun game. However, the level design at some point, it got so repetitive. When you're in those like underground bases and you're running around the same 3 corridors over and over again, it's so repetitive. It's so annoying. But the combat is good. It's visceral. You get to rip people apart. It's cool. It's a fun Wolverine game.
Working audio is always nice to see, and I remember when this came out on the PS4, you could tell that the machine was struggling to handle this game. Steam Machine, to me, it's a dream come true machine. I like to call it the Dream Machine, but it's stronger than the Dreamcast. It's a great investment, like cars. We're talking FPS out here, okay? I'm seeing 12 FPS, I'm seeing 15 FPS, 17 FPS. And I know this is all going over your heads, okay? But for people in the know that like know more about the technical side of gaming, that's actually very impressive. One time I saw Dutch and I thought it was Uncle because you can't tell the difference on this graphics, and I thought that added a whole nother layer to the storytelling. Final Fantasy Remake? It's like they didn't even remake it anymore, which is a good thing, because the old one was better, and this game looks better on the Steam Cube than any other console. With graphics like this good, I'm on cloud 9, and the story is even better on the Steam Cube, and the voice acting is better. It just makes everything better on the controls. When he was handing me the Gabe Cube.
Oh my god, look at this. Linus Tech Tips made a Steam Machine review. I guess I'm going to watch that later too, since we're on the Steam Machine wave. Man, I really, really, really wanted this to be a pro-consumer console/PC alternative, even though it is, you know what I mean? It is a hybrid type of thing. And I'm also very much for the Steam OS and Linux gaming because it's been on the rise, and Linux, great fucking operating system kernel. It's free. You can do so much with it. And now that you can play games in essentially the same way you can do on Windows, and also Windows fucking sucks. But the price point is just terrible. And I know we got the resource crisis going on. I know. That is a reason, but still, it's like super expensive for what it offers. And also, I have the Steam Deck. I'm very satisfied with the Steam Deck. And it's very versatile. I've been playing like pirated games on there, emulating games on there. You got Steam is like natively supported. It has its issues, and it is getting pretty up there in age. So it is pretty limited in terms of performance. But still, man, I love this. I wanted this to be so good. Not that I was going to buy it, but I just want people to have good alternatives that are pro-consumer. And it's just such a shame that you can't do it on that.
Well said to me.
It's too expensive for it to make sense.
Take a look in the CD drive and see that I put Grand Theft Auto 6 in there for you to drive around in, and it's amazing, you guys. I really cannot wait for you guys to get your hands on this. Rockstar and Gabe Newell truly gave us a gift to gaming with this game. The graphics are unprecedented, and we're talking anti-aliasing. We're talking about techniques that were once considered...
Oh, is this the driver with the infamous tutorial level where you had to do all these little tricks? I remember when I was a kid, I played it. I couldn't get past the tutorial. I had no idea what a donut meant and all this other shit.
Hypothetical in nature, now being achieved in real time at frame rates. Crackdown 3, okay? This was the premier game of the Xbox One Series XU, Series Deluxe. It could only be played on the most powerful of Xboxes, and now it's like Xbox never happened. It's like Microsoft never existed. Seeing how this runs on the Steamcast, it's like Gabe Newell's cracking down on Xbox and saying...
You can't tell me somebody thought this was a legit review. Do we have like actual... Love my Steam Machine, it gets all the wrinkles out of my clothes. Unfortunately, I'll have to pass on this new system as it does not include a chicken chamber to keep my KFC warm. Who did that? What was the KFC console? Did they have that? KFC console, or was that like an April 1st meme? Oh, it's this. Yeah, the KFC console. Well, I mean, That's pretty good. He got 16 times the fried chicken.
Same business that I am in. Mario 64? Try Mario 100 because the Steam machine
16 times the calories.
Megabytes of graphics, and you feel it in this game particularly. Do you see what I am seeing? When I see this, I see the future of gaming visuals, and it is an incredible place where things seem so real because of the 20 FPS, and because of the ray traced, and because of the frames per second. Now, of course, I got mine for free, but if I had to guess, I would say this is probably going to be a $65 to $70 machine for what you get here.
And it will cost $1,050 US for the 512 gig storage version and $1,350 for the 2 times.
Yeah, give me a break. $1,000. Okay, so that was it. Let's watch the Linus video
Valve's
now.
Steam machine is probably the...
And I care more about the, let's see, the unique features.
Back to the Steam machine, though.
I need this for B-roll. We're on a tight schedule, baby.
Okay, that makes sense. We unboxed and explored the setup of the Steam machine over on Short Circuit this morning, and we gave our in-depth thoughts on the controller last month. So we're going to be laser focused on the experience of the Steam machine itself. Right out of the gate, if you're a Steam Deck or a big picture user, you're going to feel right at home. The Steam machine comes with SteamOS pre-installed, Valve's Linux-based operating system that they've spent over 10 years optimizing for gaming. Why did it take so long? Well, because most games still don't support Linux natively. But thanks to Proton, a translation layer that allows Windows games to run on Linux, we found that almost any game made for Windows runs surprisingly well on SteamOS. No command line, no driver conflicts, just press the button.
Yeah, we're watching the McDonald's of tech. But I just want to see the benchmarks because I haven't seen it, especially compared to the PS5.
It's been one of the Steam Deck's greatest strengths, and that remains true here. And even if somehow you don't like SteamOS? Well, great news.
It's the Steam machine.
Open approach to their hardware. Or should I say, your hardware? You know, the way it should be. So the Steam machine allows you to install any OS you want, even Windows. It's just that if you did so, you would lose out on some of its best features, like a personal favorite of mine, the ability to suspend your software and resume at the push of a button, just like a console. Seriously, thank you, Valve. Okay, we did find that there were some times that
no, that's not all that great.
A little longer than we'd like, but most of the time it was really quick. I'm talking like 5 seconds, which is a huge edge over booting up your PC, loading.
It's not really a selling point for me. Well, you can put it in sleep mode, just like you can do with a PC, or a PC that you bought and put Linux on, and then using Proton or Wine, you can still get the same effect.
Become laggy while a game is suspended, but realistically, we're dealing with pre-release software here, and with how much Valve has refined SteamOS on the deck over the last few years, which is much less powerful hardware, I can say confidently that they're gonna get that sorted. The other big one for me is HDMI CEC. It doesn't have the best marketing behind it, and it doesn't have a sexy name. In fact, most people don't even really think about CEC, because when it's working properly, you literally aren't supposed to even notice it. But it is hugely important to the living room experience, especially if you have multiple devices. CEC, if you're not familiar, is a protocol that's built into the HDMI standard that allows your various media devices to communicate with and even control each other without running any additional cables. The most common uses for it are allowing your soundbar volume to be controlled by your TV remote, or having your Android media box and AV receiver power each other on and off in sync. Now, most PCs straight up do not support it. This is both a hardware and a software problem, and there's no hint of a solution on the horizon. So achieving any kind of seamless operation involves like janky IR receiver boxes and or complicated home theater automations. Well, Valve hated that, so they built their own software and custom motherboard for the Steam machine that, from our experience, just plain works. You press the Steam controller.
It just works. The Todd Howard
selects the right inputs and
iconic
bingo, bango,
quote.
Bongo. Seconds later, you are gaming exactly where you left off. But there's more to a good gaming machine than just living room integration, as Microsoft so painfully learned.
Go to Internet Explorer. Oh, nice.
And the Steam machine's raw gaming.
Hell yeah, I love Internet Explorer.
Desired, unfortunately. To be clear, it's not terrible. Valve chose a semi-custom 6-core Zen 4 CPU with 16 gigs of DDR5 memory rated to 5600 megatransfers per second, alongside a semi-custom GPU with 8 gigs of dedicated VRAM.
Okay, talk to me in not the tech speech. Let's see what we got on the FPS front.
Shadow of the Tomb Raider absolutely crushed Valve's target, hitting over 120 FPS at 4K. Not bad, but that is an 8-year-old game, and sadly, the rest of our suite ended up sitting with average frame rates between 40 to 50 FPS. In fairness to Valve, some of these games were probably running at settings that are a little ambitious for the humble Steam machine.
Yeah, this is the ultra of Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk, for instance, down a little bit and get a more fluid experience, but that wasn't the case for all of them. Doom: The Dark Ages, for instance, was already cranked nearly as low as it could go. This whole situation feels like a completely self-inflicted wound. Like if Valve had never said 4K gaming at 60 FPS, and had they instead offered a more nuanced, 1080p on medium details, maybe high or ultra for older titles.
That's not impressive though. You can't use that to sell your $1,000
I wouldn't even have to be
hardware.
talking about this. But now I have to go spelunking for what the heck Valve was talking about. And it seems like for newer titles, what they meant was low settings with FSR set as low as ultra performance.
Oh yeah, ultra performance. Where you can count all the pixels. 16 pixels.
From a mere 720p base resolution all the way to 4K Ultra HD. At these settings,
awesome.
All right, sure. All 5 of our games did hit averages that are comfortably above 60 FPS, but at these settings, all 5 of our games also looked pretty ugly. And there's more bad news. Even with 28 ray tracing cores, RT is pretty much a non-starter on this thing. This is
I mean,
for games where it's
that was kind of obvious.
Where we saw an average of 15 FPS at 1080p Ultra, and especially true for games that force its usage, like Indiana Jones or Doom: The Dark Ages, where only one configuration we tested managed to consistently stay above 60 FPS. And that was the handheld one, right?
Yep.
Yikes. To be clear, it's not the end of the world today, but whether you love
the Steam Deck preset. Oh
there will be more titles in the future that will require hardware support for it, and the Steam machine just plain doesn't have the horses. Once again, I'd love to be proven wrong here. Valve did contact us hours before recording this to say they are aiming to patch it, but guys, it's a 7600M GPU. There is no path that I can trace that will lead to acceptable performance on this hardware, especially in light of your unqualified claims of 4K 60 FPS, which still wouldn't be a huge problem if it wasn't for the big white elephant in the room, the PlayStation 5. On paper, the Steam machine and the PS5 trade blows, but in real life, I'm sorry Valve, but it just doesn't quite seem to work out that way. Now, I do have a disclaimer here. The PS5 doesn't support any kind of frame time analysis, so any numbers we give you guys are going to be kind of rough and tumble ad hoc. We explain the methodology, by the way, of both this test and the rest in our accompanying labs article. We'll have that link down below. But anyway, in God of War Ragnarok, the base PS5, which upscales from 1440p to 4K, was chilling around 75 to 78 FPS. Meanwhile, in the same scene, the Steam machine, with mostly medium settings and FSR set to quality, landed in the 60 to 63 range.
Oh no.
This isn't the end of the world. We actually found that upscaling was hampering our performance more than we expected, and at 1440p native, we were able to break 70 FPS, even with our details turned up. But what it isn't is a win. With that said, choosing the right games and enabling variable refresh rate is going to help to mitigate some choppiness, and you can absolutely have a really solid gaming experience on this box. Also, as these things go out in the wild, I do expect Valve's Verified for Steam Machine program to incentivize developers to optimize for this hardware specifically. It's just that you got to keep your expectations in check. It's not magically going to get way faster. Coming back to good news though, the Steam Machine's download.
Yeah, you gotta choose the right game. I heard that with the Steam Deck too, even though the Steam Deck, okay, it makes sense, it's a handheld. But this is supposed to be the one where I just plug and play, and I pick the games that I want.
We saw close to full gigabit speeds over a wire.
Okay, I think you got the point. You got the point. It's not that great. So let's watch the Rockstar's game design is outdated from 7 years ago, and nothing has changed because they haven't released a new game.
Anyone who's been watching my channel for a while knows that I am a huge Rockstar fanboy. I feel like I mention their games in almost every video I make. I made a whole video essay about how amazing they are at creating virtual worlds. I stand in line to get their games at midnight. The last video I uploaded was a fucking country music video about how excited I was for Red Dead 2. You get the idea, I'm a gamer though. So just know with this video, I'm not just trying to stir shit or
Yeah, I'm a gamer.
to be a unique little snow Jake. I'm not unique.
He was a good man, my Jakey.
That being said, I'm sure you've pieced together from the title and thumbnail of this video that I, like many of you, have been playing the fuck out of Red Dead 2. And I am a little disappointed by it. And yes, that rhyme was planned. The too long didn't give a shit version of this video is basically Red Dead Redemption 2 has some of the best writing and characters of any piece of fiction I've ever consumed. Arthur Morgan is easily my favorite protagonist from any Rockstar game. The game looks unreal and sounds like God, and the game does very little to improve on the same mission structure that Rockstar has been using for almost 20 years, and also that looking at the Metacritic score makes me feel like an insane man. There won't be any story spoilers in this video, but I am going to show some gameplay.
I never understood how the Metacritic score actually matters, because as we established, you don't even need to play the game to leave a review on Metacritic.
I do still recommend skipping
the fakest website that can exist for that type of shit.
Going in completely blind, because also my opinion is just my opinion, and I'd rather this be like a healthy conversation in the chat.
Oh, he's got a follow-up video. Yeah, that's right. 2 years ago.
The game before you've even given the darn thing a chance. Also, this video is going to be much longer than my usual content, and I've been kind of sick, so I'm sorry if I sound kind of shitty. But definitely get cozy and grab some snacks, my little brie cheeses, because you're about to watch a grown-ass man lose his fucking marbles. All right, with all of that out of the way, I want to talk about Anthony Birch and Legos.
No, let's talk about Anthony Fantano. Let's talk about Anthony Fantano instead. The internet's baldest music nerd.
Birch is from a variety of things. He wrote Borderlands 2. He had a web series called Hey Ash, What You Playin' with his sister Ash, who is a voice actress and is now known for her role as Horizon in Horizon Zero Dawn. He also got memed a lot with people saying shit like, thank God I'm not Anthony Birch, because of some shit that happened with his wife or ex-wife, or I don't know, like some comments he made on Twitter. Don't know, don't care. But in 8th grade, I discovered a YouTube series he made called Rev Rant, where he stood in front of a green screen and talked about different interesting aspects of game design and made jokes sometimes. And if that format sounds familiar, it's because this yoga ball is the only thing between me and identity theft. And one of his videos that really stuck with me was called True Non-Linearity, where he talked about this mission in Grand Theft Auto 3 where you had to chase this guy through Chinatown and then eventually chase him to his car, and then when he gets in his car you have to chase him some more in his car and then eventually kill him. And he talked about how after someone got really frustrated with that mission, they had the idea to steal the guy's car before even initiating the chase, take it to 8Ball's bomb garage, put a bomb in it, park it back in the same spot.
Oh, that's pretty clever.
Initiate the chase, and then watch the dude blow up when he tries to get away. And aside from Eiffel 65, that is the coolest shit I have ever heard. And it wasn't so much a deliberate design choice on Rockstar's part that made all of that possible, but more so a lack of one. Grand Theft Auto 3 was the first 3D sandbox game that Rockstar put out, so it had a lot less scripting and polish when it came to the missions. Things were much more loosey-goosey in the world, where instead of the game constantly giving you instructions of, okay, go to this exact spot so that this exact cutscene could play, and then follow this car. You're too close to the car. Don't be so close to the fucking car. All right, now wait a little more. Okay, you are now free to roam about the open world cabin. It was a lot.
There was one moment in one of those missions that genuinely was, well, I guess kind of, well, it's not even open-ended, but it was very clever, where you're supposed to assassinate a guy and you're on a rooftop with a sniper rifle looking into his house, but you can't directly see him. But if you call him on the phone, he's gonna walk over to the phone, and then that's going to leave him exposed, and then you can kill him. That was very clever in GTA 4. But yeah, that is true. Most of their games are completely linear. I think that serves to have them be more cinematic, because the less linear you are, the less cinematic you are, because they can't really have the set pieces that they want it to have if it's non-linear. But still, Rockstar games a little bit excessive in that regard.
Okay, so there's this guy over here, and he needs to be dead instead of alive. You could do it however you want. You shoot him in the penis. I don't really care. I'm a PlayStation 2. And after GTA 3, Rockstar could have gone down two different roads that they had inadvertently created. A, One of more non-linearity, giving players more freedom to craft their own experiences while doing the missions, much like how it is while roaming the open world. Or B, a more scripted and movie-like experience where the player has to do things in the right order and fashion that Rockstar tells them to, or else they fail the mission. And for the most part, Rockstar went with road number B. And this isn't always a bad thing per se, but most of you on Twitter agreed that it's definitely a mixed bag. These two roads of game design can basically be seen as a tub full of Legos versus a particular Lego set. And yes, this particular set is Star Wars, has nothing to do with the video. Just thought it was cool. At first glance, the Lego set is much more attractive and appealing, dare I say sexy, than the dirty ass old bucket. But anyone who's performed Legos before knows that the bucket is way more fun in the long run. The bucket represents games that give you a lot of freedom to solve problems in creative ways. Games like Metal Gear Solid 5, Breath of the Wild, Hitman, and not even just because of the Lego metaphor, but Minecraft and Fortnite, especially Fortnite. Battle Royale games are the definition of player choice and freedom. This isn't even a Lego. This is a Lord of the Rings action figure. Did you know that you can fucking put a sensor dart on a helicopter and blackout and fly around and see where dudes are? And also that you can snipe people and talk about gators with Eddie Burback? Some gator gotta come fucking.
Some gator gotta show his snout.
The assortment of different Legos just represent all the different gameplay mechanics and options that the player has. So if there's a mission in Metal Gear Solid 5 where you gotta rescue a hostage from an enemy camp, my Lego creation could look like this, where I ride in on a horse outside of the camp and then get behind the comms tower and put some C4 on it and then go over here and blow it up and make a distraction so that all these guys are coming over here and looking over here. What was that noise? And then using that chaos, I sneak in and I rescue the hostage who is being portrayed by Darth Maul and carry him on my back and go out here and get the helicopter takes us away and we're fine. In your creation where maybe you chose to drive a car and you ghost ride it into the watchtower and that guy goes fucking flying and the car blows up and then you hop out and, son of a bitch, and then you murder everyone in sight. And then you go and rescue the hostage who's probably shitting his pants at this point. And Darth Maul's like, oh my God. And then you're like, come on, guy, let's go. And then, you get out of there. You can see that my creation and your creation, or whatever's left of it, are totally different and unique from each other. And that's the power of the bucket, because we each had a unique experience that feels personal to our ever-developing gamer bodies. And yes, I did have a lot of fun putting these together. Don't even ask. I will now show you the sound of my childhood.
Yeah, they don't really want you to have that freedom because it gets in the way of the
Now moving over to the Lego
mission
set here, this is a completely different kind of experience. The Legos in the set still represent the gameplay mechanics, but you're following a predetermined order on how you're going to experience all the different shit.
Yeah, I think this analogy could have been like 4 minutes shorter.
Has to offer. So when you
we get it. It does make sense.
And my creation are going to look very similar. And this isn't necessarily a bad thing because there's plenty of great Lego set type games. Portal 2, Uncharted 2, Inside, fucking Donkey Kong Country. These games are very linear and have specific beats and gameplay moments that they want you to experience in a certain order and way, and there's nothing wrong with that. All of these games are fucking wet dreams. But the problem with Red Dead 2 and almost all of Rockstar's open world games is that they're constantly flip-flopping between these two different kinds of design. You have the open world where you're encouraged to experiment with the different gameplay systems and explore your surroundings and potentially do some creative problem solving, and then the missions, which essentially shoot all of that in the face and boil down to following a yellow line and waiting to be told what to do, and if you do anything other than the exact thing you're supposed to do, mission failed. Try to take a different route, mission failed. Try to flank.
Well, there's not much freedom in the open world sections too. They're still pretty limited.
the enemy, mission failed. Attempt to be even slightly creative in your approach in a fucking stealth mission by climbing onto a roof, mission failed. For whatever excuse Rockstar comes up with for you doing anything other than exactly what they want you to do, which when you think about it is really fucking ironic because this is a game about bad boy outlaws that disobey the rules and do whatever they want. And this kind of design wouldn't be so bad if Rockstar just fully committed to the type of game they want to make. They want the missions to be these linear Naughty Dog style blockbuster roller coasters in the open world to be this Breath of the Wild West realistic cowboy simulation. But by having 1 foot in open world design and 1 foot in roller coaster design, neither design ever achieves its full potential and is never as interesting or as deep or as consistent as its contemporaries. Because in order to get the player to experience exactly what you want in an open world game, first you gotta make them ride to the mission mark, and then you gotta ride to where the mission actually takes place, and then you gotta wait for something to inevitably go wrong, and then shoot guys in the face, and then do that over and over and over and over. Red Rover, send good missions on over. And it's just sad because they have this magnum dong of a map that's so gorgeous and huge with crazy attention to detail, with signs that give you directions and other landmarks to tell where you're going. And before the game came out, I remember seeing
kind of a reason why they do a lot of that is that the storytelling, a big chunk of the storytelling and the dialogue between characters happens in those sections when they walk around and they're talking about stuff. Definitely KCD shows us that it can be done. It can be done. You can have more freedom, and you can have also those similar walking
NPCs
sections.
will actually give you directions for missions, and then you have to pay more attention to the game world itself instead of this little fucking circle in the corner. And when I heard that shit, I got super excited because it meant that I could turn off the radar.
Yeah, I tried doing this many times.
Physical map that comes with the game. Because while Rockstar has always included these sweet ass maps with their games, I've only ever had to bust one out to complete a mission once, and it was fucking amazing. In Grand Theft Auto 4, there were these awesome side missions where you would receive a text with a description of a car you're supposed to steal along with its address. No icon on the map, no waypoint on the radar, just a text.
I got tagged!
And because the in-game map doesn't show the street names, I had to bust out the actual physical map that came with the game and study the names of the roads to find the exact location of the car. And then when I went to that location in the game, bada boom, bada bing, Michael Scott's Sebring, there's the car. And that felt amazing. I felt like an actual badass instead of a toddler that needed to be told what to do every 5 seconds. So you could surmise that while I was playing Red Dead 2, I tried to play the game without having the radar turned on and just
you just can't.
And while roaming the open world, it's fucking great. If I meet a stranger and he tells me that I should go rob a yellow house in the woods north of Rhodes, I'm gonna use that information along with my compass and my physical map to figure out where to go. And not having a waypoint always telling you exactly where to go makes even the simple process of adventuring around and finding stuff super satisfying. You feel like this badass cowboy explorer with a map and fucking mutton chops. But once you actually start any of the missions, it is impossible to do shit without having the radar on. Even in the case of a mission where the instruction was just to park this stolen stagecoach in a secluded spot.
Oh yeah, especially this. It needs to be that specific secluded spot. You know what games pull this off pretty good? Well, that's kind of the whole idea is Hell Is Us. Hell Is Us is a pretty smallish game that came out maybe a year ago. That is based around a civil war happening in a fictional country, but also you have a bunch of interdimensional enemies showing up. And a lot of the questing in Hell Is Us, especially the side quests, pretty much, well, yeah, everything is based around you collecting stuff and reading, like reading the descriptions of items, reading the articles that you're going to find out, talking to people, and paying attention to what they say. Because sometimes not every NPC is going to give you the full dialogue, like the full cutscene dialogue. Some of them are just going to say this and that. You know, they're going to say a couple of words. But they're going to say something of substance. Like maybe they need a radio to call their group of friends and something like that. They're going to say, oh, if only I had a radio, that would have helped me a lot. And then eventually you're going to find a radio somewhere, and you're going to think to yourself, oh, there was that guy that needed this. And then you're going to go there, you're going to give it to him, he's going to tell you something, he might even give you an extra item that's going to help you solve another side quest. And not all the time is it very intuitive. Not really. It's not very intuitive. A lot of the puzzles are very complicated and it take a lot of reading stuff. And at some point, hopefully they're going to show it. I guess not. Yeah, this. So this is your little tablet that you use. You have the different sections for different types of items. But sometimes you get so many items that you get tangled up in all the things that you had to do. Because you go between different open-ended areas. And it gets kind of confusing and difficult. So yeah. It definitely, yeah, that is true. That is true. It makes you care about the world and what's happening in it. And trying to help the people because it's so miserable and you're the only guy who can actually make any difference in the world. That it makes it very satisfying caring about those people and their stories. And also caring about the stories makes you find out more things about the world or some things that you could have missed to complete a side quest. This game is now 60% off, I think, for about like 20 euros. So definitely pick it up. There is a lot of combat, I think excessive amount of combat, because once you reload an area, unless you've done a specific objective, it's going to respawn all the enemies. And you don't necessarily want that to happen all the time because they're very annoying. But yeah, I would definitely say this is a game that doesn't hold your hand. It doesn't spoon feed you stuff. It demands you to pay attention and actually care. And not many games do that. By the way, the ending is very unsatisfying, I would say, kind of. But they set it up for a sequel, so hopefully there will be a sequel and it will be improved upon. Otherwise, the game is very finished. Like, it's a complete, realized idea, which I appreciate a lot, because not all games are.
And I was like, all right, sweet, let me go find a spot. But I should have known better than to mess with you harder like a black widow baby because, oh, the game meant this specific secluded spot. Oh, I'm an idiot dungo brain. Why did I ever think I could do something on my own? I'm a dumb baby. I'm just a dumb baby. Give me milk. I want to fucking sleep and do shit, dude. Compare that to the GTA 4 Michael Scott Sebring mission, and it is the exact opposite feeling. You're not making me feel like a badass cowboy. You're making
And also, by the way, in Hell Is Us, you can fail pretty much all the side quests. Every single one you can fail if you don't do it on time, or if you don't do the specific objective that they ask you to do. My favorite example is once in one of the first areas, you go through a sewer, and you hear a crying baby. And I was wandering around that sewer so much, I couldn't find where it is. But then eventually, I come back when I was trying to clear the whole map. And I come back and I find a woman with a dead baby in her arms who's crying. And essentially, you could have saved the baby if you did something about it, if you triggered the quest or gave her a specific item. But I never found her, so I failed. And this happened in many, many other points where it kind of, it makes you feel guilty that you didn't do it just because you couldn't save those people who were already in the worst situation possible. And you just couldn't save them. So that really adds on to the side questing a lot.
You feel like a dumb little kid. And part of me is torn because I genuinely love the characters in the story that Red Dead 2 is trying to tell. There are some genuinely thrilling missions when it works.
I killed your friend!
Really start to irritate me.
But those moments are overshadowed by so many repetitive and mindless missions that it starts to feel like you're looking at this beautiful Lego bucket and you're realizing all its potential for unique and creative gameplay moments. But then your older brother keeps barging into the room telling you which pieces you gotta use and how you're gonna use them, and that it's once again time to tap X a bunch and ride to a mission point and then watch a cutscene and then, uh-oh, no way, what? Something went wrong again? No way! And now I gotta sit behind a broken ass cover system that's somehow worse than the first game that came out 8 years ago and then hit L2 and then R2 because the only interesting choice I have in this game is which gun I'm gonna try to use to kill myself.
Oh my god, the wanted system. It was so broken. It was so broken.
Okay, so now that we've all had a nap and calmed down, let's talk about the more interesting side of Rockstar's games, and especially Red Dead 2. and that is the open world. So whenever you're not being led through the game's missions and side missions, there's a variety of things that you can do in Rockstar's big, beautiful cowgirl
There's
fantasy,
a point where
along with
if you get carried away and kill too many people and get a bounty so big that you can't physically like pay it off, it's insanely annoying.
Cool encounters,
especially in the early game.
But we're going to talk
later
about
on. You're going to get a bunch of money, so it doesn't matter.
3. And surrounding all of this stuff is an honor system, and a wanted system, and a bounty system, and a camp system, and none of these really work how you would expect, and one of them doesn't really seem to matter or make a difference. Like at all. The last one I'm referring to is the camp system, which in theory was supposed to be a big incentive and driving cause for doing a lot of the activities in the game. Hunting, fishing, robbing, bounty hunting, gambling, anything that provides you with a good or money that you can either keep for yourself or donate to the camp to help take care of your fellow cowpokes, which is a super cool concept, right? Like in a game that's centered around a family of outlaws, it seems like that should be a pretty big deal, right? Yeah, it doesn't fucking matter at all. You can be the biggest degenerate piece of shit with the lowest honor and be a complete C-word to everyone in the camp. That's cunt. C-word is cunt. And never donate a dickel to the services or the camp or the food or anything. And the story just keeps on chugging like nothing ever happened. Like, what the fuck? This not only lessens the meaning of so much of your open world interaction, but it could have easily been handled so much better. The game could have made it where you could only continue with the story if you've actually taken care of the camp and dumped a significant amount of money into it. Because not only does that bring the story and the open world closer together, now you actually have a strong incentive to rob a train or do some bounties or sell some animals. And it could make for some really great risk versus reward choices in the honor system as well, where now it's like, oh shit, I can make money faster if I rob a train, and then I could continue the story sooner, but then everyone's gonna hate me and I'm gonna be a bad guy. That's an interesting choice. How the game is right now, there's not really any incentive to be bad. It's just, I feel like being a bad guy, so I'm gonna do it. Couple this with the fact that the main missions give you way too much money, way too fast, which I get that that's a weird complaint, but seriously, it feels pointless as hell to try and roleplay as a scrappy outlaw on the run when you have $1,000 from doing a couple story missions. In Old West times, that was like $3 billion. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a cowboy named Arthur Morgan. I thought I was the CEO of Apple, aka Bill Gates. Speaking of making getaways, I think we can all agree that the wanted system in the game is pretty hit or miss. I guess I never miss, huh? So along
no, it's always a miss.
Very trigger-happy cops.
I've never had a good experience with the wanted system without using any mods or anything, just the vanilla wanted system.
Come after you for the smallest offense or for defending yourself against the dark arts of the O'Driscoll gang. The game has a witness system, which is actually pretty cool. In theory. Basically, if someone witnesses you committing a crime, they're gonna try and run and tell a lawman about it. And you have the option to try and stop them before they do that, which is super cool. You can kill them, you can tie them up, you can threaten them, you can shoot your gun in the air to try and scare them and accidentally shoot a bird out of the sky in the process. And that's all cool as shit because the game is giving you some dynamic choices. And what's also cool is that the game has a whole mask in disguise system that it barely explains at all. But lucky for you, I have wasted hours of my life trying to get to the
let's see the
bottom of
breakdown.
how this shit works, and I can finally put an end to all the Reddit threads and YouTube videos that keep making shit up. Essentially, if you don't currently have a bounty, NPCs won't recognize you if you have a mask on. You don't need a new outfit from what you've already been wearing, you don't need a new fucking horse or new guns, you just need a mask. But even with a mask on, cops will always immediately recognize you as Arthur Morgan if they see you committing a crime. Which this isn't super realistic, but I actually don't have that much beef with this rule. So if you're wearing a mask and you shoot a man in the middle of Valentine in front of several witnesses and you bail the area before any cops come, you won't get a bounty. And after your wanted level goes away, you can go back to the same town wearing the same outfit and the same mask and do the same shit again, and you still won't get a bounty because at this point, NPCs have what I refer to as dumb brain. But if you did get caught the first time and you do have a bounty now, The bounty is what starts changing things. So now, if you go back and you do the same shit with the same outfit and the same mask, and you have a bounty this time, not only will cops arrest you on sight, but
yeah, this is excessively complicated.
And will immediately recognize you, and you'll get a higher bounty even if you bail the area before the cops come. But if you had changed your outfit before going back into the town where you have a bounty, NPCs won't immediately recognize you, and patrolling cops won't try to arrest you on sight unless you hang around them for too long. Okay, did you get all that? Jesus Christ, I need to take up knitting or something instead of this shit. It's not a perfect system, but I'm the type of person where if I know the rules and the rules
are low-key, I didn't get all of this. It's too complicated.
Fucking consistent.
And yeah, they're not consistent.
Robbing a train. You can strategically choose to rob a train when it's out in the middle of dipshit nowhere with an outfit and a mask that no one has ever seen, and somehow a cop 3 miles away will not only know that a train is being robbed, but that it's specifically Arthur Morgan that's doing it. Somebody better give that cop a raise, because he is a goddamn expert. And this is the same type of bullshit that's been an issue with cops in the GTA games since forever, where you'll kill a man out in the middle of nowhere and somehow every cop in the tri-state area just had a That's So Raven type vision and somehow knows about it now. Red Dead 2 could have done something new and actually had like dedicated and scheduled routes that the police would follow that you could study and like plan your robberies around, instead of just doing the same bullshit of just spawning cops in front of you whenever the game wants. The game already has these super detailed schedules for NPCs.
Yeah, what I love though is the bounty hunters, which kind of, it again is tied into how broken this system is, because once you get a bounty high enough, you're gonna have bounty hunters just spawning around you trying to hunt you down, which is a lot of fun to try and hide from them or escape from them, because that's like a little bit of the already small level of challenge that you get in this game comes from this. But then the more of them you kill, the higher your bounty gets, and then you just owe a bunch of money. So
Get
yeah,
up and go to work and eat lunch
not
and
really
then
all
go to
that
the
great.
bar and then turn in for the night. So why the fuck is it the same shitty system when it comes to the lawmen, who are arguably one of the most important features in a game about being a fucking outlaw? The funny thing is, while I was researching this shit, I came across this YouTube video where this guy used this clickbaity ass title that was like, how to rob a train, no wanted level. And within like the first 30 seconds, he gets a wanted level. But he also put it best himself when he said,
they have identified me, that's an issue.
Exhibit B, robbing stores. The open world of Red Dead 2 is at its worst when your older brother Rockstar still keeps barging into the room to control everything. What I mean by this is that it is impossible to commit the perfect robbery. You can plan your escape route and go in the back door without anyone seeing you and rob the store without firing a single bullet or making any noise, and yet somehow every single time there's a witness, whether they walk in right on cue like it's a fucking sitcom or somehow spot you from the outside. Even in a shop with no windows, I've never seen it not happen.
Yeah, that's nonsense.
Also, because the game doesn't even let you access your weapon wheel while in the store, you can't even like attempt a stealth kill before trying to rob the register or even use your preferred weapon to rob the store, because that makes total sense.
Or just hog tie the guy. You can't even do that.
On the floor. The best example of this lack of consistency and or freedom is found while robbing the gunsmith in Saint Denis. If you rob the gunsmith in the typical only way that the game lets you, he pulls out a gun and tries to kill you. Now remember this, because it's going to be really important in a second. But one time while roaming the streets of Saint Denis, I encountered a homeless man. So I hopped off my horse and I decided to give him some money. And then he surprised me by giving me this tip-off about robbing a poker game that's held above the gunsmith. And that stuff is super fucking cool because it feels natural and dynamic, and no one told me to give the homeless man some money. I chose to give him some money. Lord knows I have some fucking money to spare. So I went back to the gunsmith and I tried to rob him again, because usually when there's a secret business within a business, the game gives you a different prompt to rob that second business. But this time it didn't have one, and that actually started getting me really excited, because I was like, oh shit, maybe I actually just have to find my own way.
Quick tangent, by the way. In Red Dead Online, you surprisingly have a lot more freedom, because I remember some of those bounty hunter missions where you can like sneak around and try and get everybody, because if you want your bounty alive, you're gonna have to work for it, and they're gonna pay you significantly more, but that means you need to use your brain to figure out how you're going to infiltrate and capture him alive, which we didn't get this in this one, because even the bounties in this one were kind of scripted.
To get up to the poker game because I could hear music coming from the rooms above the gunsmith. So after running around the block for a while, I eventually found an alleyway that had a ladder in it. So I climbed up the ladder and I got up on the roofs and I parkoured my way over on top of the gunsmith building. And at this point I was getting really excited because I felt like I had just done something really cool and I figured it out all by myself. I thought my fucking older brother telling me shit. But when I got to the room above the gunsmith, I couldn't do anything with it. It wouldn't open or give me a prompt to knock or anything. So then I went to the bottom of the stairwell and there was this security guard dude standing there. And usually with every NPC in the game, you at least have a greet or antagonize option. But with this guy, there wasn't anything. And I slowly felt this familiar, disappointing feeling creep over me that the game wasn't ready for me to be here yet, and I wasn't supposed to be here yet.
Is this some side quest or something, probably?
Rockstar's plan. So then I went back into the gunsmith and looked around some more, and it turned out that Arthur just had to officially inspect the back door in order to unlock.
Oh, I hate this so much. I hate this so much when games force you to do that. When you figure something out and they force you to officially figure it out through the in-game figuring out stuff mechanic.
Being able to rob the poker game.
Because then you would accidentally complete the activity without figuring it out through the specific figuring out mechanic. So fucking
annoying. And sure
annoying.
enough, when I robbed the gunsmith again, this time it gave me a prompt for the poker room. But the icing on the cake is that when you choose to do the poker room robbery, now the gunsmith doesn't go for his gun at all. Like, what the fuck? Did Arthur suddenly get way scarier in the past 5 minutes? The game immediately then switches back into scripted ass fucking Lego set mode, where now I can interact with the security guard, and now I can rob the poker game, and now I can pee all over my sweatpants. And while it was still cool that I could use the parkour route I had discovered earlier to escape once the cops showed up, this was the exact moment that I realized Rockstar is still so unwilling to budge on you doing anything in any way other than the exact way that they want you to do it. And it really bummed me the fuck out.
Yeah, it's the worst. Really sucks.
One of the biggest hype words surrounding Red Dead 2 is realism, with you having to feed Arthur and bathe Arthur and manually loot every single individual item and wear the right clothes in the right way.
Yeah, I hope this gets improved in the new GTA. Even though obviously it's going to be a lot of scripted stuff and set pieces, at least I hope there's several like side story game modes like assassination missions or stealing missions or like, I don't know, robbing something missions that allow you to have this freedom.
Feed your horse a steady diet of oatcakes. And all of that stuff is in the game, which is great, but a lot of it is also extremely shallow. You don't actually have to eat or sleep on a regular, realistic basis. They're both just different video gamey ways to refill your cores. Yes, you can make a campfire to rest in the wilderness, but the game does it all for you. It's not something interesting like in Breath of the Wild, where you actually get to interact with different aspects of the open world. Like, okay, I chopped down a tree and I got some wood, but shit, it's raining, so I have to find a place protected by rain, and then I put my wood down, but oh shit, how am I gonna start a fire? Well, I mined these rocks earlier and they gave me some flint, so I'm gonna put it next to the fire and hit it with a metal blade, and oh shit, now I have this cozy little fire. Not only does Red Dead do all of this automatically, which is super realistic, but it also fucking teleports you to the nearest clearing and automatically gives you a fire and a fucking tent, and the rain doesn't make any difference. You can have a fire in the rain. You don't have to look for any shelter or like keep an eye out on the world or anything. It's a joke. For a game that people keep saying is all about immersion and realism that makes you watch every animation of Arthur skinning an animal.
This is insufferable, by the way. In the beginning, it's cool because you're like, hey, look at this. You can watch all the animations. But then once you start actually hunting stuff, it's so annoying. Yep. Okay, we got it. There you go. Animal skin.
And every animation of Arthur looting a corpse and some actual cool stuff like having to pick up an animal and put it on the back of your horse, it's inconsistent as hell that the game also has these frequent moments where it changes its mind and it's like, actually, fuck all that simulation cowboy shit. We're gonna do it our way. Oh, you're gonna ride your horse? Hell yeah, brother. We're gonna automatically put Arthur's rifles back on the horse because that's what we think he would do. But don't worry, dude, if you quickly get off your horse after that, we'll just teleport your rifles back onto your back, because in the Old West, they had dark magic. Unless you've been riding the horse for a while and then suddenly hop off to fight some enemies that we just ambushed you with, yeah, then you're gonna have to manually re-equip each rifle by cycling through all of the weapons, and oh yeah, we reset what kind of ammo type was loaded into your gun, and oh yeah, we're gonna do this every time. If you're gonna make me commit to doing all this—
Oh, the ammo type stuff was so annoying too. The ammo type stuff was so unnecessary. At least if you want to have different weapons to use on different animals so you don't ruin the carcass, you know, they have this in the game, just have like the separate weapon. For varmints, you got the varmint rifle. Otherwise, use the bow. And then that's it. I don't get why you need to have like 5 different sets of ammo to kill a guy that you would have killed in one headshot with any weapon. Anyways, this is not Far Cry 6. You don't need this.
Shit. Like,
you didn't even need this in Far Cry 6.
Cleaning my guns and bathing my horse and crafting a tonic, one tonic at a goddamn time. You can't then randomly strip away control from me. Like, not being able to look at your weapon wheel while you're in a camp so you can see what kind of fucking ammo you need to pick up. Because now immersion and realism are the last words that are flying through my gamer brain. The words I'm thinking of are lack of control.
I think they gave up on some sim elements to push it out earlier. I don't know. I would say they would have pushed it out earlier if they removed all this stuff that I've been complaining about so far. So no, I think they didn't really do that. Maybe they've had more robust things, but you know, I don't know how much that changes the experience or actually
use L2 to lock
benefits
to every NPC in the game, with some exceptions.
This is amazing. I love this.
Or antagonize them. And while this is a cool addition, it ends up being super contextual most of the time and doesn't lead to a whole lot of interesting choices. Because most of the time it boils down to either saying hi or fight me. And if you strip away the defuse option after pissing a dude off, it's essentially the same 2 options that you have in the first game. You could already hit B or circle, depending on your sexual preference, and say hi or antagonize someone by just running into them or punching them. It's not like a new innovative system where you can do cool shit like convince one guy that another guy was talking shit about them, so they start fighting and make a big ruckus so the cops go over there, and then you use that as a distraction.
Oh, you could do this in Watch Dogs too. I remember you can call the police on people and you can call a gang on people, so they spawn and start fighting. That was really fun and reactive.
Some cowboy shit. And when it's not just Arthur greeting someone or pissing them off, it's a mystery dialogue option where you don't know exactly what Arthur's gonna say because it almost always just says greet. And there's also never any clear indication of when you can actually react to something that's happening in front of you versus hitting the greet option and Arthur saying some shit like, "Mister, you have a kind face. You look familiar. Do I know you from somewhere, boy?" For example, someone back at camp, I think it was Sadie, asked me to bring them back a harmonica. And when I was exploring around in Strawberry, I came across a guy sitting on a porch who's playing a harmonica. And with what I thought was my understanding of the game's systems, I tried to greet the guy playing the harmonica, hoping to God that Arthur had the context to ask for it or ask, "Where'd you get it?" And when that didn't work, I tried to rob the guy for it. And while he did run away, he did drop the harmonica on the ground in the process. But the game didn't give me any contextual sort of prompt to pick up the harmonica or do anything with it. I just had to fucking stare at it because why would items in video games work like that and actually make sense? A lot of my problems with the dialogue system are basically the same ones that made Fallout 4's dialogue suck so much ass compared to New Vegas. Instead of it feeling like a dynamic exchange where you could do cool shit and have some creative moments that made you feel smart, it essentially boils down to generic good guy option, generic bad guy option. And Red Dead 2 is even more stripped down than Fallout 4 was. And okay, I get why right now you might be thinking, Jakey, why the fuck are you even comparing Red Dead 2 to New Vegas? They're totally different types of games. But they're really not. They're both open world, they both have some survival stuff, they both want you to interact with NPCs with different dialogue choices, they both try to put you in interesting gameplay situations, but the difference between a game like New Vegas and Red Dead 2 is that New Vegas gives you a variety of options and tools so that you can make moments happen. But in Red Dead 2, special moments only happen to you. There's definitely some exceptions to what I mean, but the random encounters and open world activities in Red Dead 2 versus the quests and options for role-playing in New Vegas are the difference between, once again, a Lego bucket and a bunch of haunted houses. I'm aware that these metaphors are all over the place. What I mean is that New Vegas gives you the pieces to play out scenarios in a bunch of different ways, e.g. Lego bucket, versus Red Dead 2 that has some really cool ass random encounters and memorable moments that quickly lose all of their appeal the second time around, e.g. haunted houses. And if you just really like going through haunted houses, I totally get how you think Red Dead 2 is the overall better game. And to counterpoint myself, there are also some great exceptions to this in Red Dead 2. Like the time I came across this kooky old guy looking for gold, so I waited around.
Oh, this was awesome. I love this one.
Found some gold, and then I robbed him for his gold, which Arthur appropriately said some shit like, "That's my gold now," or something. I don't know. But it
this happens at a couple of
those
points.
Exceptions in Red Dead 2 are the best part of the whole friggin' game. They're the moments that you want to share with your friends and talk about. But after the honeymoon period with the game ends and the encounters become predictable and start repeating themselves throughout the world, they suddenly lose all of their appeal the second time around. Haunted house style. And because your options are so limited and you can only interact with the game world and make special moments when Rockstar contextually presents them to you. Telling my friend about the time I sucked venom out of a dude's leg to save his life and then later ran into him outside of the gunsmith in Valentine and he bought me a gun because of my good deed, that feels a whole lot less special in an open world game when my friend tells me that he had the exact same experience. Again, it's all about Legos. It just turns out that so much of the open world stuff in Red Dead 2 is Lego sets that are gonna look very similar to your friends versus creations from the magical Lego bucket. It's a boat and it's also a spaceship. I don't know, I was crazy as a kid. I realized that the majority of my complaints about Red Dead 2 purely stem from the fact that I just wanted more of a progressive Lego bucket of an open world versus what we got, because that's infinitely more interesting to me. But that doesn't mean that Red Dead 2 is objectively a bad game. It's a really good game. It's just one that 90% of the time I feel like I've already played, because I essentially have. This is probably gonna sound super weird, but I genuinely believe that Rockstar needs to have their Nintendo come to Jesus type moment. That moment where Nintendo looked back at the very first Zelda game and remembered why people fell in love with it because of the sense of adventure and exploration and freedom, so then they made Breath of the Wild. That moment where Nintendo
or
looked
they might
back at
not.
Super Mario 64 and remembered why people...
But in any case, GTA 6 is going to make a lot of money anyway, so at the end of the day, does it matter? Does it matter? Well, probably it does, because people are going to complain about it. It's going to make less money than they thought. So he has the Returning to Red Dead Redemption 2 video, which I don't know what that's going to be about, because it's almost 30 minutes long. Oh, there was, okay, so he talks about mods and, yeah, different mods that he got, I figure, because he's, okay, let's see here at this point.
I think he was saying something. Now, because this is on PC now, and I've already played this game a ton, my devious white ass was immediately like, okay, is there a mod to skip the longest intro screen known to man, because booting this game up takes forever? And then I saw it. I saw the massive list of other mods available.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, these, I think I got all these at some point. The buyable properties is awesome, because you can actually spend your money on stuff. Ambient gang, I think this is like different gangs that show up in the world and do stuff. We got the crime and law rebalance. This changes the whole wanted system. Bounty hunting expanded, where you get like repeatable random generated bounty missions. Like the mods add so much to it, but that's not the official part of the game. So
much like a very gaslit romantic partner, I softly whispered to myself, I can fix him. I knew I wouldn't ever be able to change how restrictive and boring so many of the game's linear missions were. That shit was set in stone. But what if I could address all of the other issues I had outside of the missions? And this is when mommy went off the deep end. Loot everything fast as shit. Buy a house, rob a bank, spin your gun, crazy hair, crazy ragdolls, dog companion. After installing so many different mods to try and fix the inconsistently broken wanted system, mods to fix how busted the in-game economy is, mods that let me fight the annoying ass kids in Saint Denis, I stopped myself. I was doing too much. I realized that if the purpose of this experiment was to revisit and reevaluate a piece of art, I should probably try to keep it in its originally intended pure vanilla state, right? Totally, yes, totally, yes. But also maybe I keep a few of them? Okay, so Arthur has 3 speeds, right? Walking, running by holding A, and full mashing A sprinting. There's no middle ground between crawling and
Oh, this one was great. I love this one.
Tight spaces always annoyed the piss out of me. But let me also just say this perchance. There is already an in-between speed that exists in the game, but only when you're fast walking around camp. Fast walking outside of camp lets you use that brisk walk anywhere you want. I know this may not sound like that big of a deal, but oh my god, if you have played the game as much as I have, you know that this is actually kind of a huge deal. Arthur felt so much easier to puppeteer once I had the option to move just a bit more urgently. Moving around combat arenas and not having to either slowly walk or sloppily sprint in between cover. Even leading your horse around feels so much better, and I did it way more now that I didn't have to tiptoe through the window. Shout out to Corva for making this mod. It caused like 0 issues with my playthrough, and it's actually incredible on controller.
Yeah, so many quality of life mods that don't, because I don't like the total overhaul mods that turn it into a completely different game that plays differently. But a lot of these mods, they're just quality of life that improve so much.
Use the push to talk button to toggle between the 2 walks. You guys are gamers, you'll figure it out. Okay, so in general, this game heavily leans into a more grounded vibe with all of its realistic animations, right? Cooking a steak one by one, opening a cabinet drawer by drawer, slowly skinning an animal with an unskippable animation, and then slow walking its massive pelt to your horse. It's very clear that Rockstar really wants you to slow down and truly feel like you're living in Arthur's custom-crafted immersive moccasin 350s. But a big thing I complained about before is that when it comes to other things like the weather or your portable camp, the game just goes, realism frosts my ass, I hate her, I don't fucking know her. 90% of the time it doesn't really matter what clothes you're wearing unless you go up into the snowy mountain section part of the map. You can essentially go the majority of the game wearing the same outfit, whether it's 90 degrees in the swampy south or 45 degrees in the Dakota, south. I remember this felt like such a missed opportunity because the outfit crafting in this game is actually immaculate, and you can pair layers with other layers to achieve, in theory, varying layers of warmth. But again, the vanilla game doesn't really do much with any of this. Humidity and temperature overhaul by Bowman 70 fixes all of that. The middle symbol on this new core changes color when you're not optimally dressed for the current weather, and if you're not optimally dressed, it will slowly start to drain your health and stamina cores. This could mean needing more layers of warmth in the chilly woods versus wearing less layers in the soupy swamp. The outside ring is your current resistance to any harsh weather, so putting on a hat to shield yourself from beaming sunlight or hard rain strengthens the ring. Regardless of what you're wearing though, if you get caught in a storm, your clothes are going to get wet and that ring is going to drain no matter what. But going into a warm interior to find shelter or standing near any sort of heat source actively changes your temperature and heats your ring back up. This mod automatically turns off during missions so that it doesn't cause any problems too, which is great. But in the open world, it feels like such a natural, immersive addition to the existing realism formula that Rockstar was already going with that I seriously can't imagine playing the game without it now. Watching a storm from inside your tent feels way more cozy and grounded and immersive when the rain actually has an effect on the player. And speaking of camping, I hated how the vanilla camp system worked back in 2018, and it still frosts my ass. I hated how it automatically teleported.
Yeah, in practice, that is true. In practice, you can just buy tonics, and once your cores are down, you just drink it. But I guess this applies if you want to play the game not in an efficient way, but in the more immersive way. That's why you would get this this mod. Otherwise, you wouldn't even bother.
Did not affect your ability to make a fire. I hated how sensitive the perimeter.
Because like a lot of games, especially games that are meant to be immersive, they really don't. It doesn't help playing them in the most efficient way possible. Because I know gamers have been conditioned to play a game in the way that's going to get you done with the game quickly, picking up the strongest weapon that you can, even if it's not like the one that feels the best, because you're min-maxing and it gives you the best stats. It makes everything easier. But essentially, if you play games in a more immersive way, it's going to make it way more fun.
Of when and where you could spawn,
especially something like Red Dead Redemption.
The Camp Anywhere mod does not fix all of these issues, but it certainly validates a lot of my complaints and desires. It's exactly what it sounds like, a custom menu that lets you spawn either your whole camp or individual elements of a camp wherever you want. Oh, you found the most gorgeous view and you want to put your tent in that exact spot? Talk your shit, Arthur! Oh, you want to build a fire right by a frozen lake while you're fishing so that you can immediately cook any giant fishies that you catch without having to teleport away to an entire camp just to cook them, and also standing next to the fire is in perfect synergy with the weather mod I was just talking about? What the hell? This is the best day of my life! I think you get why I love this mod so much. Camp Anywhere makes exploring this fucking beautiful, majestic world just a tad more engaging because it's one more choice that the player gets to make for themselves. A choice capable of creating magical, emergent moments that feel so much more personal. Hitching your horse to any tree is a feature that is already in the game, so picking a specific spot to settle down with your precious boy or girl feels supernatural. But again, this mod is not perfect, dude. Camp Anywhere really said camp anywhere, for better or worse.
Hey, this is my genuine reaction. I didn't know that guys would actually get into your tent. That's incredible.
I can see how Rockstar landed on the solution they did of having pre-selected places for the player to set up their camp to avoid shenanigans like this. But I still think a middle ground definitely could have been achieved, at least like letting you manually place down a fire or a bedroll in way more places. I'm not saying you even gotta chop wood or anything to make a fire, even though that's already kind of in the game too. JK, LOL, I'm sorry. But am I sorry? Sadly, the campfires built using this mod can't ever have the grill attachment that you can get that lets you cook like the oregano.
Okay, let's see what the next one is. But you got the point. This is, yeah, you can sell guns. You got some other mods. What is this? The pedestrian damage overhaul
challenge. Enemies are no longer bullet sponges and die faster in more varied ways depending on the type of ammo that you use, but also you die way faster, and it makes combat way more tense, and resources like food and healing tonics actually matter now. But also story NPCs die way faster now too, so that kept happening, and
yeah, that's terrible.
Like, crank their health up in the I&I file.
The last thing I want to depend on is a story NPC.
But it definitely made combat more engaging, if that sounds like your cup of tea. Knowing the exact fate of the Dutch Vanderland gang made me want to play this game with so much more intention. I engaged in as many camp conversations as I could, wanting to fully explore the depths of these layered characters and all of their intricate relationships. There are so many thoughtfully scripted interactions that I had just completely missed the first time around. With the departure of Rockstar co-founder and lead writer Dan Houser, I am definitely rooting for GTA 6 to still have the most interesting, well-written story that it possibly can. But if I was a betting man,
oh yeah, the lead writer, he's been there since the beginning, man. That's what scares me. It wasn't like an executive guy that doesn't have a hand in the whole development process. It was the lead writer. Oh shit. Yeah, we're gonna suffer, but I don't know, maybe not. Let's just be optimistic.
Down as Rockstar's opus when
it's not like you have to buy it.
It's not even just the writing and performances of the main cast who
you do though. GTA 6.
But even
if you don't buy it, we're gonna find you.
Have conversations with Arthur that will just completely rip your heart out. I started treating the missions in this game as more of a great TV show that I want to binge versus some super stimulating gameplay experience. I'm never gonna stop wishing that the outdated and severely restrictive mission design was way more interesting, but that also doesn't mean that they're all necessarily bad to experience. Largely because of the goddamn soundtrack. This goddamn soundtrack. I wish I could use it in this video without getting copyright claimed. I know I mentioned how good it is back in 2018, at least a little bit, but dude, it is not just good, it is like consistently perfect. The way the game starts incorporating themes from the first game during the epilogue with John will make a grown man spit up like a baby in the Nashville, Tennessee rain. And that's one of the most impressive things about this game, is how it not only makes the story of the first Red Dead hit that much harder like a fully loaded extended cab F-250, but simultaneously kind of blows it out of the water. I remember when the second trailer for Red Dead 2 dropped, and so many people, myself included, were like, who's this square jaw gruff motherfucker eating soup? I want to play as John. Where's John? We want John. We want John. We want John. Dude, like in a trolley problem type beat, John is so dead before the train. I'll shoot him before the train even comes. Like, there's not even a conversation to be had. And I love John. I love his story in Red Dead 1. I love his performance. I love his character growth in Red Dead 2. But Arthur is just simply that compelling. I know I had said before that he's my favorite protagonist in any Rockstar game, but dude, no, he's my favorite protagonist in
Oh, there's a new Craftian video.
Period. Just ever.
Okay, let's watch Craftian now. We got it. Red Dead Redemption. Very cool, but also kind of not cool, but you can make it cooler with mods. So we got GTA 6 in hype culture, which kind of ties into the whole discussion we talked. So this is Craftian. Less than 10K subs. I like this channel a lot because it's an insightful commentary on video games. So we're going to watch it.
Hey, look, it's new gameplay for that big yoink car game everyone's been talking about. Wait a minute, why does everyone look low poly? Where are my shark cards? Believe it or not, I do have it in me to talk about games released this century. I might even play them too. Regardless of what you or I think, Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to make a lot of money. The funny thing is, half the people playing the cash cow that is Five's online mode nowadays weren't born yet when it released. I guess the squeakers eventually migrated from MW2, or at least the ones not still playing Fortnite. But each Rockstar game, especially a new GTA, is a huge cultural event. I still remember going to JB Hi-Fi on release day, the big retailer here in Australia, and it was decked out with signs and posters, including warnings about the R18 plus rating, that staff would be extra vigilant not to sell it to teenagers, and ID would be required. The fact that GTA 6 is just around the corner feels almost unreal. Is that a good or bad thing? I don't know. It's hard to say. Unlike Half-Life 3 or The Elder Scrolls 6 or, I don't know, Chess 2, the game's actually coming out, and it's obvious that the industry has changed to the point it's going to smash all sales records before it. This is the absolute, hell, platonic ideal of what I've talked about before with the idea of critical mass. The audience is so large, the hype at a fever pitch, that everyone and their dog is going to be playing GTA 6. And the inevitable and insufferable content mills have already descended on it like a pack of vultures. Rockstar breathes, and you just know IGN is going to make a video out of it. The reason I bring all this up though is that while I would like to think 6 is going to be another banger from Rockstar, the studio hasn't missed so far. I'd be lying if I said I didn't have some concerns already. And unfortunately, to bring us back to the point of the video, at this stage, all the criticism in the world really doesn't matter. This game is going to blow up the industry. That's how crazy the hype has become. I'm not the first person to point this out, but if you watch my video talking about the first trailer all the way back in 2023, my chief concern with GTA 6 is around the quality of the writing. For the first time ever, the script has zero involvement from Dan Houser, the co-founder of Rockstar and main creative force, i.e. the lead writer, on all their games to date. Not only that, Michael Unsworth, another one of the main writers, left midway through development, and we all know what happened with Leslie Benzies. Now, the cope argument here would be that yes, one or two writers does not an entire game make, or a genre-defining masterpiece, clearly. Rockstar is ruthless in maintaining its cone of silence, which is why the leaks were so fascinating at the time, but the studio stretches around the world and total development teams number in the thousands, almost all of which is in-house, which that in itself is crazy. Even Naughty Dog and other flagship AAA studios will often outsource for everything from QA to 3D and everything in between. Still, it would be one thing had Houser decided to move on to other things and he parted ways amicably, but that was not the case. The main guy responsible for that biting satire in GTA 4, or the quintessential Western in RDR1, clearly has a lot of talent. So one can only imagine then he saw the writing on the wall when management rejected his script and GTA 6 was rewritten entirely, not once, not twice, but 3 times. 3 times over, because it was, quote, too dark. That puts things into perspective, doesn't it?
Oh, that doesn't sound
combine this
good.
with the fact
It was too dark. Because satire is very fragile. Because you need to be an intelligent and self-aware person to write good satire. Otherwise, you end up with the Saints Row reboot that is like, it wants to satirize stuff, but it's not intelligent enough to do it. So it just ends up pandering and lame and corny.
That Rockstar has
And,
been
on the
told
nose.
repeatedly to not punch down the once great developer that thrives on controversy to the point it literally manufactured outrage in the early days to help sell copies, now removes transgender NPCs that barely anyone would have noticed anyway, and covered up Confederate flags, or perhaps most infamous of all, temporarily shut down the GTA Online servers because of George Floyd. It doesn't exactly paint a picture of a developer with the guts of past titles where no one was safe. That was the point, but times have changed, and so has Rockstar, unfortunately. Again, we circle back to my main concern, the writing and how toothless and flat a series known for satirizing everything is going to be, all because Zelnick needs to buy himself another yacht. It seems even a developer as legendary and widely beloved as Rockstar is not immune from their own fall from grace in a way.
Take-Two boss.
Because I can't
Final
help but
boss at
notice that
Take-Two.
something feels off with GTA 6. Am I hyped? Not really. I wouldn't say any of the GTA games have ever really had a huge impact on my life, but I've gone on record before that Red Dead Redemption is one of my favorite games of all time, and Rockstar is a developer, at least up until now, that I would gladly pick up their games at release.
Yeah, I'm kind of the opposite. For me, GTA 3 was one of the first games I played as a kid. My parents, when they found out the type of shit that you do in that game, they didn't like that. Then GTA Vice City was me and my friends burning it on CD-ROMs. It took like, 3 discs for us to exchange and to get it on everybody's computers and stuff. San Andreas was like 5 CDs. And at one point, there was one guy who had it with mods. He had a bunch of cool mods for cars. So we all took turns playing on his computer. Then GTA 4, probably one of my favorite games of all time. The world is so lived in realistic. It's such a time capsule. And it's awesome. I love it so much. GTA 5, not that much. Also, the GTA San Andreas multiplayer was incredible. I fucking loved it. I loved it. I played the role-playing servers so much. I've been everything. I've been running like the mafia. I've been a paramedic. I've been a policeman. I worked for the Department of Corrections and putting people in jail. It was so much fun.
Unconditionally.
And that's before you had like the voice role play. Some people were doing it with a voice, but I always found this weird. You had text-based role play. So you would sit there, you would have a bunch of macros. So when you press the 4 on the numpad, your character would like pull out a weapon, but they would do it over chat. So it's like, Johnny reaches into his pocket and pulls out a knife and unfolds it. That's how it would be. And you would get suspended if you didn't do that. That was called ass pulling. If you didn't role play the action that you were doing.
Whether or not I'll be there on day 1 this time depends on what platform 6 is going to be released on. Personally, I wouldn't be surprised if we're getting a simultaneous PC and console release this time, given that there isn't a new console generation around the corner like the past 2 titles, where Rockstar has double dipped, along with obviously milking 5 ports and remasters and whatnot for all it's worth. But I guess we'll see when pre-orders open in the next day or so. This video isn't super scripted.
Oh,
by the way,
when were they going to open?
Neither am I trying to be the big industry doomsayer that you shouldn't buy 6 because think of the children.
June 25th, midnight local time, so that's probably
panic.
tomorrow,
Like I said about the idea of critical mass.
We're going to find out how much it costs.
Noise, because this game is going to do numbers regardless of what happens. Evidently, though, profit margins have become Rockstar's chief concern.
I think, by the way, I think it is a massive sin that Grand Theft Auto 4 is not ported onto current gen consoles and like upscaled, because you can get the Fusion fix, GTA 4, that essentially fixes so many things. But the GTA 4 in all its different versions, you know, the Steam version is kind of scuffed. They removed some radio station stuff because of the licenses. And this changes so much. Like, this mod is fantastic. And they couldn't make this for consoles? Come on. But they could release the shitty-ass Definitive Edition version.
And we don't need to look much farther than the
trilogy.
gargantuan online mode in 5 that will inevitably consume everything like some symbiotic mass straight out of the end of Akira. Rockstar spearheaded the always online mode, stupid, annoying DRM, and the lamp-shading predatory monetization with everyone's favorite shark cards. Haha, get it? Which already had an adverse effect on RDR2 at the time. Rockstar screwed it up so badly, in fact, that some of you will remember they were just giving out gold left and right and broke the entire economy in those early days of RDR2's online mode because there was so little to actually do. I can't imagine I'll be playing much of 6's online mode, if at all, given how things have changed for the worse the past few years, and my endless cynicism around live service shit knows no bounds. So
I do wonder, though, if the game is going to launch with the online mode, like at release. Because as far as I can remember, GTA 5 didn't. And you could just play the single player, and then eventually it had the online release. I would prefer that. Because the online mode has a way of making the whole game less immersive. Because everything costs so much, and all the missions are kind of brain dead, and it takes you out of the whole experience. But, I mean, it's up to you what you want to play.
So my primary concern around 6...
Yeah, I get people want to finish the single player first. But also, it's so lucrative with the whole monetary aspect of it.
Is the single player, and whether Jason and Lucia have the heart behind them to...
Yeah, it does, I guess you making a lot of sense. It does make it build up some hype, so you can have the initial wave of hype around the actual release, and then wait a bit, like maybe 6 months to a year, and then release online.
Truly hold up to their predecessors. Rockstar still has the engine. They have that same obsessive attention to detail and entire suites of people dedicated to individual mechanics. But will the game also be falling into the same trap of trailer moments to pad out the story? Will the remaining writers have the confidence to let the story breathe? Give it downtime? I won't harp on about this any longer, but to make a long story short, it's something to keep at the back of your mind. Don't screw this up, Rockstar, because Hauser and Michael Unsworth not being involved is a big deal, whether you personally want to acknowledge the litany of red flags at this point or not. Taking all the corporate, performative diversity shit into account, and Big Daddy Zelnick standing in the corner with a whip, it's nigh on depressing. Anyway, aside from the writing, the last thing I want to talk about is mechanical bloat, and whether Rockstar will have taken the wrong lessons from RDR2. Another key creative figure in the last few games, lead game designer Imran Sarwar, isn't involved, following the supposed firing of the Old Guard, or Boys Club, back around 2020, which leads me to question whether
this is
Rockstar
getting
will
bleaker
keep
by
that
the
same
second.
stat, meta progression from 5, for example, or the stupid, annoying, superfluous core system of RDR2. It's a byproduct, if anything, of Rockstar having the time and resources to do absolutely everything, but RDR2 was really where I found myself asking, just because they could doesn't necessarily mean they should. Tying back into all that money that online brings in is the open world.
By the way, in case you don't know or haven't taken advantage of the offer, I think the next gen update for GTA 5 that used to cost like $20, I think it's officially free now. So you can go pick it up and add it to your library if you're playing on console. Because I hadn't played in years, and I mainly played on PC. And then eventually I came to find out it's free. So yeah, pick it up.
Meaningfully filled out with fun and interesting things to do, or is it going for purely size? And are we stepping into Ubisoft territory here? Do we really need something like the horse testicles, where every strand of hair on a character's head is individually rendered, or a minigame of manually working on a car engine, or YouTubers so desperate for ad revenue they end up making graphics comparisons of how beer bottles refract light? Obviously, I'm being hyperbolic, but you get the idea. If my chief concern with the writing is that it'll be safe, selective, or worst of all, sterile, the gameplay and mechanical side of things is something I'm less sure about. I love RDR2 as much as the next guy. It was incredibly ambitious and a real epic of a story, but the question I pose to you is whether the hundreds or thousands of developers have meaningfully spent their time the past few years working on secondary or tertiary mechanics that contribute to a fun and memorable game, or whether it's there because they could. Especially because 6 is focused on realism in the same way I'm tired of sweaty, hyper-realistic shooters where you can break your leg bending down to pick up each individual casing off the ground. But that's about it from me. I'll probably be there day one like the rest of you guys, with a cautious optimism in the belief that GTA 6 will pull through on all accounts, that it'll deserve every bit of its commercial and critical success, but the industry of something as relatively recent as 5 is very different to how things stand today. We'll see come November, assuming, it doesn't get delayed again.
Yeah. The one thing I don't like as a concept, which I also didn't like in GTA 5, was the multiple characters and like swapping between them, and each one of them has their own house and a wardrobe shit. To me, that was excessive. I didn't need it. I think Trevor could have been an awesome side character, and Franklin also, and have the story focus on Michael, or any of the other way around. It doesn't matter, because they all had interesting stories. But like having it play as all of them, I think kind of watered it down. That's why I like GTA 4 so much. They just focus on one guy. They still have a bunch of other people in their stories. So yeah. And I'm going to watch some more of the Craftian videos because they're very good and very underrated. So let's see what we got here. Talking about astroturfing. Let's talk about astroturfing.
If you've been alive for more than 5 seconds, you probably realize the idea we live in a meritocracy is a joke. Maybe it really sank in that time your dropkick of a partner in school, college, whatever, decided to phone in his contribution to the group project, leaving you to carry everyone to a passing grade. Maybe you got passed over for an award or promotion that one time when you were obviously the one giving the job your all. Maybe you're a janitor in a multinational megacorporation where executives are paid bonuses valued in the hundreds of millions of dollars per year to sit around in boardrooms all day and stare at KPIs when you're working harder and longer hours than them by every conceivable metric. Life isn't fair, and although no one really owes it to anyone else to be fair, at the very least, we could all collectively agree on having enough dignity to not wave that fact around in everyone's faces. Oh, hello, Mixtape. The concept of astroturfing is heavily rooted in the same tactics used by propagandists since pretty much the dawn of time. Disinformation, flooding the zone, pro-experts with appeal to authority, and so on. A lot of this will sound familiar if you've looked into any of this or studied it before. However, given that it's impossible to completely escape the media cycle nowadays, if you play games or watch really any kind of media, it's honestly so goddamn tiring to see the same thing happening over and over again. Take Expedition 33 for example. Now, hold on, before you bring the lynch mob to my door, I'm not even saying that it's a bad game. I already went on record that it was probably my...
Hey, so we got this. Quick derailment. This from Pirate Nation on X on Twitter, who says this: Grand Theft Auto 6 will retail for $80, and the Ultimate Edition will be $100. Bad news. The physical version will only include a digital code. No disc will be included. I didn't see a source for this, but it sounds like it makes sense. I mean, it will make sense. Retail $80 is probably going to be more expensive for fucking Europeans because shit is just more expensive here. It's probably going to be like 90 euros. Because $80 is 70 euros. And 70 euros is already what most games cost. The AAA games, they just cost as much. It's probably going to be 80 or even more.
Pick for last year, mostly because
and probably the Ultimate Edition is the one that's going to get you playing like 2 days in advance or something?
I did enjoy it overall, despite the many problems I have with this, mostly with the writing and the Act 2 twist.
Wait, why is this so fast?
Onwards. Much like more infamous examples we've seen in the Veilguard or Dustborn, however, the idea that its success was purely organic and, again, the best somehow naturally rises to the top through hard work and innovation is nothing short of delusional. Yes, word of mouth, previews, all that jazz is part of any PR
So I guess
cycle
this would make it the first ever quadruple A game if we ignore Skull and Bones, which was supposed to be that.
That everything from the tiniest indie
First
to
ever
the super
quadruple A.
expensive AAA 500+ hour open world goes through, but Expedition 33 is relevant here because of how it was framed as an indie game, to the point it infamously won the category at the Game Awards, when it was anything...
Yeah, pre-order starts tomorrow, or depending on the time zone, but yeah, it starts tomorrow. So I guess that's when we're going to find out officially, when the pre-orders open. And still, people going to buy it. People going to buy it. I don't think I'm going to pre-order at this point. Because it's like pre-orders.
Again, I just know
Pre-order,
this is
dude.
going to be...
I got burnt once. Well, not once, but the one time. I got burnt on Cyberpunk and stayed until like, 2 a.m. for it to unlock. And then I played it for 2 hours and it crashed like 12 times. This is on the base PS4 when it came out. And it was a nightmare. It legit like broke my heart. And I've never been able to enjoy the game as much as after it broke my heart.
Taken.
And imagine that was the most polished part of the game, because usually games are the most polished in the first like 6 hours, if it's like an open world, whatever game, because they finish that section the quickest. Well, not the quickest, but it's the most, complete. But yeah, I guess if the first time you ever played it was after Phantom Liberty came out, then you got a different experience. But my experience was completely soured at launch.
About as well as Baldur's Gate 3 fans with constructive criticism. So to reiterate, whether or not you think Expedition 33 is the best thing since sliced bread is besides the point. What matters here is that it is not an indie game, and it never was. A quick Google search will tell you a lot of what happened with the funding behind the scenes, but to give you a quick overview, there's a widely circulated claim that Clear Obscure had a budget of less than $10 million. Now, again, anyone with half a brain who takes one look at the game would know immediately that there is no way this game costs less than $10 million. I'd be surprised if it wasn't at least triple that, considering a game as bad as Mass Effect Andromeda cost $60 million, and that's before we take inflation into account. First of all...
On that point, on Mass Effect Andromeda in particular, I would compare it to how some movies have reshoots when the studio realizes, okay, this is a turd, this will most likely flop, we need reshoots to try and salvage this. So they spend a bunch of additional money to reshoot part of it. I think this is something that similarly happened with Andromeda, because BioWare just started working on what that engine was, the Frostbite engine. They didn't really know what the fuck was going on. They couldn't make it work in the way that they would have liked. So they probably spent some additional money to try and salvage it. And it was a mess. It was terrible. It was terrible.
Pre-production started in late 2019 or early 2020 when Guillaume Broche, the founder and de facto CEO of the developer Sandfall Interactive, just so happened to be as high up as a creative director with reportedly no experience at the time, but we'll get back to his family in a second. Roughly 5 years, even with a team that's relatively small like 33 people, would need a tremendous amount of money for operating running costs even before we consider the actual game side of things, especially when it looks that good. Remember, Kepler didn't come in as a publisher till around 2023. Anyway, jumping back a bit, the founder of Sandfall and arguably the central creative force, if you like, of Clair Obscur, Guillaume Broche, is the son of Richard Broche, an incredibly wealthy investor who sits on a board with other family members within a group called MBO+. All of this is public information, by the way. I'd encourage you to read up on it yourself. Now, I personally don't know how much his net worth is, but if we consider how unbelievable that sub $10 million claim is for all production costs, and the fact Guillaume got his start at Ubisoft in a creative director role, you know, a French company that certainly has its own corrupt skeletons in the closet, and multiple members of his family are heavily involved with obscenely wealthy investment firms, the success of Expedition 33, not just in its development but the media, starts to paint a very different picture, doesn't it? These two graphs represent Guillaume's investment portfolio, which apparently he has a trust fund on top of all that, and his father, Richard, too. I'll leave the link to it if you'd like to know more. Awful lot of coincidences lining up, isn't there? Anyway, this is talking about astroturfing on the development side, if that makes sense, but now let's circle back to the marketing with more recent examples. I'd encourage you to go watch my video from last year, There Is No Such Thing as Games Journalism, where I go into
that's a great video, by the way,
about more of this stuff there.
Yes.
It's one of my best.
Game journalism and journalism as a whole is about journalistic integrity, but also game journalism hinges on access. You can't really have a great article about a game, and you can't really talk about the developers if you don't get access to them. You can't have early impressions of a game and how it's going to play unless you have access. And the access is in the hands of the publisher. So if they decide you're not getting it, or if you get it and you write something that they disagree with and decide not to give you any more access, that's it. You're cooked. That's why IGN has to give a minimum of a 7 out of 10 to all the massive AAA games that come out, even if they're not deserving of that, because they need to keep that access going on. So games journalism is kind of an impossible concept in the sense of like actual journalism.
Videos, and I'm proud of us. But in the interests of this not blowing out to 1 billion hours long, let's walk through a few of the biggest offenders. Dustborn, the egregious...
Yeah, you can extend this argument to all media. That's why many of the horror movies, especially that come out, you see many people coming out and being like, okay, this is the scariest movie of the year. Because with a horror movie, it's easy to say, okay, the selling point is that it's scary, so I'm going to go to the advanced screening provided to me by the, whatever, A24, and I'm going to say that is the scariest movie of the year. And also, that's very subjective. So you can do that with this. You can do that with music. You can do that with anything.
Plant that was so blatant.
And I guess my hope is that consumers, after getting fucking bent over time and time again, will become more educated, and they will be pro-consumer. Like, you're going to think about your own interest. It's like, okay, I went and I read like 5 articles about this video game, about this movie. Am I interested in it? Do I want to experience this?
Could be forgiven for thinking it was satire, was developed by Red Thread Games, best known for Dreamfall Chapters and The Longest Journey, on which they built their reputation, as well as partial funding from Quantic Dream of all things, which you just know is a ringing endorsement of the writing quality for sure. Not only that, it received funding from the Norwegian Film Institute, valued around $1.5 million, and some additional funding from other European groups too. Now, unlike Clair Obscur, this game absolutely looks like it was made with less than 10 million, but that's besides the point, because where it gets interesting is in how it can still afford to fail. Again, I won't go into the politics side of things again, because I've harped on enough about that before. Check out the aforementioned Games Media video, or the more recent one about forced representation. Plus, I don't want to get too off topic again. What fascinates me with these games, and that are set up to fail and so obviously appeal to no one is what's going on behind the scenes. As far as I can tell, there are no total sales numbers or the production budget available publicly for Dustborn, yet it was still heavily lauded by the usual suspects. Forbes, Polygon, etc., decrying that it was just another victim of a hate mob, when it's hilarious that anyone thought this game was worth anything more than a passing thought in the shower or mid-wank. Clearly it's part of a much larger issue with ESG scores.
I don't know why you would think about Dustborn mid-wank.
Anyway, I wanted to quickly bring that up as an example since we're looking at budgets and trying to follow the money here. Next game, and what
I think what's going to reduce these is losing money. Even though, yeah, many of them might be just a tax write-off, so it doesn't even matter. But obviously, publishers care about making money, and if you give too many shitty-ass development studios the budget to make games like Mixtape, and it loses a bunch of money, eventually they wouldn't feel like doing it anyways, because it's all about money. It's an industry. Everything that becomes an industry and it becomes that big, it's always about the money and making more.
Tried to be more subtle is specific to Vice, ZeniMax Media, the parent company of Bethesda Softworks, and the most confused, middling, politically themed game, Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus. The fact that our old friend Deborah Wilson is in this game speaks volumes for what it means about astroturfing. But
Deborah
anyway,
Wilson.
You might remember there was this period where the publisher leaned into the hashtag kill Nazis and whatnot, as if we were still in the edgy late 2000s phase of EA buying out a cathedral for Dante's Inferno, and Vice infamously got Pete Hines to try and link the game to Trump. I've showed this clip before, but...
Oh yeah, this was...
Okay, are we talking about Trump here?
We're talking about Nazis.
Wolfenstein 2,
so lame.
beyond just being a really disappointing game in general, confused in both its core vision and whether it wanted to be serious like the first game, or wacky meta bullshit, is a fascinating example in the context of astroturfing because it failed so dramatically. It might have sold pretty well, I don't know, I can't be bothered looking that up, but it felt like the lack of discourse was a gaping black hole, where Vice and Bethesda had tried so hard to be relevant and down with the kids. That same video where they interviewed some of the devs from Machine Games only for the central theme about Trump and America and whatever to be rejected when they said they just made a game about Nazis, a bunch of guys all the way over in Sweden, was pretty funny. But anyway, I won't keep harping on about it any longer. Wolfenstein 2 is bad. Youngblood somehow managed to be even worse, so as is so often the case, the New Order joins the long list of games before it that seems like it was more down to luck that it turned out that good. Shame about the muddy mega textures though. Finally, to circle back round to what everyone's been yapping about lately, I don't want to get into the whole story around Mixtape again. One, because I don't really care, I was never going to play it anyway, in fact I'd never even heard of it until all this stuff blew up, and two, you've probably seen a million commentary slop videos beating that dead horse by now anyway. What I will
watched the
tell
DSP
you to
video
focus on is that the publisher,
saying that you
Annapurna
shouldn't talk about this
Interactive,
game
was
as he was
founded
talking
by
about that
Megan
game.
Ellison, daughter of one of the richest billionaires in the world, and that my own stupid country, Australia, continues to waste God knows how much money on shit that doesn't deserve to be funded anyway, whether it's an industry plant or not. Hey, a quick little addendum while
big ups
editing
John
here.
Michael
So I had
for the
a
follow.
quick look up who Megan Ellison is, and what do you know? She produced the film She Said from 2022 with Carey Mulligan, so no wonder Annapurna picked up a game like Mixtape. I couldn't believe it. I actually laughed out loud. To her credit though, she's also listed as a producer on Paul Thomas Anderson's The Master, which is a great film, his best in my opinion. So hey, it's not all spineless revisionist crap. Without having looked at the game that closely, I will say I don't see the whole point in people getting so upset about what is or isn't a real game again, when games like Mixtape have been cranked out on the regular, left, right and center for years now. Sure, the scores are so obviously astroturfed, but again, why is anyone putting any credence in IGN and the like anyway? Most of us realized what these quote-unquote reviewers were doing ages ago. video. Anyway, with all that being said, I applaud anyone's efforts to keep noticing all those coincidences lining up. It's so much easier for these
this is the end of the video.
and companies to sell out when they...
So yeah, we're not going to watch the game journalism video, even though I encourage you to go watch it. Ultimately, the point is what I said, that game journalism is not compatible with the concept of journalism and journalistic integrity. And there's a shit ton of proof in this video, so make sure to go and actually check it out yourself. And then what else do we have? Yeah, we talked about GTA 6 being $80. Was it $80? It was $80, I think, yeah. We got a bunch of demos here. Checking out more demos. What else do we have? Let's sort by popular. Bloodlines 2. Oh, yeah, Bloodlines 2. Vampire the Masquerade 2. That was, wow. That was actually dog shit. The Rot of Influencer Culture. Let's shit talk Alana Pierce a bunch.
Yes, that capitalized on the whole boomer shooter trend in recent years. That probably wouldn't have got much attention at the time, save for the fact it's 40k. Beyond its visual appeal and the fun factor of playing as a space marine, even though, of course, it just had to be another one of the boys in blue, I thought it was pretty mediocre across the board and eventually refunded it. A while back, it was revealed the developers, Auric Digital, are making a sequel, and more recently, that there's going to be a second playable character this time round, a Sister of Battle. This was enough to get me legitimately interested in checking out the sequel. One, because Ultramarines are pushed so much, you'd think they're the only ones in the Imperium. But also, two, who doesn't love the fanatical nuns with guns in the Sororitas? Fast forward to a couple of days ago, and guess who was just revealed as the voice of the new character? None other than Alana Pierce.
Yeah, legit. This woman, man. Personally, I have nothing against her, but she's like the definition of a video game shill. Like, this is the face of video game industry shill.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the failed journalist...
I've seen some of her acting work. She was in one of those VHS movies. She is not a talented actress. She's just not.
Turned gamer girl Grifter couldn't just stick to stealing other people's art, claiming she was a writer on God of War Ragnarok when all she did was some menu options, and hilariously, the cookbook of all things.
Oh, and she made that terrible video. Maybe I should watch this afterwards. The truth behind the 7 out of 10 scores, which is some of the most nonsense industry dick riding that I've ever seen in my life. Like, actually. 7 out of 10. I saw many people dogpiling on it, but that's because it's fucking true. Because you should. Okay, I'm going to load it up after this one.
And sucking up to everyone else involved in the great media circle jerk, she's been trying to crowbar her way into acting now for some reason.
Oh, yeah. This is the VHS video. VHS movie.
Her way into...
So VHS is a horror movie anthology series that's been going on since, like, what, 2014 maybe or something, where it's a bunch of horror movies that are kind of like 20 minutes long, horror shorts. Some of them are good and some of them are absolutely terrible. She was in one of those that are terrible. And she was the only actress because she was getting kidnapped by aliens.
Acting now for some reason. But wait, there's more, because it doesn't just stop there. While you could argue the limited voice lines in a game like Bolt Gun really doesn't matter either way, the first game's protagonist, Malum Kado, was voiced by Rahul Kohli.
And she's constantly trying to downplay the influence that Access Media and Access Journalism has in the industry. And you're going to see that the most in this fucking video, this terrible video. Where it's like, yeah, man, it doesn't even matter. So what they gave it a 7 when it was actually like a terrible game? It was just some guy's opinion.
Why does that matter? Well, guess who he's been dating this whole time? Unbelievable.
No way!
I recognize
it's
there's a
Sarrow's
certain
man.
level of irony in a guy who makes YouTube videos, as I also play the same game of engagement and whatever, criticizing these people. If that's a deal breaker for you, that's fine. But let's just make this clear up front. If you think I'm an influencer on any level. Please, for the love of God, get that out of your head right now. I am not trying to be an authority on anything. I've never tried to push a narrative. I've never done sponsorships or paid promotion in any of these videos, and I've repeatedly gone on record that I never will. I'm just some random, no-name, completely insignificant guy throwing his opinion out there, and that's perfectly fine by me. Obviously, influencer culture is a problem that goes way beyond just games media, but it's specifically video games that I want to focus on here. Much like the astounding corruption in the rest of games media, let's use this opportunity to remind people there is no such thing as a game journalist. The ways in which these influencer, parasocial grifters will get into bed with anyone who throws them a bit of money is frankly revolting. You have that Maddie Plays guy who notoriously called Fallout 4 a, quote, near perfect game at release and just had to
It's not even better than the previous Fallout.
go up the RPG
Near
space,
perfect. That's like when DSP gave it what? DSP gave it a 9.75?
which means I have to see his
Fuck's
stupid
sake,
face pop up in recommendations all the time. He's spread his cheeks so many times now for basically any company that will throw him a bone, especially Bethesda. You can practically drive a freight train through it.
Yeah, this is Jor Raptor is another one of those. Jor Raptor is a shill for Ubisoft. He loves all their shit, even though it's all shit.
Had the decency to remain in
It's
the
not
lazy
shit, but you know,
commentary
it's
and use
Ubisoft.
content farm space
I talked about him
rather than
enough.
literally
Yeah, it's the 9.75 mixed bag. Hey, it's the youngster.
itself to a game. Developers collaborating
Mr.
with
Young.
or even hiring fans is nothing new. But let's
Young
go back
alert.
to everyone's favorite Dragon Age The Veilguard and its community council for another infamous example. Carla Elizabeth, Uni Fadewalker, the crybully Scottish trans person that white knighted for Corinne Bush, Katie or Gil Dethalin, a law channel that admitted she only started playing Dragon Age after Inquisition, JV, one of
What
the
do you
more
mean? What do you mean Dragon Age after Inquisition? So you played including Inquisition, which was the last one before the Veilguard? What a classic fan.
notable peak slop YouTubers who used to shill hard for Ubisoft, and Ash, also known as Lady Insanity, are all among the council members that worked hard on advocating for the fans' voice in delivering one of the worst games ever made. They had a direct line of communication to BioWare and played a key role in giving feedback and shaping the game people eventually got.
Yeah, this is a godlike example in a case study. Because this was supposed to be the game where, oh my god, we asked for so much feedback from the community. The community told us everything they wanted to see. And then it's like, it's not even Dragon Age. It got nothing on Dragon Age. Not even the worst Dragon Age.
Let that sink in for a minute. Remember these names.
It looks nothing like it. The engine makes it look like fucking Fortnite characters and everything. The combat is lobotomized, terrible. The dialogue is insufferable and insanely unrealistic for a game that is supposed to be set in like medieval times.
Remember these
Or dark
faces,
fantasy
because,
world?
like parasites, these grifters simply move from one game to the next as they advocate for the elusive.
I agree, yes. Dragon Age Origins was the good one, and everything since then has never been as good. I don't know why people claim that Inquisition was awesome when, I don't know. I couldn't play it for more than like 6 hours. It was terrible. I hated it.
Modern audience.
Well, not terrible in the sense of like the Veilguard, but it was nowhere near close to Origins.
Stumbled out a video full of hand-wringing and excuses trying to explain that Dragon Age always changes. She has since attached herself to Exodus, where she apparently got another YouTube banned from a Discord server. Uni Fadewalker, like another spineless BioWare shill called Jackdaw, slinked away into obscurity and hilariously was pushing Bloodlines 2 recently. These are the people pretending to be
Dragon Age 2, yeah. I remember everybody was clowning on Dragon Age 2. I think in retrospect, it's probably better than most people gave it credit for. But it's still not Origins.
Fans, remember? The ones that supposedly represented everyone?
Yeah, the
even
community
if it was only
council.
to a tiny degree. Often when this kind of thing comes up, the excuses get...
And of course, the community council shit is fake as fuck. It's not like the video game massive corporation publishers and all those executive forces are going to care about what 5 YouTubers got to say? You know, it's all like performative, so you can pass it off as the community helped us shape this game. It's not like none of that shit actually had tangible results.
Or it's just a video game, or you're just a hater or some other bullshit. These people are scum of the earth, sold themselves out for either a bit of revenue or the biggest mistake of their life, having their name or alias in the credits of the most creatively bankrupt game ever made, with the full knowledge that everyone knows they had a hand in making it turn out that way, even if it was only to a tiny degree. Naturally, they've since distanced themselves and refused to take any accountability for Veilguard whatsoever. You sold out, and now you want to play the victim.
Oh, that's a big essay
whatsoever.
here. What do we got? Is it you're being harassed, people being toxic, but you all were completely well-meaning the whole time? Well, we were given the okay to say we were involved. It couldn't have worse timing, and it did feel like we were cannon fodder in a way. Yeah, maybe they just hid behind you and blamed it on you. But yeah, it's not like they're going to take the blame for it.
Sold out, and now you want to play the victim.
Give me a break.
Fucking cowards. Still, at least they're just fans, and as much of a parasocial...
But also, I can't directly blame them for the game being shit, because all these choices, they didn't really... They couldn't say much about it. Because if they said, okay, I think the dialogue is corny, then some fucking... the moron at BioWare would just tell him, well, this and this, you should keep quiet. Keep quiet. We appreciate your feedback.
Acidic loser as these people are, they had some kind of investment in running the IP into the ground. When it comes to failed journalists turned content mills like Young Ye and Alana Pierce,
Yummy Soylent.
This is where the more insidious and, unfortunately, more successful or well-known grifter comes into play. Let's just ignore the whole games media discussion, since that's been talked about to death already, because these completely unremarkable run-of-the-mill people that you could find a dime a dozen of on the rest of Twitch or YouTube began to leverage their recognition to pivot into higher roles, and for some reason, acting. Go watch that original video.
Yeah, bro.
I go into more-
Young Ye, and I'm not even like a Yakuza fan, but I heard him in, I think it was Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. He was the American dub for Kiryu. And the dude fucking sucks. He sucks. He's such a bad voice actor. It's fucking harmful. It damaged me and it hurt me. And I'm not even a fan. I can imagine what the fans are feeling. And being like, what the fuck? What?
More detail about how utterly insane it is that CD Projekt cast Co Carnage and Alana Pierce, among other people, simply for the brand recognition it would bring them. It's free advertising, after all. Even Rogue Trader wasn't immune to this, because Owlcat used the Co Carnage guy again in voicing the Daring Male player preset. It's disgusting.
Hey, Co Carnage is cool,
I won't
though.
dig up the whole critical role discussion.
He's cool.
Again.
I don't mind him.
I've already gone into detail about Pillars of Eternity.
He's like a DSP if DSP wasn't DSP and was like a relatively normal guy playing video games.
Mercer being used to get RPG tourists to boost sales numbers in games like Fallout 4 or Baldur's Gate 3, but the fact people are cast based on nothing else beyond their e-celebrity status is just insane. You have the slop commentary YouTuber Young Ye, who was clowned on for his Kiryu performance in Yakuza, and just recently also voiced a character in The Outer Worlds 2, or as I like to call it, Bioslop. Just like Alana Pierce conveniently
I would call it fall gout.
Wearing a 40k t-shirt, probably for the first time in her life, these shameless, disgusting grifters use the veneer of true fans to attach themselves to anything that'll make them a quick buck. And then, just like a parasite, they move on to the next. If that wasn't enough for you, well, when it comes to indie games and the streamer reaction slop of the week, you don't need to be a fan at all. The developer just needs to slap a big name on the box. So far, this has mainly been directed at the people who whore themselves out to the highest bidder and whatever big companies tell them, regurgitate the party line, and feed into the white noise, cynical, solely profit-driven hellscape that is games media today. We have the tourist fans who will go with whatever narrative suits them and backpedal at the slightest bit of pushback and chase the all-important ad revenue. Left-wing, right-wing, centrist, whatever. They all do it. We have failed media personalities turned actors because they don't have anything better to do with their lives and sit around and let their chat jerk them off about how important their opinion is. Now, however, let's
Can you guys
talk about
jerk me
the
off a little bit?
developer and
Can we do
company
this?
side
Can you
of
make me
things.
into an
We're the
influencer so I can be in GTA 7? They can, I can voice some effeminate man.
Just like Alana Pierce or Young Ye genuinely think they've hit the big time, who can say? I mean, the way these people act, they must think everything they do is gold. But now, let's talk about using YouTubers solely for marketing. When Let's Play culture was taking off in the 2010s, it seemed like every streamer base or indie game of the week would throw in a quote by a certain Swedish YouTuber if he played their game. This is bad enough. I mean,
Oh yeah, that was
it's
the
not like
PewDiePie
Australia
segment.
or Time Magazine would have been any more of an expert opinion, sure, but what I'm getting at here is worse. It's one thing for random YouTubers who think they're top shit and soulless products more than actual people to seek out working on games or using their arbitrary number of followers or whatever on a social media page as somehow representative of expertise to land roles. It's a whole other thing entirely when companies actively seek out people for the sole purpose of getting some big name on the cover. By now, I'm sure you have a good idea what I'm getting at. I haven't played Dispatch, it doesn't interest me, I don't care, and I frankly never will. Telltale's empty box, fake choice and consequence formula ran out of steam about a decade ago, but that hasn't stopped everyone collectively glazing this new game. Maybe it genuinely is a masterpiece. Maybe it is the big reckoning, a threat to the gaming industry and AAA, and what all these thumbnails are no doubt telling you, just as they did with Baldur's Gate 3 and Clair Obscur and about a million other games before it. But let me ask you this, were two YouTubers really the best picks for the job? It gets even worse, because while looking up the rest of the cast to check as I was writing the script, Dispatch is yet another game that's hired the whole cast of Critical Role once again for some lazy brand recognition.
Yeah, I didn't really care about this one. It probably is good. I don't know. Everybody's saying it's good, and that must mean that it's good. Yeah, this guy only got 10K subs. It's unfortunate. But eventually he's going to have a video that's going to blow up. And what happens to people like this who've been putting out good shit for a consistent amount of time? One of his videos is going to blow up big style, and then he's going to get a lot of subscribers from that. And since he has a very similar, topics and everything, it's not like he's going to make a one-off video about clavicular or something. And people are just going to go and watch his backlog, and he's going to get a bunch of, retroactively get views. So I'm very confident in him. He's also, I think he is a game development major. He's worked in game development, so he's got, an insider perspective. So, yeah, I think he's going to do great.
At least these people have some degree of acting experience. Do you expect anyone to believe this penguin guy or Critical?
And as you can see, this not like the rage-baiting culture war videos. He backs up what he says with facts. Like we saw a bunch of the connections that he made between Alana Pierce and all these other people. His game journalism video is even better because it has a lot more of those.
Who I've never watched any of his videos, or Sean or Jack, were the best possible people for the role? Of course not. They were cast solely for their reputation and brand recognition. It's no different to the fans who would slurp up liquid sewage if they knew it had Critical Role in it. What makes it worse is that people are celebrating Dispatch as yet another big creative risk and a wake-up call for the industry, except the studio behind Dispatch, Ad Hoc, has done the exact same thing as
Dude, I've been going on for 5 hours. Holy shit. This felt like
people on the internet
4
have
hours.
become just another part of the marketing
4
cycle,
hours.
especially when they know it'll come with millions of eyes on social media and through word of mouth to boot. Let's get some popular YouTubers to throw in the credits for good measure and reap the rewards, because people have become so conditioned by their frankly pathetic parasocial emotional attachment they have to these people. Whether Jack or Critical or whoever are genuinely great people is besides the point. They must on some level understand that they're being used for purely cynical purposes. If they want to be part of the game or had a great time or just want the paycheck is besides the point. It's what the actual fuck Ad Hoc and all these other developers are doing by treating people as products. For the same reason Alana Pierce, Young Ye, and all the other grifters allow themselves to be perceived as in turn. Good God, man, it feels like I'm going insane sometimes by how pervasive parasocial behavior has become and how many people are basing their entire existence around social media and regurgitating whatever the popular opinion is because they're incapable of thinking critically. It's not like I'm trying to make myself out as this big counterculture figure or authority either. It's ultimately your money. If you want to donate to people like Alana Pierce or Young Ye or the million other streamers out there for the momentary dopamine hit when they notice your comment, or you're happy to throw money at the latest thing and barely play us before moving on to the next, it's your money and it's your life.
Oh yeah,
what
this
I find so
Avowed. There was a clip of Avowed in there. It's like, I never understood what people liked about this game. I actually didn't. I guess the one thing I can give it credit for is the versatility when it comes to weapons, because you can dual wield pretty much anything, and you can do whatever the fuck you want on that front. But still.
Money at the latest thing and barely play us before moving on
And
to
it's not like I was blinded by the Skyrim killer claims when people were advertising it as such. It wasn't even like the company making it advertising it as such.
Next, it's your money and it's your life. What I find so goddamn depressing about all this, though, is that we have collectively allowed influencers to even become a thing in the first place. I mean, off the top of my head, I can't think of a single time in my entire life where I bought something based on solely what another person has said. This video's already gone on long enough. I don't want it to turn into an entire thesis if we have to get into talking about game reviews or something again, but I sincerely hope that none of you watching have done this based on anything I've said either. If there's any takeaway from this video, it's this. Don't let companies or grifters or anyone take you for a ride. Do your own research and think critically. Guys.
Yeah, because it's like that will make us, the gamers, and whatever media consumers, I hate this term, whatever group of consumer of a product, it's going to make us all collectively more intelligent and more pro-consumer. Because, you know, fucking company doesn't give a shit about you. They want your money, regardless what kind of product they're putting out. And if you just blindly trust somebody, buy something that they say, you're not doing yourself any favors. Like, if Angry Joe gives something a 9 out of 10, at least I'm going to watch the whole video leading up to the score to see what I think about this. And maybe I'll be like, hey, you know what? Angry Joe dumb as fuck. Just like he was dumb as fuck with Payday 3. Because he was basically a shill for Payday 3, and that game was completely fucking broken, and it sucked.
I just had a crazy idea. Hear me out, right?
And now he's a lol cow.
And
oh, he went back and forth on Twitter with who was it? I don't know. With the Heel versus Babyface, because Heel versus Babyface made a video about him that he cried about something, and then he cried about it. Actually, I don't know. It was funny, but the Angry Joe tweets, let me show you. Angry Joe tweets are like 12 paragraphs long, and when I see a tweet like this, I'm like, okay, I do not care. Angry Joe, Joe Vargas, the Varg man. Here it is. Here it is. You made a 40-minute video on a single tweet of mine when no one was even talking to you. Joe, you made a public video, man. You know how this shit worked, Joe? You know how this worked, Joe? And there we got this. Then we got this. Like, look at this. Bruh. Oh, another good channel, the Decembro. I might line up one of his video. Yeah, but many of those people have been muted. I mute everybody for whatever reason. I mute terms. I probably got the longest list of muted terms on fucking Twitter. I hate everything. I hate the internet. I hate any big group of people that exists. Speaking of which, now we're gonna hate on the 7 out of 10 IGN enjoyers. So this is it, the boring truth about all those 7 out of 10 review scores.
I believe it's happened again. I'm sick of seeing it every.
Yeah, I know that the easy answer is don't use Twitter, but I like the posts that are being made on that platform. I think a lot of them are funny. I think some of them are insightful. If I don't understand exactly what it means, I can just use Grok, the very epic developed AI, also known as Mecha Hitler, to look up the background of the shit for me and do my research so I don't have to do it. It's very cool. Very cool. What am I going to use? Threads? I'm going to use Instagram? Well, I do, but yeah, that's beside the point.
It haunts me. It's in my nightmares. It's in all of my waking hours. It's everywhere. The number 7. Another games journalist has given another video game a 7 out of 10. And today I'm going to tell you why that's fairly common, actually, because there is, like, a pretty good reason for it, or maybe not necessarily a good reason. I'm not trying to color this reason in any direction. It's just a reason that you see 7 out of 10s as being common, to the extent where we now sometimes refer to 7 as, like, an average, which is weird, but allow me to explain. First, if you don't know me, sometimes people meme on me for mentioning this, but you'd be surprised the amount of people who comment on my videos who don't even know what my current job is and assume that I'm a full-time YouTuber, let alone a job I used to have, so that's why I sometimes say it. Turns out people don't know stuff. And I used to work at IGN. I was a writer there for 3 whole years, which makes me exceptional.
Oh, and she made another one that's called 10 out of 10 game reviews, the truth. Which I guess she's going to say, well, nothing is perfect, and a 10 out of 10 doesn't mean something is perfect, which, I mean, I agree.
Qualified. The most professional, lauded source on the internet. Educated to such a high degree. I started, and I feel like that really sells it. The one person on the planet equipped to tell you that step 1, before we get into the rest of this video, is some of y'all take game reviews way too seriously. I will explain why the 7 out of 10 is so common and why it's memed because it's so common and that it doesn't make sense. I feel like so many conversations about game reviews would be like so much more chill if you just remember that it's just some fucking guy's opinion. I used to be that fucking guy.
No, it's not.
It's just some fucking guy has an opinion on something.
Yeah, but you work for a company that directly influences what people buy, and you have direct access to the product before everybody else has. So in many of those concepts, it's not some guy's opinion. Essentially, if you boil it down to its most abstract idea, any review is one guy's opinion. Or if you're talking about like Red Letter Media, it's 2 guys' opinion.
That's all a game review is. The fucking guy who writes the review is no more or less qualified to have an opinion on any other fucking guy on the street about a game. That is my genuine opinion.
Well, if that's your genuine opinion, you should not be working in the games industry, because then you're no more qualified than Darkside Phil. Why were you working for IGN? Why were you a writer for IGN? I thought IGN is a gaming outlet that employs people who know stuff about gaming. If any guy on the street can tell you that Dragon Age the Veilguard is a 10 out of 10, then IGN shouldn't exist. Then the people who should exist is the fucking YouTuber who's doing this in their fucking bedroom, in their spare time off work.
That is the opinion that I held when I did it and got
You're
paid
literally
for it. I
employed by a media
do
outlet.
not consider game reviews to be journalism, even though they technically are by definition of the word. But again, it's just some fucking guy's opinion, man. And they certainly are not objective and do not strive to be and shouldn't be, because they are opinion-based. They are not reporting. They're just, oh, fucking guy has an opinion. And to be clear,
no, it's not.
Gets upset with me. Not being sexist here. Women can also be some fucking guy. Like I said, I used to be some fucking guy. Gender neutral. It's really just
okay. Yeah, we
the guy
get
who
it.
does it
It's
for
gender
IGN,
neutral.
has an editorial policy that he has to abide by. Probably has more writing experience than the average person, and more people will read it. But that is
so it's not some guy. It's a professional. Oh, okay. Because I got no writing experience. I can't write an IGN review and explain to you why I like the game. I'm not employed by such a company because I'm not qualified to be. So it almost is like people working for this major outlet that reaches millions of people and influences them, especially some of the casuals that couldn't care less about watching like a bunch of people's reviews. They're just going to watch an IGN review and buy it. They're directly involved in the gaming industry and the market.
is really the only difference. No one's opinion on a video game is any more.
Yeah, the only difference is that that one guy who is supposed to be this super average guy is more qualified and educated, and he's supposed to be because he's working for a games publication. Should I go and work for the New York Times then?
Valid than anybody else's. The only exception to that, and like I feel that way about films and stuff too, the only exception to that is when, in my opinion, someone who has a ton of expertise is the one reviewing something. Tarantino, not just some fucking guy. Miyazaki, Hideo Kojima, not just some fucking guy. They go beyond
reviewers?
the sphere of some fucking guy in which all of the rest of us exist. But otherwise, 100% of us, IGN, GameSpot, Kinda Funny, you in my comment section, we're all just some fucking guy. It's actually pretty crazy when you think about it. Like, really, the whole world is just run by just a guy. Like, what are any of us doing? Think about
why does IGN? Why does some random guy at IGN get advanced review copies? Why does some random guy at IGN, Alana Pierce included, gets invited to go on a fucking trip to Japan to play whatever the fuck game they got invited to play, and then coincidentally they have a glowing review of the game?
Things you don't know how to do or how many mistakes that you've made, and you're still here, and that's just the same as the rest of us. None of us have any idea what's really going on.
Right,
We're just some
okay,
fucking
yeah.
guy who
We're all just little pieces of dust floating around in the universe. Sure, man. But like, you recorded this and edited this and you thought this was a good fucking take? You thought people were gonna agree with this and are gonna be like, yep, she's right. It makes sense.
There it is. Okay, but first, 7 out of 10. Why is it so common? Why does it feel like 7 out of 10 has become the average video game score, at the very least in the AAA gaming space? Why is everything a 7 out of 10? Why is it so common?
Because 7 out of 10 is the lowest acceptable rating from AAA publishers and video game development companies. That's it. Otherwise, if you give it less, it's considered bad. Even though, of course, that's not how the out of 10 scale work. We're not talking about this. I hate review numbers because people don't read the actual review. They just look at the number. But yes, it's the lowest score that EA is going to accept when you review fucking BioWare.
What happened to the other half of the scale? Why aren't we using it? In my opinion, it actually is because 7 out of 10 kind of has become average for AAA games, but maybe not for the reasons that most people would think. Important to note before we get into this that different websites do have different scales. A 9 for IGN is not the same as a 9 for some other website. You have any?
Okay, what is the 10 out of 10 for IGN?
Important to note before we
Let's
get into
this. So 10 out of 10 masterpiece. Simply put, this is our highest recommendation. There's no such thing as a truly perfect game. I agree. But those who earn a masterpiece label from IGN come as close as we could reasonably hope for. They're classics in the making that we hope and expect will influence game design for years to come, as other developers learn from their shining examples.
That different websites do have different scales. A 9 for IGN is not the same as a 9 for...
Also here with the 9, I'm not going to read all of these, but just so you get an idea. 9 is an amazing. We enthusiastically recommend that you add these games to your playlist. If we call a game amazing, that means something about it seriously impressed us, whether it's an inspired new idea or an exceptional take on an old one. We expect to look back as one of the highlights of its time and genre, which can be applied to like an 8.
Some other website. You have any feeling?
Still, that's why I hate these numbers. You can't put your enjoyment of something in a number.
One thing that I see people mistake all the time is that they think a 10 out of 10 is a perfect score or that it's a perfect game. For IGN, for example, a 10 does not mean perfect. It just means masterpiece, because no game is perfect except for Portal and maybe also Deadly Premonition and Doom 93 and Tunic. But that's the list of perfect video games completed. Unless you have anything to add, editor of this video, Jacob Fullerton. The floor is yours.
Gungan Frontier. All your favorite characters in there. You get to play with Fombas and Falumpa sets and plant trees on the moon. And the UI is a clam. 10 out of 10. Perfect game.
There we go.
Comprehensive list of perfect video cutaway gag.
No, really, none exist. 10 out of 10 means masterpiece, right? It is a masterpiece. It doesn't mean it's perfect. But for whatever website that you read reviews from or whatever discourse you're involved in, I recommend checking out their individual scales. And if you look at a 7 on the IGN scale...
No, we're not looking at a scale. We're not looking at the description of the scale because a scale is ubiquitous language. That's why we use them. You can't have a different definition of a 10 than fucking Kotaku.
means
You just
it's not
can't.
great, just good.
This
When I
is
worked
a
there and I
ridiculous
reviewed video
concept.
games and movies and stuff sometimes. Dan Stapleton, the executive editor of reviews at IGN.
Otherwise, you would be grading it with, I don't know, everything that uses numbers would be the same thing.
Me to treat what score I would have if I was having trouble as what would I say if someone walked up to me on the street and asked. So a 7 would be, yeah, it's good. It's not great. It's good. It's good. Because to be honest, assigning a score to however many thousand words you've written where you try to really explain every single nuance of this thing and why you do or don't like it is extremely difficult and sucky, but it's just really important to audiences. Like, it gets clearly so much engagement from these websites. People want the opinions distilled into a little number. It generates so much discourse. It generated this video, technically, and probably many videos about 7 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 game reviews that exist on this platform. Audiences clearly are very attached to the review score. For writers, it sucks. So when you're having trouble being like, I don't know what these words distill to, how am I going to figure that out? A good way to do it is, what would you say someone came up to you on the street? So a 7 is, it's good. It's not great, it's good. And firstly, that does encompass a lot of video games, especially when you're a reviewer. People who review games or play games professionally are, by virtue of the thing that is their job, playing a lot more video games than most people. Now, before you get mad at me for that, it's just that they're allowed to do it during work hours. So they're playing more video games than every other human who has a job that is not.
Well, it's their job.
They're allowed to play games.
It's not just their job to review video games and to play them. It's their job to understand what the game is about, to actually understand the mechanics, to actually play the game on a more elevated level than your average Joe who's fucking smoking weed and drinking beers playing it. That's why they're professionals at it. That's why they get paid for it.
Games at work. So like by default, they have more hours on any given day.
You're supposed to understand like the themes, the writing, all that shit.
But because the average games journalist is able to play more video games than the average reader, it's kind of another reason that a review is just some fucking guy's opinion.
Yeah, so that makes it not be just some fucking guy. It can't be some fucking guy, because some fucking guy doesn't play video games for 12 hours a day. And that's why I see so many reviewers complaining about a game being long, because it's like, okay, now I need to play the game a lot, because it's my job to play the game a lot.
Somebody who has played 1,000 games thinks of a game is inherently going to be different to what somebody who's only played 100 games thinks of a game, because you are coming into that with that wealth of knowledge, experience, and those set your expectations. Like, you might find something bland or generic because you've played 10 other games like it. If someone has played less games than you, they may not feel that way. Imagine somebody playing Star Wars Outlaws as their very first Ubisoft game. I myself was like, I'm kind of burnt out of Star Wars. I'm kind of burnt out with the Ubisoft formula right now. This feels very samey. It's not grabbing me. So I tried and I decided that I wasn't going to play any more of it. But someone who's never played a Ubisoft game before might be like, holy shit, this is crazy. What is this? We're all just a bunch of guys who have just fucking opinions. It's all so subjective. And it's impossible not to be subjective. You're inherently bringing all of the experiences that you have had into every opinion that you form on pretty much everything. And that's why reviews are what they are. They're just an opinion. Secondly, I think there's a misconception that 5 is supposed to mean average on the scales, where it doesn't, at least not on any of that I've ever seen. A 5 for IGN means mediocre. They describe it as something that is bland and...
Oh, I remember there was a guy, I don't know if that was IGN or another equally shit-eating, worthless outlet, but there was a guy who wrote an article about how he couldn't play the new James Bond game because he's a fucking lame loser and James Bond was cool and has charisma. So he was like, yeah, I couldn't relate to this. I'm not this type of guy. It's like, bro, you completely like missing the point. You're completely fucking missing the point.
Remarkable. And
this type of person is employed full-time by these organizations.
I guess with that definition, I wouldn't be like super uncomfortable personally categorizing Star Wars Outlaws that way, maybe. I haven't played enough that I feel confident saying that. But that becomes complicated when you realize how many games do fit below the 5 category, and that's kind of the point of this video. 5 is not actually baseline average, and it makes sense that most scores that these outlets give are going to be above a 5, because in comparison to the amount of video games that come out, the AAA games that people are playing, the games that are popular enough for people to even be talking about them, for somebody to need to write a review about them, are going to be in that upper category. Like, there are so many video games that come out.
Yes, but you don't review any of those games. You don't review the Steam shovelware dog shit garbage, because you're supposed to be a serious outlet. You're not going to review a Hitler Dating Simulator 3. You're not going to do that, because that's Steam shovelware dog shit. You're going to review the actual games that people want reviews for, so when people pay you for that, you know, your boss, your editor that we saw here in the video, You're going to get paid for an article people are actually going to read, and not a review of a shitty game that nobody played and no one will ever play. So that whole rating system, it applies on the games that you review. And a 5 is supposed to be middle of the road.
Truth is,
exactly right down the middle, mediocre. I don't expect Dragon Age the Veilguard to get a 1 out of 10, because it is functional and it has a lot of money thrown at it. So obviously, we're not going to have the same rating as Yandere Simulator.
most games that release are very, 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 very flawed. Most games that come out don't even have an inch of the complexity that you see in something like Star Wars Outlaws. And you may take that with some kind of like offense, as though you think that Star Wars Outlaws is not complex. And that would be totally fair if you compare it to everything else that you've played. But if you compare it to the games that come out, it has incredibly complex systems. Most games aren't even close to that level of complexity.
What does that mean? Okay, no, you lost me. You lost me completely. You're not reviewing any of those shitty games.
Most games that release have one song, they have maybe 2 inputs, they have
one song and 2 inputs.
Very few mechanics.
Oh my god.
That just...
Is that how we grade video games, based on the amount of complexity they have, or the songs?
You kind of press the same button over and over and over again. A lot of them crash all the time. They're very buggy. Sometimes they don't even have music. Most games that come out do not have even like an inch of the complexity or nuance that you are used to in AAA video games. Bad UI, unintuitive controls, just all of the things that net them somewhere between.
Yeah, this is for the same reason that, for example, Anthony Fantano doesn't review music that I made, you know? Because compared to everything he actually reviews, nobody fucking cares about it or listens to it. So, of course, there are going to be a lot of dog shit garbage that you will completely ignore because you're supposed to be a serious media outlet that reviews serious media products.
1 to 5 on a game review scale, that means that they kind of need the space for the 5 to 10 for the other games. We're basically at a point where hundreds, if not thousands, of games are released every single day, usually from one-person teams who do not do it full-time. You don't even hear about these games, but I'm going to do an experiment for you all right now. I'm going to boot up the 3 most recent releases on Steam and play them for you right now. I don't know what they are. This is not rehearsed. It's not going to be the games on the bestsellers list.
Oh, this is DSP level of science. Okay, let's look at the released games. So what is this? Future Breach Youngblood? Let me check this out on Steam. Future Breach Youngblood. Youngblood? This is a free game? Does it have any reviews? It has 64 reviews. Let's check the Steam charts. Steam charts. How many people actually played this shit? At most, it got 0 in-game right now. At most, it got 603. Almost 2 years ago. Is that a game that IGN is going to rate and review?
Future Breach Youngblood, which is free to play. So that's pretty cool. And Zool Dungeon. Let's start with Doll Catching Simulator. I need settings so I can... It immediately crashed. Try to change
this
the
is
aspect ratio,
ultimately her point. I think... oh, well, there's more to this video.
Have a menu. Cat? Oh, AD key, switch the claw machine.
That's so annoying. Yep, look, this is not a complex game. Therefore,
next we have...
most games are bad. But we're not going to review any of those on my outlet anyways, because no one wants to see them and they're not meaningful enough.
Looks like that kind of thing. Maybe even more than that. And websites like IGN have to effectively reserve the lower half of their scales for those games because those games exist. They just very rarely review them because most people don't know what they are. Like if people aren't searching for them.
Hey, you just debunked your own fucking point, didn't you?
People aren't really...
So that scale would not apply to any of them because they would be like 1s and 2s and 3s. And no one wants to see any of those fucking reviews.
Trying to figure out if they need to buy them or not, so you don't really need to write a review for them. But in case one goes viral, like the day before, for example, very bad, basic video game, they still need to have that bottom half of the scale there for those games. And when you consider how many games are like that, it starts to make a little more sense why you keep seeing AAA games on the other half of the scale. Like, that's the breadth of the scale that is being considered. AAA games are inherently a lot more complex than majority of the games that come out every day, so they are far, far, far more deserving of the top 5 part of that scale. The scale is not just AAA. Does that make sense? Am I articulating this? I remember when Diablo 4 got massively review bombed by the user ratings, maybe a month or so after it came out, which was deserved. They made some disappointing changes, but people were giving it like a 2 out of 10 and calling games journalists shills because they weren't giving it 2 out of 10. But when you see the games that I just showed you, and then you compare it to something like Diablo 4, which has complex systems and enemies and classes and a ton of progression and music and sound design and art.
But then both of these games are compared on their own scales, because of course you would expect a lot more from Blizzard than you would expect from, who was this made by? From Yuri Nixic, who made the Future Breach game that you already forgot about because it got 0 fucking players. Yes, they're based on a different standard because they're both completely fucking different.
You can see why it doesn't really exist in the same realm as a lot of the 2s that come out every day. It was functional, and it had this cool feature where you could actually play it for more than 5 minutes without being extremely bored. Basically, Steam is full of a lot of things that like barely count as video games or what the general public understands a video game to be, and most of them aren't.
They are invalid to this conversation.
But
They
the
are
scale has to
invalid.
still exist for
She debunked her own point like 5 times. Both of her points, because the first point was that any IGN review is just some guy. It's a guy who is no more qualified than whoever is listening to this at any point, and anybody watching this video. You're on the same level. So technically, I can work for IGN. Then why is Alana Pierce getting paid by IGN when I can work for IGN?
I mean, it's like,
if
I
we're
get
both
why if you've
equally
only played,
trash at
like,
video
you've only
games.
played really, really popular games that do rise above, you know, the schlock of majority of the stuff that comes out, that you would have a skewed perception of what the scale looks like. Like, your scale is probably different to the scale of some other fucking guy based on just what you've played, where reviewers often have played a lot of stuff that falls on the lower half of that scale and is the reason the lower half of that scale exists. I think you could pretty easily make a case that they should just not touch those lower half games at all, and
Because they don't.
like, have a scale just for AAA games, and they could be two
But
separate
the
things.
scale is already just for AAA games because you're IGN.
But I think that would also be pretty complicated to explain to audiences in a lot of
You're not
cases.
touching this. Can I find a review of this game? Of Future Breach Youngblood? Do we have a review of this? Let's check this out. Is it a 10? Oh, there is a review. It got 7 views in a year. And this one got 18.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's Void Era. I'm gonna be spending
Let me skip to the end like it's a Fantano video.
all of that. But if this is the entire like game loop is just doing what we're doing right now and you know doing
Okay, so reviews do exist, but there's no IGN review on this.
Is where I feel like it's probably easier to explain, no, a 0 or a 1 or a 2 is for games that don't function. Diablo 4 making changes that negatively impact the game didn't make it completely non-functional, or didn't make it so that the only thing you could do was like play a claw machine. You know what I mean? But yeah, you could certainly argue for that if you wanted to. Go ahead. I'm just explaining why it currently exists the way that it does. And to be clear, I'm not trying to defend IGN in making
Yeah, but
this
you
video in
explained
any
nothing
capacity.
though.
Even when I worked there, they had game reviews come out that I staunchly disagreed with. When I worked there, they had the Doom 2016 review, which was written by a freelancer who gave it was like an insane low score. Yeah, it was a 7.1. For Doom 2016. And I remember like everyone in the office being like, do not fucking agree with that at all. But it was from Joe Gilroy, who did not even work in the IGN office, a total freelancer. I don't think he even wrote for IGN very
But
often.
it's just some guy though. His review is valid. It is valid, and it should represent your outlet that you work for. It's just some guy.
1 or 2 times, I'm not actually sure. But like, they've certainly had review scores that I fundamentally disagreed with.
And that's not that guy's review, because if that guy wanted to have that guy's review, he would make a YouTube channel or he would post about it on Twitter. He was the voice of IGN. He was the person representing that whole outlet in that review.
And that's just sort of the reality of reviews being just written by some fucking guy. But yes, this is essentially why you might feel like you see so many review scores that are above a 5, or you feel like the lower half of the scale is being underutilized. It's why 7s feel like it might be average, and why I've heard people like call to change the 7 to a 5. But it's just when you factor in games that you probably haven't played or probably haven't heard of.
So far, we haven't addressed the access journalism point at all, which is what most people would say in response to this sort of excuse, where it's like, okay, well, you have motivation, whether exposure or direct financial benefit or your own personal benefit for getting the game early, going to events, expos, and stuff like that. You have major incentive to give this game a higher score than you would otherwise give it, which I understand. Like, I would understand this. Obviously, if you go to the premier of I don't know, movie, The Odyssey, Christopher Nolan's Odyssey. You watch it on the biggest screen possible, and Christopher Nolan is directly feeding you popcorn into your mouth. You're gonna tend to like it, right? You would want to like it. You would want this to be a great experience and tell people about how awesome it is.
The bottom of the scale gets very, very, very full very fast, and your AAA games start to look a whole lot better in comparison. And finally, I know that this isn't going to sway anybody who like already feels some way about this, but just to establish it.
Then why are you
publisher
making the video?
is giving an IGN reviewer a bunch of money to influence a review score. They're all
No, they're giving you access. Of course, they're not going to give you a bunch of money because that's corruption.
ways that
They're giving you money indirectly by letting you be the first person to come out with a review when the review embargo drops because you got an advanced copy, by being a person who gets exclusive coverage during their expo event or whatever. They are technically making sure that you're going to make more money than otherwise you would. That's access journalism. And people like Alana Pierce in particular acting insanely dumb and trying to deflect by making this about direct financial benefit, which is fraud and corruption. This is so fucking dishonest.
Manipulate positive review scores in ways that I think are extremely egregious and actually far worse than I think the general public realizes. Like, this stuff is huge. I'm gonna make a whole separate video about this. I was gonna put it in this video, but then it's like too many topics in one video. It's a lot. I will make a separate video about basically like publishers, companies trying to influence people to get positive reviews and the manipulative tactics that are used for that. There is so much to say and so much to unpack. But where just handing somebody money to give a game a score, which, by the way, as an aside, I've seen people recently suggest that IGN was paid to give Star Wars Outlaws the 7 out of 10. Why would Ubisoft pay for a 7? A 7? If you're paying a reviewer, you couldn't just slip them, like, you know, company like Ubisoft with a shit ton of money, just like another 50 grand or whatever the fuck, and be like, just make it a 10. Why would they pay for a 7? But handing somebody
that's
money
corruption.
to give any review score is extremely illegal. And these companies have giant legal teams.
That's why they don't do it the way you say people say they do, because people don't say that they do it like that.
Who are so hardcore and so intense about this kind of stuff. Their whole job is to prevent the company from getting sued or getting fined. That is the job of these legal departments. I have worked with some of these legal departments. They are annoyingly hardcore. Stupid legal rules where they try to avoid getting sued for the dumbest shit that you're like, nobody's going to sue you for that. And they're like, doesn't matter. Somebody could, so don't do it. Paying somebody to have positive sentiment, even if you disclose it, is illegal. Did you know that? So like, if I do a sponsored ad here on YouTube, they cannot ask me to say something that I don't believe. They are not allowed to ever say, hey, can you say this sentence? I think I've received...
Yeah, they're just not going to give you any more of those opportunities. And that hurts you. And it directly hurts your outlet. If your outlet, if IGN can't get any more advanced copies, they're on the level of Dark Side Phil, even though they got a massive platform. But you get what I mean.
Pushback on that.
If it took you a week to get a review out, and of course you're going to have to force yourself to finish the game as quickly as possible. So if you're playing like a 100-hour RPG, yeah, good luck with that. Putting out a relevant review.
Maybe once where they were like, can you say that? And I was like, I don't feel that way. And they had to be like, okay, they are not allowed to do that. That is very, very, very illegal and taken very, very seriously. So paying for positive sentiment without disclosure is going to get you fined, but even with disclosure, also going to get you fined. Like, extremely illegal, again, taken very seriously. And asking games journalists specifically to lie about review scores, I think, is one of the dumbest things that a company could possibly do. Like, that's going to come out so fast if it were actually happening. It's an industry full of people who are so poorly paid and are often very bored with the stuff.
No, it's all suggestive. They're not, obviously, they're not explicitly going to tell you, give this game a 9 out of 10. But they're gonna very much insinuate that you should give this game a high score if you really enjoyed this exclusive event that you were invited to. If you enjoyed this backpack they gave you that's full of candy and the keys that they dangled in front of your face.
That gives them like no information about anything and is constantly withholding things and just making them like rehash press releases because the games industry is so cagey about information. Frankly, they are desperate a lot of the time to write the article that gets their name out there or gets views or makes people like them. It gives them the prestige of breaking this huge conspiracy news story. Like, so many, I would say 90% of people who work in that games media industry would be frothing, chomping at the bit at the opportunity to.
But do people in IGN do that? Are they allowed to do that? Are you allowed to expose BioWare? I think Jason Schreier used to do that, but his expose would be kind of compromised.
Leak this story. If it were happening, it would have leaked 1,000 times over. And I actually don't doubt that it was happening in the 90s and 2000s before a lot of the more strict regulations came in. Of course, companies are going to try to do it. They just can't.
What are the
anymore.
comments
And
on
publishers
this?
do have
Probably
other
very
ways of
positive.
trying to influence review scores. Like I said, I'll have a whole separate video about that. But they are not giving game reviewers money to give games a 10 out of 10. Again,
Oh
just
no,
like
they're
think about
cooking
everything that
her.
you disagreed with.
She's getting cooked in her own comments. In all of them. In all of them. She thought that the best way to defend the system was to inadvertently expose everything that's wrong with it and conclude that it's not a big deal because she found 3 games on Steam that she didn't know how to play. This is a bad video, but since you recorded in 1080p 60 FPS in color, you also spoke into a good microphone while formulating many different sentences, and you showed a plethora of facial expressions, and since I don't want to be banned from the channel or wrong you, I reviewed this video a 7 out of 10, IGN. Yeah! This was a lot better than a random video I'll get with 12 views. Or even less. So it must be above a 6 out of 10. Yeah.
Somebody on. Think about the dumbest fucking thing that you've seen on the internet that you disagreed with somebody on. Your toilet paper. You put it over or under. Heated disagreements about that stuff. Over is correct, by the way. Anyone who puts it under, I will literally in your house, if I see that you have the toilet paper under,
okay,
I will change it in your house. I don't care. You and some fucking guy are gonna have different opinions. It's boring, but it's true. And as an aside, on my own aside, I promise you, if I ever find any evidence or any even suggestion that game reviewers are being paid off, I will tell you in a heartbeat. I would get so many subscribers. People would be so happy with me. I would get so many views, so much credibility. She finally outed it. Wow, look at this person go. That's my epics. Instead, I'm doing my routinely dumb bitch move of telling you the truth that I know most of you probably don't want to hear. Not most of you. It's just the ones who don't want to hear it, really don't want to hear it, and are definitely going to get mad at me in the comment sections of this video. Like, I'm aware of that. In fact, I will probably lose subscribers for this video.
Yeah, but you don't think it's because the video is bad? You didn't like expose the industry. You just deflected a bunch and didn't address the points people were actually making.
Actively reject the proven to be excellent strategy of saying the thing the masses would like to hear and make the controversial video that will force people to yell at me. All that to say, it would be a lot easier for me, or as someone who actually does work in media, to come out and say reviewers are being paid off. If it were happening, they would have done it by now 1,000,000 times over already. I would have done it by now 1,000,000 times over already. I don't review games that don't accept codes. I have no reason to lie to you about this. It's just not happening. It's just some fucking guy. They're also just
I don't review games. I don't accept codes. Yeah, but you desperately and actively want to be a part of the gaming industry. Like you do, and you are a part of it.
Times over already. I would have done it by now 1,000,000 times over already. I don't review games that don't accept codes. I have no reason to lie to you about this. It's just not happening. It's just some fucking guy. There are also just a bunch of factors where it comes to some fucking guy's opinion, where the person who reviews the game is the most likely to be excited about that game because they put their name down on the sheet where they said they wanted to review it, so they are likely to be more interested in it. Basically, some fucking guy is probably into the thing that he signed up to play however many hours of and write a review of. That's why.
Why can't I sign up to play a bunch of stuff? Because I want to get paid more? Because I want to work more?
Why he signed up to play it. And my suggestion for people
is this your job or a fun thing you do? You sign up to play fun games and have fun with your friends. Like, is this a industry leading media outlet or is this Mickey Mouse Playhouse?
For game reviews that they align with is actually to just find an individual or a couple of individuals, a reviewer, like one writer or one YouTuber who you really align with and actively seek out their opinions. I don't even feel like it makes sense to read every IGN game review when IGN is just 20 different some fucking guys who have vastly different opinions from one another even, and frequently disagree on review scores even as employees of the same company. Like I said, while I worked there, there were review scores that were given out that I really did not agree with, but there's like nothing you can really do about that because I'm not the some fucking guy who reviewed that.
Yep, nothing you can do. That's just the voice of the outlet.
What I do
it's
personally...
IGN score. This is not Michael Johnson's score. This is the IGN score.
Ask my friends
when it gets posted on the IGN channel.
Literally never. They mean nothing to me whatsoever. And I even felt this way when I worked in that space. I just asked friends what they think of something and what they like about it and what they didn't like about it. And based on what I know about that friend and what they said they liked or they didn't like, I can make an assessment on whether I will or will not like something. Basically, 7 out of 10 is the average because the scale accounts for the amount of games that do not have even half the complexity of most of the games that you play, and does need to have the lower half of that scale in case one of those
So
games
it's complexity
gets reviewed.
based.
Again, I'm not
Sure.
trying to defend that, just trying to explain it for anyone who...
Then games that are not complex, they're a 2 out of 10. Somebody in chat said earlier, Vampire Survivors. Is that a super complex game? It has 2D graphics. It's very pixelated. Probably has like 3 songs. I don't know. It sounds like a 3 out of 10 because it got 3 songs. So here we got the 10 out of 10 game reviews, the truth. I don't know why this is 17 minutes long, honestly. I want to skip around a bunch. So here we got The Last of Us 2, a 10 out of 10.
That exchange of access does mean it would be very complicated for the ongoing relationship of that month of IGN First or whatever it is.
Oh, hold on. Access?
You can't at the same time harass them when they give a score that you don't like hearing, you know? That conflicts with itself in a way that seems very obvious to me because, again, I promise you, writers are so much more scared of the public than they are of publishers. And I guess it's just so weird from the writer's perspective, or from my perspective, even as someone who doesn't really give review scores.
Well, you're scared of the public because you're being insincere and disingenuous. That's why you're scared of the public. If you actually justified what you think about a game and were like, okay, I think this game's a 10 out of 10 because this and this and this.
Anymore. I try to stay away from all that shit because I can now. I hope to never do it again. To have people complain about ethics and...
Oh my god, she made a video called I'm Sick of Fake Gamers? No. No. No.
Honesty in review scores, but have them also yell when the review scores aren't the ones that they want to read. There are absolutely things that happen at each of these major websites that I think are worth looking at critically. I think IGN First is a bit shady. That is a thing where IGN gets very early access to games as like a cover story, Game Informer style, to do a bunch of previews. Previews are largely positive because you only really see the part of the game that the dev knows is going to be seen positively. But that exchange of access does mean it would be very complicated for the ongoing relationship of that month of IGN First or whatever it is, if you did say anything negative. I always feel like I was honest in every IGN First that I did. It was maybe 2 or 3. But it is hard to say that there wouldn't be some unconscious bias there that could potentially exist. Interpersonal relationships.
No, the bias is very conscious. We just explained the business relationship media outlets and the games industry have with the publishers and developers. It's a direct link that ends up in benefit for both of them.
It can be a concern. I'm not...
Because it costs these motherfuckers nothing to give The Last of Us a 10 out of 10 instead of an 8 out of 10. It costs them nothing, and it will benefit them more, objectively.
Reviewing The Last of Us Part 2, because I'm friends with Troy Baker. I don't want to do it. It'd be weird. While I absolutely don't think that my relationship with Troy would in any way...
Why, though? That's unprofessional. I refuse to review this thing for the chance of saying bad things about it, because I'm a friend with one of the people that worked on it, and Troy Baker's a voice actor. He didn't even, like, produce this or being like a game director or something.
Influence the way that I would review a game. I don't even want the public to have the ability to have that perception.
Oh, I hate these videos. This is fucking miserable. So miserable. Let's watch the Decembro for about like 20 minutes and then I'm out. Oh, but these are long ass videos. Mixtape video. The most insufferable game of 2026, if you can even call it a game. It's more of a thing that exists, that is there. It is there, you guys. You can there's a mini game where you make out. Yeah, we can do that. Calling out Angry Joe's terrible takes. Let's see his terrible takes. Okay, let's hate on Angry Joe.
To retool my show completely. I am no longer Angry Joe. I am Magical Joe.
Oh, I think we're going to talk about Supergirl. I do not care about Supergirl, but let's see where this goes. I might just leave.
Why are you gay?
This is the weird one. This is where it got weird. So he's like, I'll post about Trump every time you do my love.
Oh,
bro. It's so gay.
Yeah, man. One of the final stages of...
Okay, yeah, this is massively gay. I don't care about this. And I had a look at his Twitter earlier. I showed you guys. So yeah, you don't need this. Samson, unfinished, janky, but promising. Maybe that one got fixed. You guys know about Samson? It's the GTA 6 killer. It's a game where you drive a car and punch people.
It handles itself like an alpha or beta version of a tech demo. It's kind of like if a pizza man shows up at your house and he's like, hey, $5 and I'll give you this pizza box, but you can't open it until you see it. And so I'm like, I don't know about that, you know, $5, you know, what's the catch? And the pizza man goes, well,
when's that new song dropping? I don't know. I don't even know which one you mean. Maybe some night I'll just get drunk and do music and it's gonna happen.
Rather over-deliver at $5.
I'm just too lazy to look for DSP clips and then remove the background music.
And under-deliver at $30. So, you know, whatever, you know, just give you, you know, it's in your hands. And so I give him $5 and I open the pizza box and it's just crusts in there. And, you know, like maybe some of the crusts have cheese on them. Maybe it's those ones that have like, you know, like cheesy bites or whatever. And
hey, big ups Magnum for the follow, dude.
You know, and so it's not like terrible, but at the same time.
Yeah, this is what that game looks like. I think it was very unpolished and very janky. And that's why people didn't like it. But it was like $20, wasn't it? So I guess it's not all that expensive. So what else? How much time do I have? I don't feel like watching this video, honestly. So let's see what else. I'm not going to beat up Alana Pierce anymore. That was enough. You suffered enough. Suffer, Alana. Let's see this guy here. Now, we're going to do movies another time. We can also talk about... Yeah, the casino roasted Angry Joe, but I don't know what that was about. I guess maybe the shitty... what was that called? Payday 3 situation, maybe? That sounds like it. Or maybe a bunch of other stuff, but that's super long. I got about like 20 minutes left, give or take. So let's see. Let's see what we got here. Maybe I can go watch some more Craftian. I like the Craftian videos. I vibe with them. He's a vibe-based guy. Oh, about Trump in 2016. Oh, yeah, I remember those tweets. It was many tweets. Angry Joe is very insistent on people knowing that he's a Twitter activist. Or, I don't know, something. Hey, big up Shroom Dukem for the resub, dude. The passive support. It says, suffer, dent. Suffer. We got reactionary games. We got Hellblade 2 is disappointing, I figured. Suffering Through the Veil Guard. Obligatory Game Awards video. Let's see this one.
Wow. What a show.
Thoughts on the NBA season so far? Oh, yeah, I think you asked earlier about Giannis going to the Heat. And they traded like half their franchise for him. I don't know. Well, at least now he's in a big market and the weather is good. So that's good for him. He's going to get paid a lot. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Outside of that, I really don't know what happened. I'm watching the World Cup now.
It was so good, in fact.
Maybe someday I'll catch up.
Watch it this year because I was busy editing the last video, but I didn't exactly miss much. Jeff got Evanescence up on stage this year, which I guess is an improvement from the corpse of Al Pacino or Christopher Nolan of all things. But boy, am I glad I just had a quick look through the trailers instead. I'm not going to give you a comprehensive rundown of every single thing, and I couldn't care less about the awards. Let's just have a look at the trailers. First things first, so let's take a step back and look at the sheer amount of cinematic trailers this year. There is no console generation inbound. That would mean studios are unable to show off footage of the new tech or engine. So what is it with publishers thinking completely irrelevant footage is somehow representative of the game? Anyway, I've ranted enough. Let's run through the few games that caught my interest. So that photo everyone was talking about, I thought was going to be new gameplay or something for Intergalactic.
that?
Naughty
Divinity?
Dog's new game,
Yeah.
because Jeff was practically giddy with excitement when it was announced last year, plus the whole desert glowing red statue thing going on. Turns out I was wrong. It's actually a new Divinity game by Larian, and what a completely underwhelming trailer. Let's just ignore the annoying naming convention of calling the reboot after the series itself. I'm looking at you, Doom and Thief, because this is probably the standout of the night for all the wrong reasons. No doubt it seems like I've got it in for Larian, even though I made it clear all the way back in that review of Baldur's Gate 3 that I like their games. But this is pointless, edgy nonsense. What's the game about? Is it first person? Third person? Is this going to be another overproduced intro cinematic like the exact same thing they did last time that has nothing to do with the actual game? Are they sidestepping the world-shattering lore consequences of Original Sin 2's multiple endings? Or does this black corrupted goo mean we're going to be fighting the same old Voidwoken, or Black Ring, or Brachus Rex with a fake mustache again? It reminds me of these silly, overproduced teasers that CD Projekt dropped for The Witcher 3 back in the day that didn't represent the final quality of the game at all. All that's missing is the "killing monsters" line. Like I said in the intro, it's nice these studios have a lot of money to throw at expensive trailers, I guess.
Yeah,
but
all of these, like, I've grown to develop my brain into a point where all of these trailers instantly get forgotten and it's like it didn't happen. Oh, okay, it's a fun, I love a CGI trailer, I guess. Okay, I forgot about it.
what does this have to do with
Big
the
ups
game?
Killdeer Studios for the
Ultimately,
follow, dude.
this announcement trailer is a nothing burger.
We're
that feels
11
like
followers
Larian's
away
hit their
from
edgy
500,
emo
and that's a
phase.
big
They're
figure.
trying to convince
Massive
everyone
number.
they're not like other girls, and Divinity is actually
Oh my God, they're
super
having
serious,
sex.
guys. Honest, I have nothing more to say because there's nothing much to comment on beyond this. Get your bingo card ready, and we'll see if Larian can finally do proper world building, or whether Lucian will be behind everything again. Full disclaimer, I haven't played the first game yet. I heard it's a bit rough, even though the art team went absolutely crazy with the visuals, and it looks like this will be much of the same. I'm pretty exhausted of Souls-likes after Shadow of the Erd Tree, but who knows, maybe it could be a big step up
Oh,
from
what
the
was
first
that?
game.
Oh, yeah,
They're
Lords of the Fallen 2. Do we have gameplay of this? Lord of the Fallen 1, not that one, but the other Lords of the Fallen that they made afterwards was okay. And that's the highest criticism, highest praise I can have for it is by saying it's okay. Lords of the Fallen 2. And it was fine. Hey, big ups to Jay for the gifted membership to Mr. Extravagant, brother. So here we have developer interview. I'm not looking at this. We got a gameplay teaser. They're going to tease that this game has gameplay. Oh my God, look at this. There is gameplay and particle effects. And you get to block and parry. Okay, yep, I've been desensitized. This does nothing for me. Okay, that's cool. I played Dark Souls. I played many of these. Yeah, it is hype for someone, I guess. But it looks cool, though, at least graphically. It's not like the art style is all that new or the world building is all that original or creative. But it's cool. There it is. And there was one of the bosses that had many arms. Lords of the Fallen 2. Arms? And, oh yeah, it's this one? Yes, is this boss that has many arms as wings. Isn't this cool? It is kind of weird, grotesque thing. Body horror style.
Again, on the
But I
upside-
mean, all of this has been done better by Souls games and Elden Ring.
Anyone from the dev team is watching this, just slow down and relax. It's more important to get it right the first time. Updating your game a million times and doing multiple rebalance passes doesn't exactly inspire confidence in its quality. So don't rush. Don't try to compete by copying every other Souls-like under the sun. Just focus in and do your own thing. And do it well. Shout out to Phantom Blade 02. I just hope it doesn't turn out to be vaporware everywhere, like a lot of these graphically demanding wuxia games. Oh boy. I think we all knew this was going to happen sooner or later, but it's surprising to see this is Casey Hudson's next game, after that new studio who launched a year or two ago quickly fizzled out and closed without releasing anything. I'm sure this will all work out perfectly well, just like Eclipse was announced a million years ago now, under the wise tutelage of David.
Oh, this is Star Wars Fate of the Old Republic? I guess they're doing the thing.
Quote, all women are whores Cage and Quantic Dream, but despite the generic cinematic vibe of the trailer, the only question walking away from it I have is whether this woman is Satil Shan or Bastila. If it's Satil or whatever her name is, which it does look like, I don't really care. The studio can do whatever it wants with the MMO canon.
Yeah, Phantom Blade Zero looks pretty good. It looks pretty fine, I guess. Well, we'll see. All of these games are we'll see. Because if you say, well, I'm excited for this, they're going to make it trash. They're going to hear what you just said and be like, you know what? Fuck it up. Cover that girl's titties right now and make her look like Deborah Wilson. You know what? Scrap this. Replace her with Deborah Wilson.
Thing I care about is whether this will try and touch Revan or
gamer.
anything that happened in the original KOTOR games. If it just wants to roll around in the big steaming pile of shit that the MMO took on those games, then whatever. At this stage, it seems like an extension of the Old Republic's universe, as in the MMO, rather than trying to recanonize the games. Whatever. Do what you want with it, Casey. I'm sure it's going to turn out well, like all your other games the past 15 years. Man,
What is fucking David Cage up to? David Cage? I can't wait to be disappointed. I need to play some of his games on stream and shit on him, big style. What is he on? Apparently he's still active. Okay. We got something. Omicron, Detroit Become Human. His last game was 2018. That's it? We got nothing? Oh, here we got a line about LGBTQIA plus community. What? He denied what? Oh, it was alleged that Cage said that all the female characters in his games were whores. I mean, he's treating him like that. He's treating him like that. The Quantic Dream didn't make games for... Wow. Cage denied these allegations by saying, yada, 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 I'm good. I'm an ally, you guys. Don't
super
shit on me.
hyped for this. I'm very new
But when did he say this? Did he say this on Kick? Then deleted the stream.
to the RE
Nobody
scene
could clip
like
him.
I've gone into before. Besides
chat was going
4, I
crazy.
only
They
got
were
into it
posting
proper
Fog
around
Champ.
Village, but this looks amazing. Something I don't think I've mentioned before is how good the RE engine is. I've praised Rage.
Yep. So Resident Evil 9, that confirmed good.
The Ascent was a pretty cool if buggy shooter that really nailed the cyberpunk genre aesthetic, but it was one of those one
I was also really hoping for Phil and Kat to play Beyond Two Souls. That would have been so cringe.
games.
So
Apparently
cringe.
Neon Giant wants to have another crack at it, literally cyberpunk this time, because the guy sounds like Gavin Dre, if I'm not mistaken, the voice of Male B, and some of these shots you'd think are one-to-one of Night City. Could be great, but who knows. I probably won't play it, and I was disappointed to see that it seems more like a generic corridor shooter than immersive sim. Don't get my hopes up with these vents, guys, but maybe it'll turn out to be a solid game in the end. That's it, no glazing of Hideo Kojima here. I suppose I could talk about the 40k Total War, but A, it's not the kind of genre I'm into, and B, the trailer was naturally stuffed full of ultramarines. Wake me up when we get a dedicated Sisters of Battle game. Give me
what are we gonna talk about? There was no gameplay. I think there might have been a little bit of gameplay just to show you, hey, you're gonna be able to play this at some point, and then it's gonna crash because it's a creative assembly game.
Real stern.
I'm still mad about Warhammer 3 Total War. I hate it. Well, I don't hate it. I like it, but it keeps crashing and freezing, so it renders it unplayable, just legit unplayable. And many people on their forums have this exact same problem, and they never addressed it or bothered to do anything about it. I think pretty much every Total War game that exists has some crippling bug that may or may not happen to you, and if it does, you just can't play it.
The gameplay of Space Marine
You
2,
just can't.
and maybe then we'll talk.
Okay, I guess we're going to talk maybe then. When do you say we're going to talk? At some point. We're getting too many games. Hell yeah. Let's see some of that Assassin's Creed Black Flag thing, since it's going to come out soon. Let's see what we got. Let's watch a shill talk about it. Who's a shill on this? We got Luke Stevens. Do we got Joe Raptor? Hell yeah, Joe Raptor, my favorite shill.
I was able to interview the game director, the creative director.
Oh my god, he was able to interview him. He got a lucky chance. They pulled him out the hat for this one.
And the producer on Assassin's Creed Black Flag.
He is the Alana Pierce of Ubisoft YouTube.
All your burning questions during my studio visit, so a ton to go over in this video. Let's immediately start with the most requested thing from the reveal, Hidden Blade combat. In the original, you could of course at any point switch to the Hidden Blades and use those weapons to counter and strike the enemy, which was very cool. But in Black Flag Resynced, we can only use 2 swords as a fighting option. The game does still incorporate those Hidden Blade takedowns to switch things up, but you cannot use them to parry or strike. Well, this might change. Let's hear what the game director had to say when I asked him about it.
I mean, what I can say is that, you know, like the rest of AC, is that we always support our games. You know, we're definitely always listening to what the fans have to say. You know, we're all human. We read Reddit too and everything, and we watch YouTube and everything. You know, I can't speak to anything specifically today because we just need to finish the game. But, but you know, like, you know, we'll see how things go for sure.
Okay, because it's the same for Unarmed Combat, of course, that's still in the game with the tavern missions and stuff. Like, but we cannot unequip our weapons right now, right?
Correct.
So is that also something you guys are maybe looking at?
Again, stay tuned.
Okay.
You know, but seriously, like, we can only commit to this, but we do want to obviously patch the game. We look at quality of life stuff, and then we'll see, you know, based on reception.
So people that want that.
This came out, by the way, 23 hours ago. The game is releasing like, what, a week from now? No, 2 weeks from now. Let's give or take.
Lose hope yet.
I also asked the creative director about this, and his answer was kind of similar, not ruling it out at all, but just saying that they're focused on...
Yeah, they say that about everything. Every interview with any creative developer or developer, when they ask you like, oh, are you going to have this feature? And they're like, I'm not ruling it out. Maybe at some point, or just stay tuned to find out. So what is most likely not to come?
Picking up weapons from enemies though, to use against them, which is not possible anymore in
Why?
Black Flag Resynced, seems
Why
less
not?
of a priority from my understanding, so I would not expect it. Also in the original, you could get the throwing knife by disarming this particular enemy, and then you could use it against that target or a different target. A very cool secret, but the creative
low-key, I need a posture check.
Also not in Black Flag
I've been
Resynced
sausage
and
mode.
likely won't come. One major change from the original to Resynced is that we won't have the very obvious sequences anymore with the special challenges to fully synchronize a mission. I really liked these challenges as it also hinted at cool ways to take out a target that you maybe did not think
And I could use the hydrate, but I'm out of water? Oh no, I got some. Okay.
of yourself.
Hydrate
Black Flag
confirmed. It's
Resynced-
the hydration break. I should play some ads right now, like the World Cup. We could do that. Nah, I'm not going to do that.
Won't have those, and the reason they
Not
gave
yet.
is that they want to make the game feel more seamless without interruptions like a pause screen telling you how you did. This also means that replaying these sequences is not possible.
Maybe, by the way, later today. I know this has been a pretty chunky stream already, but I am enjoying the Twitch streams a lot. DSP is kind of a very negative Nancy, and he's been pay-picked recently. So probably tomorrow I'm going to do a Swaycast on YouTube and across the other dimensions. But later today I might go live still for some more like fucking around watching videos. Because all these videos I would have watched in the comfort of my own bed when I'm playing video games. Something, just listen to them. But this is fun because I can talk to myself and I'm not considered psychotic or some other mental illness. So it is very acceptable and validating.
Got the idea that...
And I also wanted to get around to talking about movies at some point and other stuff.
It's probably not something they have at least planned right now. Mirage is the first post-Origins game where they did introduce a feature that let us replay missions with similar challenges, and producer Justin did confirm that they could talk to the Bordeaux team, but stressed that it wasn't something that they were planning to do. Although New Game Plus, that every one of the newer games starting with Origins got, except for Valhalla, could be in the cards.
And like New Game...
Yeah, it is too hot to do anything else. Like, no joke, now it's like 6:23 p.m. I've been waiting around probably 7 to go and do some stuff in the garden. I gotta flower some shit. and maybe just like just generic housekeeping shit. But outside of that, is so fucking hot.
Plus, also something we do see in the newer games.
Like I got the cooler pointed directly at me because there's no AC in this room, so I got it pointed directly at me, and I'm still like, damn. How hot? I don't know. Let me see how hot it is. It's 83 Fahrenheit, 28 Celsius right now at 6 p.m. I suffer.
So it's also something we cannot talk about just yet.
Okay.
Whereas right now, I think the focus on the team is really to ship the best game possible.
Yeah, I think in the UK it legit is a fucking nightmare. By the way, weather in UK, 34 Celsius right now, which is extreme high temperature warning. East Midlands, east of England, London, South England, Southwest England. You guys are getting fucked.
Launch day. So a lot of these additional features we are following. And
This would be 94
Focus on
Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Like going through Black Flag, but with all the endgame unlocks that we can then use from the beginning, would be a very cool new way to experience the game that was not possible in the original. So let's hope we see New Game Plus. Fingers crossed, I think it's possible.
I don't know. This looks good, but also not. I don't know how to explain this. It looks good, but in the sense of the all the Ubisoft games look good, quote unquote. And I'm like, okay, but they look very soulless in that particular specific way. I don't know how to explain it. They look good on paper, if that makes sense. But also, like, when you look at it, don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. I'm sunstroking right now.
The ability to remove the blowpipe that is now sunstroking at any point on our back. They heard this feedback loud and clear, so I also think a toggle in the settings is in the cards.
Oh yeah, I don't care about this. Draw Raptor is annoying, and also I don't care about this. Okay, let's do another like half an hour. Fuck this. It's like 30 degrees. Video games invalidation as art? Oh yeah, I've listened to this. This talks about The Last of Us and similar HBO TV series based video games that are really kind of try-harding to be accepted as art. To be like, oh, we need to have video games be art, so I'm gonna have somebody get killed and then maybe even stomped on and pissed on. So yeah, let's watch some more DJ Peach Cobbler. I love DJ Peach Cobbler. This is a great video, by the way. I'm begging you to stop caring. Maybe I can watch this. This is one of the ultimate YouTube videos. Maybe I'll watch this next time. What else do we have? The last game of the year. This is from 2 years ago. Let's see what this is about. Because all these videos, they age so well, and they're so much fun.
When George Washington invented the wireless gaming headset, he was quoted as saying, "Now, finally, we can say the N-word without a profit incentive." Am I a gaming YouTuber still? Do I still need to introduce myself as one at my Porn Addict Anonymous meetings? Because it feels embarrassing, honestly. Being a YouTuber in any industry is being a bottom feeder in that industry. And being a bottom feeder in the gaming industry is like being the janitor in a whorehouse. You know the thing about trying to find sources for history videos. By the time I've actually found one that isn't trying to charge me $20 to hear the opinion of some guy that wrote centuries ago, I've got a browser filled with tabs crowded at the top of my window. So I go back to my script, write down what I was looking for, go back to find the reference, and I gotta go through every single tab of random internet garbage that I have opened because I don't learn lessons. I don't want a better way. I want to suffer.
Am I a YouTuber, Shroomdukem? Think about it. Are you watching this on YouTube right now? Are you? Debunked. Eat it. Never talk back to me again.
You're not like me. Which is to say, you're smart. So you search the
It's like, oh, people are saying like, oh, all his videos are on YouTube. Is this one on YouTube? Are we on YouTube?
Mysteries on YouTube, and you find the answer.
7 years I've lived here, browsing the web. I spend
Now I'm a Twitcher, like all the cool kids. I get the hype trains like everybody else does, and I get the channel points. I should probably do something with them.
So I help Opera make a browser that's as peaceful as a quiet Norwegian village. Now, managing those unruly tabs is only a click away. It is just so perfect.
Oh, what? This an opera ad the whole time?
I suffer.
I love this. Okay, let's skip to the video.
And bringing.
Let's be mean and skip the ad break. Because he actually, I mean, I love his plugs, even though when I listen on my phone, it automatically skips them. But I love his plugs because much like Seth Tzintach, I should also watch him later. This is going to be a 12-hour fucking stream. Much like his, they're actually meant to be funny and engaging. And it feels like a part of the content. Seth Tzintach. What is he up to, by the way? Oh, he had a whole-ass video 9 days ago about something that I can't say anything about. So I guess I might watch his Elden Ring review.
Now,
all these videos are timeless. Nowadays, my YouTube is such that I watch the same 20 videos over and over again. And every once in a while, when I get bored, I watch an old Red Letter Media review.
But those people are, of course, incorrect. What's with all these Game of the Year videos happening before the end of the year? Like, what if there was an indie buzzer beater, right? Well, while all those other games journalists were celebrating New Year's with their friends and family, I was refreshing the Steam New Releases tab and playing every new anime nightmare that dropped right up until midnight, just in case it was the next Hollow Knight. That's right. I'm professionally responsible, unlike all those losers with their dog and pony shows.
Yeah, that was DSP take. I didn't want to say it, but that was it. Why are the Game Awards not happening until on January 1st?
Mountain
Which
Dew.
maybe they should. I don't know.
I did not play
don't
Baldur's
care.
Gate 3. I was too busy.
It's like an
reading
industry event.
500-year-old
I like industry events, much like I like the Oscars and all those, because it's like an exciting thing that happens. You just don't take them too seriously. You can't be like, oh, this album got a Grammy for best album where the guy farts, which means it's amazing. No, it's a fucking industry event. Like, they don't give a fuck about quality. And also, you shouldn't care about quality on the internet. People just want to fight about which is the best thing of all time and which is the shittiest thing of all time. This is the two things people constantly fight about. And your favorite thing, I hate to break it to you, is the shittiest thing of all time. My favorite thing, best thing of all time.
Eyes, go fuck yourself.
And that's a fact.
As we go through my list of games I wish to discuss, discovery is going to feature as a prominent theme. I spent a year reading the accounts of bold men at the edge of the world, meeting strange people and charting strange places that had yet to be seen by a man that wore sunscreen. There is something to that. An inescapable charm to discovery that no amount of sad graphs can destroy. My one and only gaming video was about the poor sense of discovery in Tears of the Kingdom. I found that there was little to find at all. And this year, that is what I wanted from games. Genuine, tangible discovery. Make me feel something, you cold, cynical programs.
Yeah, that's why I like the Crimson Desert
mental
so
health
much.
crisis or whatever it is that Pfizer made up this week. This is how. Create an entirely new continent with no people on it this time, God, and let our world's young men go chart its weird creatures and features in an orgy of bold exploration. And of course, they will eventually settle down on these virgin lands, roll up their sleeves, and fucking ruin them with parking lots. I don't need medication. I need to find uncharted virgin land. Every day I wake up, and Terra Australis still doesn't exist. But this is not what Dredge is about, you think, as you start the game, fishing in a shallow harbor in your cute little boat. But of course, dark things dwell beneath the... Alright, Dredge gives up the game pretty fast. Every person is creepy. You keep finding weird fish.
Oh yeah, Dredge is
And
badass.
at night, the cold fog rolling over the water chills your very soul. You get it. There's a Lovecraftian undercurrent to Dredge, which is very obvious. Imagine a child holding something behind their back.
Oh yeah, you need to play this. It's a chill fishing game until it's not. And when it's not, it's a horrifying experience from hell.
That's what they have, then you do, and it's a dead squirrel. And
most of the time, you can kind of, get yourself at the safe part of the day and just fish around and chill, hang out. But if you end up during the night and everything starts being very spooky in very not positive and not chill at all, then it's a whole different game.
Really fucking.
Then it becomes like survival horror.
Then they put you through this whole thing once every 2 minutes for the rest of the day. What I'm trying to say is that the game is way too fucking excited about the Lovecraft stuff, and it will show you this stuff with all the enthusiasm of a young child holding something fucked up. My little brother once, and I'm quoting directly from my father here, came to the door holding fistfuls of snakes. Don't worry, they were alive. Or do worry, they were alive. A child showing you something just a little fucked up and beaming with pride has its own sort of weird charm. Dredge is not scary. It just found something scary and is excited to show you. In Dredge, you sail a little ship around a small but dense archipelago, catching fish by completing little mini-games, and selling those fish for money, which you use for equipment upgrades, which let you sail farther and farther so you can catch bigger and bigger fish, which you can sell for more and more money. Look, you've played a video game before. Dredge's appeal comes from its cutesy Lovecraft charm and excellent exploration. I want to list out all the cool and surprising things you'll find, but, of course, I want you to go find them. Maybe you just should. The biggest problem with Dredge is its depth. I've totally unplugged from the gaming industry, but I'm sure I'm the first guy.
Hey, it's this guy. What's up with him? Quick derailment. Quick derailment. I'm going to forget. I haven't seen the King of Zimbabwe YouTube poops. What is that? Another derailment on top of that. What do we got here? This is, perhaps is some of this, but I haven't seen it. Nicocado avocado. There it is. Whoa, he's not fat now. Which, well, you knew that like 2 years ago. And he's still eating food. He's on the road to redemption, exposing what really happened with Stephanie Sue. I do not care. And well, what the fuck? Why we can't break up? Black bean fire noodles. Man, he's about to eat him up. Damn. What's going on? Mukbang and recipe. Sure. Sure. Okay.
Do you believe that the Lord tonight has set you free? Yes, sir. Turn around and tell those people. Tell them. I'm not gay no more. I am delivered.
Yes.
I don't like men no more.
I don't like men no more.
Make that joke. The game, once you've explored everything, is just like a few mini games with a weirdly annoyingly fast day-night cycle attached. I've talked about my issue with Skyrim before, and it is the issue with every game with great exploration. Once you've figured out where everything is, the game's actual systems suddenly need to bear the weight of all this scrutiny that they didn't need to before. What you're seeing here, this isn't actually very fun. I know, you're shocked. When
no,
you
but
know
it's
what's in
chill.
every cave in Skyrim, it's just a shitty RPG because that's all that's left. And when you've navigated every coast in Dredge, it's just a shitty fishing game that probably could have been put on a phone. Listen, Dredge is good. Do not mistake some late-game apathy as representative of the whole experience. Even when the exploration is removed, what is here is a fundamentally solid gameplay loop with rewarding upgrades, but, you know, after 30 hours. Alright, there's a decent chance the game was minimized for a while, but I don't know. What I'm saying is, I didn't finish it, and I didn't really feel the need to finish it. I'm sure something big and spooky happens at the end, but I don't think I want something big and spooky to happen. I
stopped playing when when everything happened to be too spooky for me. Then I was like, nope, I just like fishing. Can I just fish?
Weirdos. I like waving to Cthulhu cultists from the bow of my ship as I head out to my favorite fishing hole. I highly recommend that you check Dredge out, as it is my game of 2023.
Hell yeah, big ups 2023.
Alright, fine. You're a real cobbler thug. You want the hard shit. The real shit.
Yeah, give me the
You know
hard
I
R.
don't just make jokes and review games, because that would mean I was doing my job consistently and well. No. I'm here to give you the last game of the year. Forever. And
holy shit, the last one?
Before I do that, I'm going to spend 5 minutes insulting garbage. The first two games, Arena and Daggerfall, are some of
this is
the
gonna be
largest game modes
Starfield
ever created. But hold that Game of the Century award
Self a
there,
bitch.
Timmy, because they cheated. But let's establish first just how beefy these boys were before we explore the problem. There's a YouTube channel called How Big Is the Map?, where a gentleman with several undiagnosed varieties of autism, which can only be caught by licking that type of root in the Amazon that jaguars chew to get high, walks across game maps in their totality. If you will look up his Daggerfall video, you will see.
It's 70 hours. Well, yeah, it's a big map, you guys. You guys love big maps.
And that is reflected in the footage if you decide to sit down and watch it during your next psychotic break. Arena and Daggerfall, both taking this approach, were financial successes. But they are far from the juggernaut the series would later become. Following Daggerfall, Bethesda released some spin-offs for the series, and they did not do well, and it nearly put the company under. Bethesda, backed into a corner and facing imminent bankruptcy, decided to bet the farm on a new mainline Elder Scrolls game, whose development was overseen by a young up-and-coming chess club whiz kid. The Elder Scrolls 3, Morrowind, still made some mistakes. Notably, there are 0 titty barbarians on the cover, due to the woke left, but it made one great decision. The world was around 0.01% the size of Arena's. Rather than randomly generating a shitload of fuck all, just to brag about it, Bethesda elected to handcraft a series of memorable landscapes and locations, creating a world as alien as it is fantastical. Arena and Daggerfall were trying to convince you how big their dicks were. Morrowind is trying to get you off. I wasn't going to talk about Starfield, because every time I tried, I would get mad, and it would devolve into this, and it felt really immature, like, even for me, until I realized...
Here's my Starfield experience. I install a mod that lets me kill the characters that you usually can't kill, which is the essential NPC in Bethesda games. I start playing a side quest, and then I get to a character like that is really fucking annoying. And I'm like, you know what? Eat it. And then I kill him. And then he's dead. Is the quest bugged? Can I never finish this quest? Yes. But I don't play Starfield for the quests because they're terrible. I play Starfield because there's annoying as fuck characters that I can just kill. And I killed them. I killed probably like half of the essential NPCs in the game. And I got stuck and I couldn't progress anymore. And then I just didn't care. I'm like, no, fuck this. I don't care about the stupid quests. And then I grinded enough, meaning I explored enough, to be able to afford one of the more fancy ships that was very big and I could walk around in it and like build stuff in it. And then I'm like, hey, that's cool. I don't feel like playing this anymore, but I might come back another time to do this. And then that was my experience. I guess it's all right. But vanilla Starfield, I just don't understand it. I don't get it. There's nothing in there. There's nothing in there. Because the mods add a bunch of stuff. Like with any Bethesda game, they add a bunch of quality of life stuff that should have been in the game. They add a bunch of difficulty modifiers or role-playing mechanics like starvation, hunger, and status effects that are cooler than you would otherwise get. And that made it worthwhile for me. And also, I got a mod that forced you to turn off the fast travel, which actually changed my game for the positive many, many times. When I was like, oh man, because the game itself, in case you haven't played it, it's a space exploration game that at every turn urges you not to explore space. They tell you, you know what you should do here? Fast travel. You can fast travel from like 10 systems away back to your home base at any time. And then I'm like, yeah, I don't want to do that. So I got the mod that disabled that, and it forced me to fly around in space and use the gravity drive to like go around in different space systems and shit. And that actually made it a lot better.
I'm not.
Or, you know, you could just not use the fast travel, but the game insists that you do, and is very annoying about it.
Gaming YouTuber. I don't get codes for free. I don't get invited to things. I don't get early access. I've gotten early access to one game, and it was fucking Chernobylite. I'm not a gaming YouTuber. I'm a customer, and I'm fucking furious that I was cheated out of my money. $70 is my internet bill every month. It's a night out with my fiance. I gave them $70, and they gave me the garbage their stupid fucking equation shit out. They ripped me off, and I should be mad. When I want to make a video, I get an idea, I write, I research, I edit, you know, I sit down and I make it. I don't hire people to make an equation that makes a video, because that would be fucking stupid, wouldn't it? Why is Bethesda so desperately trying to get rid of level designers and writers. Like, that's the thing about this Starfield procedural generation whatever bullshit. It's just a cost-saving measure. It simply has to be, because I don't understand why the fuck else they'd be doing this. Skyrim had one good thing going for it, and they automated it. And then they had the gall to go on the internet and argue with the people they ripped off.
Yeah, they did this.
After shitting
shameless
his
fucking
unoptimized
studio.
garbage onto my computer, went and said this.
Why did you not optimize this game for PC?
We did.
We did. It's running great. It is a next-gen PC game. We really do push the technology,
No, it's not. How is it next gen when it's using the fucking engine from the Stone Age?
When I play Starfield, I feel like a computer is taking a hot diarrhea shit down my throat. Instead of making a game, they made an equation and a bunch of menus and systems. None of them come together. None of them have a point. It is artless, hollow, joyless slop. Stop making equations.
Stop
games.
playing
To
Starfield.
misquote the worst insult I've ever heard a critic say, I do not know why you would want to make a game like this.
Know your fucking place, trash.
Okay, Todd. I'm gonna make more than
I don't think they knew at any point what kind of game they wanted to make. From what I've heard, they didn't really have a design document or a very well-structured idea of the whole game. And having a AAA open world game with a bunch of like tacked on mechanics not have the actual coherent design structure is ridiculous.
$50 from this video, so we're gonna call it even until you release Elder Scrolls 6, which will of course just turn out to be a Minecraft texture pack, because Bethesda, apparently, is now only interested in making shittier versions of Minecraft forever. Anyway, we're done fucking around. This is the main show. You see, I want to talk about a game that came to me years ago, and it actually made me reflect on myself, and all my choices, on my circumstances. It is, in fact, the most influential game on who I am as a person, without a doubt. It was a game that sat me down and said, hey, let's talk. Let's talk about your past, your future.
Your very light.
Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, is my game of 2023 and every year thereafter.
Oh no!
I suggest you quit fucking around and finally release
The Souls heads hate this.
Pupil of the Second Sin, so you can capitalize on the metric shitload of Doritos-stained gamer dollars that are rapidly approaching your location. I've got a very diverse audience nowadays. Not in the college pamphlet way. I can't say for sure, but I'm guessing all my viewers get regularly sunburned. What I really mean is that I make videos about a lot of stuff now, and while there's a shitload of overlap between guys that like video games and World War II history, for reasons, that does not apply to all of history. What I'm trying to say is that Dark Souls 2 has a reputation, which must be explained. Okay, so the fall of the Aztec Empire is a less divisive event than the release of Dark Souls 2, and some would argue they had a similar casualty rate. Dark Souls 2 has the unfortunate distinction of being the only one of the Dark Souls games not directed by Hidetaka Miyazaki, a man who has become absolute gamer royalty over the past decade. Dark Souls 2 was directed, rather, by Yu Tanimura. To quote Mr. Tanimura, Dark Souls 2 actually went through quite a troubled development process. Due to a number of factors, we were actually forced to rethink the entire game midway into development. We really had to go back to the drawing board and think once more.
Oh yeah, I love
what a
hearing
Dark
that.
Souls game should be.
I love
It was
hearing
at
that.
point that I took on my current role, overseeing the entirety of the game, including the art direction. I do not envy Mr. Tanimura. Dark Souls 3 is generally criticized for repeating too many locations and referencing the original game too much, which normally wouldn't be a problem because, you know, it's a fucking sequel, but Mr. Tanimura made it a problem. The reason for Dark Souls 3 having such an odd criticism levied against it is that Yu Tanimura defined what a Dark Souls sequel was. He created an expectation that Dark Souls installments would have only the most bare minimum connection to earlier games in the franchise. Dark Souls 2 takes place an indeterminate but certainly massive amount of time after the original. You explore the kingdom of Drangleic, which is built on the kingdom in which you were in the first game, Lordran, but that's the thing. It appears that many kingdoms have been built on Lordran. The world you fought to save in the original is fucking buried under countless other saved kingdoms. Dark Souls 2 was a game that fundamentally had a little identity crisis, struggled to find what it wanted to say, and it does feel, in many ways, a little mangled as a consequence. It is definitely the least polished.
Yeah, I made it into it like 2 hours in, and then I was like, okay, not really.
I find great pathos in something a little mangled, finally finding what it wants to say. I think what bothers me about this story we tell each other about Dark Souls 2, about how it was made by some B-team nobody before the real guy came back and made everything good again, is that what you're saying is the most powerful message of the entire series, a message that could only be communicated with a sequel, was just some fluke made up by some idiot. Yui Tanimura is still at From Software. He's clearly very talented and hardworking. Like, look at his resume, dude. You want art to be made efficiently, with a clear structured plan and goalposts that don't move? Go buy a fucking Ubisoft game. Would you believe me if I told you that the writing
Get Assassin's
process for
Creed
this
4
video
again.
is the most difficult I've ever experienced. Seriously, out of all the stuff that I've done, this was the hardest, because I found myself standing at the decrepit gate of this long neglected part of my channel, the part that I've been doing the longest, and I found myself not really knowing why. I've done 10 drafts, easily. I've had to throw away big sections that I've recorded and edited. It's been an absolute nightmare, and I figure the end result probably shows this. This shit is mangled. But the point is, this is my last gaming video. I don't want to be sappy about it.
And it
on
wasn't.
one hand, as I just spent 5 minutes screaming about how Todd ripped me off. But on the other hand, all those YouTubers that walked into the sunset this year, you know, I'm not gonna get that. I don't get a sunset. Eventually, I'm just gonna say something wrong, and I'm gonna get ritualistically sacrificed by YouTube, or you're all gonna learn what I did in the Balkans because I need to be your buddy for some fucking reason, or the internet will get choked with AI garbage which I can't break through, or hey, maybe YouTube just dies. Who knows? It sorta sucks right now. When that happens, when I'm compelled by forces outside my control to stop, I need to have an answer for why I did this, all of this. I've said all I've had to say about video games, and I had so much fun doing it. But I think that if there's been a single through line, a single idea that I just keep coming back to, it's that there needs to be a why, a reason for the game's existence. Some spark or heart somewhere in all of the machinery of systems and graphics and menus. My heart is not in this anymore, and I can't say why I'm doing it. My heart is now in things that you thankfully seem to like as well, and in things that I can't wait to show you in the future. I'm talking about my OnlyFans. For the few of you that are still here, I've got something to show you. And it's not a dead squirrel this time. It's the first video I ever made. It's terrible. It has 134 views, and it's been unlisted for a very, very long time. Thank you for watching. It means the world to me.
All right, so I wanted to do a Seth video, but do I have the time for this? Okay, let's do his Starfield video.
Seth
Since we've been talking about Starfield, let's do this. This is Seth Steentach, a very awesome YouTuber.
Let me tell you a vision of a future. In the future, white boys can finally jump with the help of a booster pack and, of course, low gravity. Humanity has spread across the stars in their multitudes of diverse races and cultures. The Red Guard, the Sons of Yakub, Hispanics, honorary Aryans, and the Fingolian Chindonesians now populate the vast expanse of space. Naturally, we never did find a solution for automation. So in the future, the only career paths are space pirate with a voice filter, or religious extremist. Parents send children away with teary eyes, knowing full well their offspring will grow up to become murderous bandits before putting on their own helmets and shooting up the 7-Eleven. And the PS5 still has no games. That vision is already here, Star Sisters, because the best game ever made, no, the best game that will ever be made is already out, and there's no competition. Baldur's Gate?
Oh yeah, by the way, since I saw him shooting up a place, one of the worst parts of this game is whenever you get a bounty on any planet, people just start shooting at you, and it's impossible to be stealthy because they lock onto you. It's on sight, and it is so insufferable. It's so insufferable because once I decided, I don't know. I think I was doing a mission for one of the factions, and I just killed a bunch of people that I was supposed to kill. But ironically, it gave me a bounty. And then I had to leave that planet immediately. And once I left the planet, orbiting the planet, there was a bunch of like police spaceships, whatever shit, authority stuff. And they just start nuking me. And they nuked me immediately because my ship was trash at that point. So I was kind of soft locked into being wanted forever, for life. And I had to pay off a bounty that was insanely large. And I couldn't even get to the point where you have to pay off the bounty because they would just kill me. It's so garbage. And that's why having a bunch of systems that just exist, that are supposed to exist, but have no balance to them or no thought put into them, completely pointless. It totally fucks up my day.
Be made is already out, and there's no competition. Baldur's Gate? More like free hour, unskippable gay sex scene. Starfield, a masterpiece where I can live out my fantasy of being a Bangladeshi man with A10 eyes. Starfield wins Game of the Year for their food models alone. Just look at the grease on that sausage. That's the difference ray tracing makes in a game like this, which runs buttery smooth on my 4090, pushing a blazingly fast 17 frames a second. I'm quite fine with this since, according to the science, the human eye can only see 24 frames a second. Sometimes my saves get corrupted and I lose progress, but in my deep unhappiness I realize I get to have those unforgettable experiences all over again. We must imagine that we are Sisyphus, pushing the boulder forever uphill, for in the struggle we find meaning. Ask not what Todd Howard can do for you, but instead what you can do for Todd Howard. A good game has memorable characters, but an amazing game is one where you don't remember a single person at all.
Yes, not a single one. And this girl, Sarah, is probably one of the worst characters in the history of gaming. And that's why immediately, once you get the chance to remove her as a follower, you must. You must. Otherwise, it's so trash. It's so trash. All her dialogue is lame. Everybody's dialogue is lame, but hers is the most like generic and bland.
Playing
on top of being lame,
is to the
completely
elderly.
uninspired.
The strongest skill in this game, following tradition, is persuasion, which lets you walk away from the last fight by saying, "What if we don't?" This system works by stringing random sentences together with a cadence of a crackhead until the recipient gets visibly uncomfortable and leaves, something that Highfleet would shamelessly steal. The true purpose of persuasion, however, is to gaslight companions. Sarah is strongly opposed to the harm of innocent people, so appropriately, in the style of a cartel execution, I ventilate someone's cranium. She screams at me.
What the hell is the matter?
Yeah, this is what happens every time.
That I'm sorry and I'm going to do better.
I'm not sure there's anything you can say at this point.
And the persuasion system is so terrible. It is so terrible. And once you put in some points in the skill, it just becomes completely brain dead.
Strange as that sounds, I suppose that's possible.
Hey, big ups BGB for the follow, dude.
I realize things out here can be rough, so I'm going to let this go. For now.
And then I do it again.
I accept who you are. I'm just not sure I can travel with you on this path you've chosen.
This is, single-handedly, the most entertaining thing in this game.
Just try to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, you'll find yourself traveling alone. I am not going to help you murder you and I.
The second most entertaining thing in this game is joining the pirate faction as a double agent, and in the process, becoming a triple agent. I have chosen to join the war on terror, on the side of terror.
Oh yes, this breaks like half the exploration. I think he's gonna say why.
Play entire missions without shooting a single shot, because guess what? Half the entire game is now friendly to me. I watch caravans get lit up with the same interest as a youth in the projects witnessing a drive-by. The streets give, and the streets take. Story. I've had paranoid...
Yeah, so once you join the pirate faction, they no longer attack you, and planets that are dominated by that faction, you can just walk into an outpost and just get all the loot and leave, and no one will bat an eye. They do not care.
Hallucinations with more coherence than the plot of this game. Spoiler, it's...
And also, you can't really betray the good guys. Like, let's say, okay, I want to be a pirate, because in this game, you can be anything you want, except anything you want, actually. So, you want to betray the Free Star Collective, or whatever that stupid faction was called. You can't. You can't. They railroad you into what they thought was the accurate
Skyrim in
place
space.
to go.
You must become Starborn to use the magical Fusro Da to kill Parthenax, who in this case is other Starborn from other universes that you must defeat to go to another universe and start New Game Plus. Multiverse theory is appealing to fans of Rick and Morty because it implies the existence of a dimension where you haven't been molested. There's copium online that there's differences between universes and no run is the same. Yes, one place in the game changes. The emissary is always whoever dies in your current run, and there's a universe where Sarah is a potted plant. Objectively, this is the best universe because she doesn't talk. Yet, I heard some people even romanced this creature. If you find such dialogue captivating, I recommend intimacy with a drywall. My favorite part of the story was attending a funeral, only to interrupt it by starting a firefight. Almost everyone involved is an essential NPC, so the shootout will never end. Question: when we have an infinite amount of universes, that means we have no consequences. Anything we do can be undone by walking through a portal. So why can't we kill essential NPCs? Why even have this if you're not going to make use of it?
Yeah, and just tell me the quest failed or something. Or maybe have like the story NPCs be essential and everybody else to do with the side quests. Just make me fail. Like, let me fail, dude. That's why I like the Baldur's Gate 3. Eventually, you would just get to a point where you might kill somebody and just break a whole quest chain. Fuck it. I'm just gonna kill him.
This aggravates me to no end because everyone I want
Let
to
me
shoot
break the
is a
game.
higher entity made of light. For example, there's a side quest where
Oh, this boardroom, by the way, I killed everybody in here. Because I had the mod to kill everyone.
because everyone I want to shoot is a higher entity made of light. For example, there's a side quest where a 200-year-old ship from Earth, developed before the invention of a grav drive, has reached the planet resort of Paradiso. You negotiate on their behalf and are given three options. 1. Send every colonist to work as an indentured slave for the corporation. 2. Pay out of pocket for a grav drive and send them to bother someone else. Or 3. Eliminate the last practicing Jew in the universe. I'm not making this up. There's a colonist on board who's preserved Hebrew rabbinical teachings. And the third option is the corporation asking you to destroy the ship. What the Austrian painter started, Todd will finish. What is this quest design? You present me with three terrible options, and my immediate response is to shoot up the board of directors. But I can't, because I'm not allowed to, because the talent in this company has dried up and left a long time ago. But it doesn't matter because Bethesda spits out a game every few years for their target audience. Dads. I get it. You have 2 kids, you're in your mid-30s, and you have time for exactly 3 games a year. I don't judge. We're all busy. But this game is immune to criticism because the people you're arguing with don't have that much time or investment. They see a crater, they soy pog, and then they leave. That's why if somebody defends this game, don't give them a hard time. They have it hard enough already, between beating their spouse and their children. And they still say, man can't multitask. Gameplay. This game features challenging and intriguing puzzles such as fit the shape into the shaped hole and replace the battery, considering the majority of Xbox players have never replaced a smoke alarm. This is a novel concept, as it requires higher abstraction to deduce that the ubiquitous chirp in the hallway is in some way quantum connected to the set of Duracell batteries you hold in your hand. Clearly,
Now I got reminded of how terrible the Rujin quest line is. And not the actual writing, because I think that quest line is one of those that actually gives you options. Not that it makes any difference. I think it just changes the rewards that you would get in the end. But most of those quests are no joke. If you don't have the free lanes update that lets you fly around relatively freely in space, it means fast travel to this place, talk to a person, or pickpocket them so you can get the item that you want, get the item, and come back. And you do this at least 5 times. And eventually you have one of those where it's like, okay, you go and talk to the final boss and kill him, or don't kill him and be stealthy. But, surprise, surprise, the stealth in this game is terrible.
Of attention during character creation, as once I finished the game, I was very surprised to hear my character's voice.
You made it. I hope you're enjoying the view.
Not like I missed anything. All the perks are garbage.
It's just a game that feels like it was pieced together by, like, component mechanics that you can just download off a marketplace. It's like a game that exists as separate mods. So let's say, okay, this mod lets you fly in space. This mod lets you craft. This mod lets you fast travel. And this mod lets you build a base.
Hunted is one of 2 perks that actually does anything because you get bounty hunters chasing you. The other being kid stuff, which gives Americans the experience of 2 loving parents that aren't divorced. For the nation holding the world record in broken homes, a stable family is science fiction. I spent a bunch of time modding guns, only to find out that guns don't scale whatsoever. Attachments on lower level weapons are a waste of time. Let me tell you how you're actually supposed to do it. You fly into a level 75 zone, but instead of being insta-killed, you cast Creator's Peace, which makes enemies drop their guns. You bring them back, tweak them on a workbench, and now you no longer have to complain about bullet sponges. Personally, I enjoyed shipbuilding. Yes, I'm aware of a hollow ship exploit, but I didn't really need it, because all I ever do is one-shot the engine with electromagnetic and board their ship, after which I disarm them with Creator's Peace and individually fistfight the entire crew. It's really fun, and if I cast Parallel Self, I can roleplay as if we're having a civil dispute at the Bangladeshi border. I found out companions don't use ammunition, which is convenient because for some reason this game lets you craft everything except ammunition, some of which is highly specific and not sold by most vendors. In contrast,
something that I did like though, I think in the vanilla version of Starfield, is that you have gameplay modifiers. So you can turn up the amount of health the enemies have, or turn it down if you don't want them to be spongy, or you can just turn up your health instead, or some other stuff like that, which I always appreciate in any game. Just let me have options. I just like having options.
By the dozen, trivializing their collection and destroying any incentive you had to find them yourself. So, I thought it would be interesting to try make my outposts self-sufficient, using only the resources I could find. It took me 2 full days before I found a planetary source of sealant. For reference, this is a common organic ingredient necessary for most structures. And where did I find it? Middle of nowhere on a toxic bio, meaning I needed to reach the bottom of a science tree and have free tiers into planetary habitation before I could make planetary habitation. So, in case you're ever tempted to do what I did, don't. I remember once I saw a Live Leaks video of some Chinese farmers throwing pigs into an open pit and setting them on fire with kerosene. Starfield allows you to not only recreate this video, but use it for infinite experience. What I did was set up several alien breeding facilities and
the Minecraft
I built a
strategy.
macro script to throw incendiary grenades at set intervals, firebombing all the cows, waiting for them to respawn, only to firebomb them again. I can leave my desk and come back several levels higher. Generally, however, Outpost development is a hellish experience, and that's because the game has no system to track how much you need and what you need. Your best bet for memorizing a recipe is using pen and paper. The alternative to that is jumping across load screens, walking to the vendor, buying what you assume is enough, returning to the outpost, only to find out you're missing like 2 adhesive and need to go all the way back. This
I
game
hate this in any game.
How many load
any
screens
game
can you
that has
tolerate
this sucks.
before choosing?
This No Man's Sky had this, and it was really annoying with it, because you would need like 10 different components, but each component was also comprised of 4 different components. So I need to build that one first, and then build 5 of those later. And then I need to make like Excel spreadsheets of what I have and what I need.
To end it all. No wonder nobody ever got that Steam refund. We spent 2 whole hours docking and undocking. There's a lot of these transitional animations, and it's not that they're painfully goddamn slow, it's that I can't skip them. I understand that this is a small indie company, and maybe resources are stretched thin between the award-winning dialogue and the NPCs that hit you with that fluoride stare. But when the solution is so simple and obvious, you can't help but ask, what's going on at Bethesda? Despite having no access to the construction set, the modding community has managed to fix many of the issues. However, even if they do release the toolset 6 months down the line, I don't really trust this company to not screw me over. Remember, the only reason we don't have paid mods is because of pushback. Believe me,
we do have paid mods. There are paid mods in Starfield. There are.
Only potential redemption of this game is the release of
Bethesda
full
Creation Club.
set, because the only way the fans could save this game is to wipe it clean and make something else. Look, I figured it out. I know why I'm so angry. I'm not angry at the game. It's not even that bad. I'm angry because I paid $100 for it. The king of a chess club has done it again. Each time I tell myself, no, not this time. But I already know Todd's gonna tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies. And each time, I listen. I understand I've said some polarizing things, but in truth, I just needed a video because I signed a lot of contracts while drunk. So don't take anything I say seriously. It's all bait. But What if it isn't? What if it's actually my unfiltered dogshit opinion? As always, more content to come because I'm legally obligated. A warm thanks to the many members of a Merchants Guild.
Hell yeah, dude. Okay, I think I'm gonna be out if I feel like it later. If I feel like having some beers and staying up late, I might boot up another one of these. And tomorrow, probably I'm gonna do a full-fledged official Swaycast. Because this was just, you know, a hangout thing for us, you guys. You know, this was like, think of it like the morning show. And the Swaycast is the full, like, WrestleMania style event. Because I need to pull up, like, timestamps and shit. So, yes, see you guys. Thanks, everybody, for watching. I will be around. I'm thinking of maybe uploading the Twitch VODs on YouTube on, like, a second channel or somewhere. Because I feel like they could exist there for people on YouTube that want to watch them. So I'll think about that if I care, if I'm willing to not be lazy with it. But until then, I'll see you around. Let me see if we can raid somebody who is live. Did Shroom go live? He did go live, and he just went live. Oh, perfect. That's what I was waiting for, really. So I could send you off on your merry way. Go watch Shroom Dukem. Maybe I'll be back later. Maybe we can even play some collab stuff. We've been talking about it, but we don't know exactly what to play. It's very complicated, as you know. The crossover events are fucking crazy. So anyways, you're going to be sent there, when? 10 seconds from now? 6 seconds from now. Oh my God, it's going to be so crazy. It's going to be so awesome. Wait for it. Wait for it. It's going to be awesome. And let's go. All right, see you guys.